body positivity. So yeah, we're gonna get into a few of these videos. But come on, man. I'm your boy Herbal. Okay? You know I gotta start with something funny. Long Beach Griffey.
Good morning. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh! Damn.
Is this supposed to be the fat dude?
In the cargo hold. Also, how long is this plane ride? With your big ass, 30 minutes. If takeoff is possible. From there, 5 minutes. Until we hit the ground. And split the earth in two. Forever.
That's a short flight.
That's a short
Short
flight.
lifespan.
Huh? Did you say something?
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know obesity causes death. I said not as short as
Bruh. Okay, that's a good one.
Are you calling me fat?
Sir, you can't just wobble roll up in here and expect things to adjust to your life. Not only are you putting your fat fucking heart at risk, you're putting the lives of everyone on this plane at risk. You're too damn big. Nigga, you are the plane. A plane can't fly on a fucking plane, sir. Okay? Like, what the fuck are you trying to do? Bring this shit down? Is this a terrorist attack? Y'all getting clever.
I'm
I see you.
gonna sue this airline for discrimination. Because this is not okay.
It's not okay to be fat. It's not. It's unhealthy. All this body positivity bullshit.
Let's
it's
do
not
it.
cool. It's unhealthy. You're unhealthy. America is unhealthy. We need to stop telling people it is okay to be fucking fat. It's not. You're fat. 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 Fat.
Come on, bro. All right. That was a pretty funny video. Now, the last thing that he says,
Telling people.
the way Griffey works is a lot of his humor is based on his actual beliefs, right? And a lot of it he can come across as a little rough, but I am a fan of tough love. And I think this last sentence really hit the nail on his head and really explains his point, like most of the last sentences in his fucking skits do.
For discrimination. Because this is not okay.
It's not okay to be fat.
It's not okay to be fat. Now, I would disagree as in, I mean, if you're fat, you shouldn't go to jail. Like, it's not anything wrong with being fat. But it is unhealthy. Just period. As a fat man, I can tell you that is unhealthy. As a fat man who's never been skinny, by the way. That's not a brag. But I've never been small. Like, I was an obese child, and I'm an obese adult. It's you know, the trend, right? And in fact, if you start off as an obese child, there's like, what, 90%, 94% chance that you'll never be in like a acceptable BMI range, I think, throughout your whole life, is what it was said, right? Like, if you started off, I'm not gonna say skinny, but I'll say, like, if you started off in an acceptable BMI range, and you get fat later on in life, like, let's say you're not as active as you are or whatever, you become fat, it's easier for you to go back to being that normal weight that you were before, versus if you start off in a very high BMI range, right? Because for people like me and other people who, like, I don't have a thyroid issue or anything like that. I'm just fat. I put in work to be fat. Like, I earned every pound, right? Like, if you're the kind of fat that I am, you've never had a baseline of what it's like to eat normally, right? Like, your go-to meal that's normal to you is probably like maybe 2 times the size of like what a normal person would eat, right? Like, have you ever, I don't know, been to a fast food restaurant with your friend Silver, and their order was significantly less than yours, and it was like a pretty normal order for you? You know?
Kinda.
Yeah. So I mean, I've noticed even with my smaller friends that like my portions when I go out to eat are way bigger. Like when we all fucking buy food together, my food is always gonna cost more than everybody else's because I'm gonna get can I get the steak and can I get extra onion rings? Can I get extra? There's always a step above that I find myself taking personally versus other people, right? Like if I'm ordering McDonald's, even I posted my McDonald's order, I posted my Subway order on here, and the thing that's common about both of them is that they are more food than a normal person should eat in one sitting. Yet that's something that I would do normally. And because of that, I reap the I guess I should say I reap the rewards of that, as in I'm overweight, then that comes with a slew of health problems. Now, I was very active most of my life, right? So until about probably 10 years ago at this point, for the first 2/3 of my life, I was always I was in a sport, I was doing football, taekwondo, I was always doing taekwondo. So I had a class and I was teaching a class, and then I was doing football practice. So, I'm exercising, and we would do weight rooms. We would do weights in the morning before fucking school. So I was waking up in the morning, fucking lifting weights, going to school, PE, like 3 times a week we would do PE, and then every day is football practice. I would go play football every day, and then I had 2 classes that I was teaching for taekwondo, and I had my own class, the black belt, which was super intense in terms of exercise and in terms of what you were doing. And it was supposed to be like that because it's the fucking black belt class, like everybody comes to watch it. But that my hyperactivity saved me from a good amount of the side effects that I would have experienced back then, right? Now I'm running into those side effects now because I am a lot less active than I was back then. I don't have as much time as I used to. I'm working 24/7. Whatever excuse I want to throw out, I'm not as active as I was back then. So these side effects, especially in my older age, are going to start happening if I don't, get healthier, change my eating habits, change my how I exercise, that kind of thing. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does. I'm in a similar situation where well, I kind of started off skinny. Like, I was usually roughly an average build. I kind of scaled up a bit more than the rest of me in terms of weight.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I was 18, I was roughly around 180 pounds, which is kind of like the higher plateau of a healthy weight.
Okay. How tall are you? Like 5'10", right?
Yeah, 5'10" and a half, roughly, somewhere in there.
Okay.
And basically, when I went to college, and basically, like, people, my high school friends moved away, had less reasons to go outside and be active. Just I stopped being as active as I used to be, so the weight kind of scaled on from there, plus school that I didn't do very well at.
Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah, there's that. And then the killing blow, I went to learn to be a chef, and the number one rule is taste your own food. So you're eating extra per day because you have to taste your own food, plus you got to get more regular food in you, because it's just, you get a lot of food when you're a cook.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Okay. Well, the first thing I wanted to watch from here is I wanted to ask the question, what is body positivity? So I found some videos. I have not seen them yet, but I found some videos of some very famous body positive influencers, and they're going to kind of explain what body positivity is? So this is Megan Jane Crab, and this is her video, The Power of Body Positivity.
I struggled with eating disorders until I was 16, and I went right back to diet culture after I had struggled with an eating disorder, and I didn't get out of that world of everything being about my body and numbers and weight until I was 21, and I found the body positive movement.
Okay, so to be fair, just starting off, I was expecting these women to be a whole lot bigger. Like, I was expecting her to be like TLC level of huge. When, like, do you see the way these influencers are getting mad? Like, I was expecting these women to be a lot bigger.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. People, this is one of the stereotypes that hound women. If you are anywhere over 140, I'd say, they start calling them fat.
140? Ooh.
Yeah, like...
I don't even think my left ass cheek is 140. I think it weighs more than that. I'm pretty sure I'm like 170 at least.
Yeah, like, women get horribly pigeonholed into unhealthy standards because of the way that Hollywood used to portray women was like this thin, fucking pencil-thin waist and fucking shit that you could only get by squeezing the shit out of them with a fucking corset.
Yeah, the hourglass figure. I've never been attracted to the hourglass figure. I like my women.
Yeah, it's Hollywood perpetuated this extremely unhealthy fucking weight class, and it was like... And now, because they perpetuated that, now women are constantly being pressured to be like, oh, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to be this skinny, you gotta be this, bam, bam, bam.
So I think in terms of, I think you should not promote unhealthy bodies, whether those unhealthy bodies are too skinny or too heavy. Either way, there shouldn't be something to be promoted. But yeah, I wasn't expecting them to be this, I don't know, she's not like really big. She's not like throwing her weight in our face. I don't know. She seems like a normal chick.
You only have a shoulder shot. We don't know what the rest of her body looks like.
There's no way she could. Look at her like neck and chin. There's no way she could just be like a fucking mass of just rolls from here underneath. It's impossible. There would be weight up here.
No, but I'm saying she could definitely have thighs of which you could squish watermelons between. Who knows?
Yeah, but that's not a bad thing. I mean, you know what? Never mind.
Oh, no, definitely not.
Until I was 21, and I found the body positive movement. I was just scrolling on Instagram one day. I was looking at Fitspo. I was looking at supermodels.
So this looks more like, and I feel like body positivity, if you're coming at it, if you're still manning body positivity, it is be happy in whatever body you're in. Because I feel like there should be, like, there's stuff that no matter how much you work out will never go away. Like, you can't work out a jawline, right? There's shit that you would need plastic surgery to fix even if you lost like 1,000 pounds or however much weight you want to lose, right? Like, so being positive about your body is, if there's something about it that you cannot correct, or there's something about it that's, you know, maybe different than other people, sure, but it's not necessarily get as fat as you want and, you know, just keep eating. Yas queen, yas king. I don't think that's what body positivity is or what it was meant to be. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll say some shit to just change my mind, but yeah. Anyway.
And I found the opposite, and I found a bunch of people of all shapes and sizes talking about accepting themselves and not dieting anymore. My name is Megan Jane Crab, and this is the female lead. You know, I'd lived my whole life under the belief that there was only one way to be happy and to be good enough. And suddenly there were these people saying, what if that's not necessarily true? And it made me just reflect a little bit and be honest with myself about the fact that if that was true, if I could find happiness and fulfillment and a perfect life by changing my body, how come it hadn't happened yet? Because I'd been every size under the sun, I'd done every diet imaginable, I'd changed and molded myself, and it hadn't worked. So surely I owed myself a chance at something different. And I think it's that feeling empowered enough to ask questions and be honest with myself and take risks that led me back to myself. My family is incredibly supportive. So my dad is...
So my question is, when they say eating disorders in this regard, are they talking about overeating as being an eating disorder as well?
Overeating can be an eating disorder. There are eating disorders.
Because from what they're saying here, this can also be applied to somebody who's super skinny, like Eugenia Cooney or whatever her name is, the chick that's super skinny that looks like a fucking skeleton.
Yes.
Like everything that she's saying can be applied to her because she's not specifically saying overweight or fat positive. She's saying body positive, right? And then eating disorders can also be not eating enough or throwing up after you eat, not just overeating. But I never thought of overeating as an eating disorder. I always thought of overeating as a lack of self-control, basically. You know what I mean?
I'd say if you want to determine if something's a disorder as opposed to a bad choice, would be when it turns into a compulsion as opposed to a choice. When it's a compulsion, then you have a problem.
Well, how do you know it's a compulsion or not?
When it's hard to tell. It's hard for someone themselves to tell if it's a compulsion, which is the fucked up bit.
Or it could be a coping mechanism. That's true.
Yeah, coping mechanism, that too. But I'd argue that a compulsion basically is when, no matter what you do, you find yourself drifting back. Like, say, someone, like, actively choosing to stop eating something, then randomly not even noticing that, oh, hey, I just bought that bag of chips I told myself I wasn't going to buy. What the fuck?
That happens very... So for me, what I would normally do is I'll say, like, I'm not going to buy any, McDonald's or anything while I'm out working today or I'm going to try to find a healthier choice than fast food or X, Y, or Z. But I always end up usually going to McDonald's. I'm talking about I had over 100,000 points on my on my app before, right? Like, it was ridiculous. I went to McDonald's a lot, right? And still do. Yeah. Still go. But I wouldn't say it's a compulsion. It's more, I'm not going to tell myself no. If I get hungry, I'm going to say, ooh, I want that Big Mac. Ooh, I want that fish.
You weren't compulsed, you coerced yourself.
Whatever. It's the same thing, but it doesn't seem as though, I don't know, is it not that easy to just say no? Because, I'm fat myself, right? Like, I'm not coming from this from a perspective, but for me, it's not that I don't know. For me, there's a little bit more psychological things at play, I think.
Yes,
and it leads into
Definitely.
more, and it leads into more with the why do I drink a copious amount of alcohol? Why do I also smoke an enormous amount of wax or weed or whatever you want to call it? But still, I'm talking about more the fat people in general, my brothers and sisters in general. When you say there's a compulsion, is it something where they cannot tell themselves no? You know what I mean?
If it feels like no matter how much they tell themselves no, that they can't stop.
So is it more is it the diets that don't work, or is it more the self-control that's lacking in a lot of these situations?
Well, to be fair, the first thing, diets don't fucking work. No diets work.
Really? Why not?
Nada. Because the whole thing about diets is eating a certain thing or just being very pigeonholey about your stuff.
It could be staying within a certain amount of calories as well, right?
calorie control works, yes. But I mean, like, the whole diet culture as a whole, like paleo, fucking
Oh, see, well,
keto.
when you're talking about diets like that, right? Like, so one, I know a person, an Asian woman who shall not be named, who specifically went on the keto diet and got extremely, and she got a lot smaller than when I knew her in high school, right? So, I mean, I feel like they work for some people, but and also even with the paleo diet, right? Like, what do you call it? Like the paleo diet is when you eat stuff directly from the ground, right? Like you don't cook it, you don't. That's the paleo diet, right? Or am I thinking of something else?
I think it was basically if you could hunt it or gather it, you eat it.
So okay, but like you can hunt a fucking cow. So what do you mean? You can eat steak? What are you talking about?
Not as they were. Way cows are domesticated as now, they evolved as domestic animals. You would have to go look for a buffalo or something, or bison or something.
It's a fucking. I feel like that's some weird shit Joe Rogan would do. Anyway, um, so my whole thing. So when you're saying diets don't work, you mean the like mainstream diets where it was like the Jenny Craig diet, where you only eat her meals. But I mean, the Jenny Craig diet kind of would work because if you only ate the Jenny Craig meals at a certain amount of time, you were only consuming a certain number of calories inadvertently, and that would cause you to lose weight ostensibly, right?
Yes, and then what happens when you decide that, oh, I've gotten thin enough, I'm going to stop this diet and start eating things that has a bit more flavor so I can stop feeling like shit.
Then you'd probably
What
gain
happens
weight.
then?
But I feel like you would have to
Yeah.
check. So again, and I've said this before. It's less about a diet, right, and more about changing your relationship with food in general. Right?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, like you can still enjoy food, just don't enjoy it to the point where you're basically swimming in it.
Or don't enjoy it as much as you normally do. But the question is, should you feel full after every meal?
Like, not really. Your stomach isn't full of acid to keep that going.
So that's I find a lot, especially what I do, is I'm trying to feel that fullness after every meal, right? And I feel like things like breakfast, you probably shouldn't have that fullness, right? Because you're about to go off and work, or you're about to go off and do whatever, spend the rest of your day. Lunch as well, you have a good amount of your day left, right? You just need a little bit of food to pick you up because of whatever you've been doing throughout the day, whether it's whether the job is physically demanding or it's mentally demanding or what have you. And I feel like dinner is probably more the meal that you want to feel full, like full. But I think that maybe I feel like the kind of full that I get after every meal is the kind of full that like normal people get during Thanksgiving, right? And and I feel like the type of full I get on Thanksgiving is the kind of full that like professional eaters feel after they finish the challenge. So I feel like there is a different relationship with food if I'm going for a different kind of full. Does that make any sense? Am I speaking like Chinese?
You're making sense.
So
I agree that you shouldn't be chasing that full feeling. I used to chase that full feeling because I don't know, shit just didn't go on around here. So I was always bored, always feeling like shit. It's like, oh, if I'm full, I'm feeling something, and that was just a toxic mindset. I'm still trying to work my way out of that one.
it's deep. The reasons that you have for doing whatever, they can get pretty deep. But anyway, I just wanted to see if the eating disorders, are they really considered, or is overeating considered an eating disorder? But yeah, I think we've established that.
You don't have to consider a disorder something that you're born with either. You can develop a disorder.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I'm not saying that you have to be born with it to be a disorder, but I was thinking more like if you throw up after every food. But I mean, I guess both of those things is sort of a mental, sort of they have they derive from a mental disorder where you're seeing yourself different, right? Like if you're skinny or you're bulimic, you're literally seeing yourself, even though you're skinny as fuck, you're seeing yourself like one of us, right? Like one of the fucking fat people, and you're trying to stop that image in your mind that, you know. And I wonder if there's like a body image thing for fat people as well. Maybe not all of us, but I feel like some of us definitely have sort of a body image thing going on where they don't really see themselves as too big. Or anyway, I like her buttons. The ones on the top. Up.
Oh yeah.
God damn it.
They're nice, yeah. She looks like she takes care of her hair.
Her pink ass hair.
My family is
It takes a lot more effort to
incredibly
take care of her
supportive.
hair. Your hair
So my
when it's
dad
dyed.
is a teacher. My mum is the most caring person I have ever met. She is just a carer by nature. I have 2 siblings. My oldest sister, Gemma, is absolutely the spark of the family. She is sassy as hell, and I'm part of her care team. She has cerebral palsy, and we all take shifts with her. She really has taught me a whole lot about not apologizing for who I am. And I realized that when we see disabled people represented, we tend to either get trauma porn or...
See, even disabled people, you can use you can be positive about your body, even though it's disabled, you know? I'm sure there takes a lot of body positivity to get, you know, to get mentally through having a disability.
Absolute inspiration goals. We don't necessarily get to see disabled people being just multifaceted human beings. And my sister deserves to be seen. And I think it means something to be able to see disabled people just being people and doing silly stuff and having fun. And as much as she is, she's just a bringer of joy, that is underlying it for me. Something I wish that I was more okay with as a teenager, and that I'm still working on now, is accepting that life is messy. And
she doesn't even have a little bit of belly hanging over her fucking, like, bottoms.
Yeah, she doesn't even have any fupa.
This is not fat.
I think often we grab onto things that we think we can control to make things feel less messy and to make it feel like we have a bit of power over stuff. And for me, that was my body. You know, I grabbed onto it and I thought, if I can make this thing perfect,
that's a little bit of a fupa there, though.
Everything will be okay.
But she's like laying on her side. That's an unflattering picture. Like, look.
Yeah, she's kind of scrunching up there.
Yeah, it's already unflattering. It's not, you know. It's hard for a skinny person to look good doing a figure like this.
If I can make this thing perfect, then everything will be okay and I'll be happy. And looking back, there's no one quick fix answer. There's no one thing that you can grab onto, control, and then nothing's messy anymore, because it still will be. It will still be more complicated than you realize. And I just wish that I could have cozied down a little bit more with the messiness of life. Body positivity 6 years ago wasn't the very well-known thing that it is today, but it just started to pick up as I was exploring it myself. I was just using social media as a diary.
Happiness really isn't a size, and you can be happy in the body that you have, even if it's bigger than it once was. We're tricked into thinking that once we hit that perfect body, we'll be happy, we'll feel beautiful, and it's never enough.
See, I feel like she's talking to people who are thinking like, I need to be 115, I need to be 120. Like Virgo was saying, you know, she's 150. She's like, I want to be, I feel like I need to be 120, 115. Like, I feel like she's talking to people like that, not people who are 375 and are like, I need an excuse to keep eating, right? Like, there needs to be some kind of argument to make that can keep me eating this McDonald's every day. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a different demographic that she's talking to, in general, right? Like, it sounds like she's talking to people who are overthinking about their weight, right? Am I too heavy at 180? And I'm fucking 6'2", right? Am I like people like that who, can generally chill out, but who've adopted this are people who are like myself, morbidly fucking beast. And so what they're doing is they're using body positivity as an excuse to overeat, or maybe even a reason to. Or maybe even they're using it as a way to attack you for maybe questioning them about their poor health choices or XYZ. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
All right. Do you disagree?
Not entirely.
No.
Like, some people can't help it. No, I actually I think I find I agree with you, because some people, it's hard to take accountability for your actions sometimes.
Oh, 100%.
Sometimes you'll look in the mirror. It's like, that's not who I used to be, but it can't be my fault. It cannot be my fault. So they'll try and find something to blame. They'll look on the internet, find, eating disorders are a thing. Maybe I have an eating disorder, and then they'll just start spiraling down from there.
Okay. That makes sense. All right.
Will feel beautiful. And it's never
In that
enough.
situation, it's still their fault, though,
And
because
when I
they're
hear
just looking for
people
ways to not have to blame themselves
saying,
for it.
I read your book and I stopped dieting and decided to go to university, decided to travel the world, decided to tell this person who I've always had a crush on that I have feelings for them, and their life changes because of that. That's it. It doesn't, it's not my priority that people, look in the mirror and think, I look good. Like, I like that. I like when you think that. But that's not top priority for me. I want you to know that you're more, and I want you to go after a life that is about more.
So I can understand being more than your looks, but what about I don't feel good? Like when you start getting into the health ramifications. But again, she didn't say anything about being overweight. She didn't say anything about any of that. Okay, this seems very.
He's looking more. It seems like she was looking more into the point that I was trying to make earlier. With the whole Hollywood perspective on body types, where you just like, I gotta be this skinny in order to look good, type of shit.
Yeah, I tend to agree with everything she said in this video. So, all right, now there is this person, Jessamine Stanley, on body positivity.
I'm out here. This is who I am. It's what I am. And if you don't like it, then you can suck it. People think that body acceptance means that you are complacent, and it's literally the opposite. It's saying, actually, I'm just gonna be happy right now. I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna stop moving towards someone else's goal, and I'm just gonna be happy right here. Now that I'm happy here, what can I do? And then once you acknowledge that, you can make all kinds of other changes in your life. You can't put a price tag on confidence and on personal development. Learning to value that over my physical health, over my monetary wealth. I mean, it's just.
I don't know
so
if you're
massive.
doing yoga and
Completely
you're that
changed the way that
flexible.
I
I
think
have to
about my
say,
life and
even
the way
at
that I
that size,
see
you're probably still decently
We
in
healthy.
shape.
That's literally what I was thinking. I'm like, I was doing Taekwondo and I was very fat and I was very flexible and like this too, but I was pretty healthy. So
You probably, if you're doing yoga like that, you probably found a point to be, like a range to be healthy at your size.
yeah, I'd say that. I mean, I don't know her like specifically. I don't know if she has diabetes or anything like that, but Like, it seems as though if you're able to be this flexible and you're this active and you're doing yoga, then your body is, you know, pretty active and it's still moving. So,
like, you can be big and still be healthy.
yeah, she's very.
I
would say
do
she's
believe it.
healthy. Say she's pretty too.
Self moving through the world in general. When I say fat yoga, it's so that we can empower the word fat and just get rid of the importance that it has for other people. Even within the body positivity community,
I don't
there's
know if I'd
fat
rock the
women who
short
are
hair,
like,
though,
oh, but
but-
I don't want to show my arms, or you need to have your bust line covered, or whatever. And my thought is, how are we ever going to get over all of these stigmas if everyone is still covering up their body? I mean, it does us
God
no
damn.
good to have
Full-on
extended
handstand.
plus size
Jeez, she's
athletic
gotta
wear
have some good
lines. They're
arms.
frumpy as because of this whole like fat women need to cover up thing. My teaching partner Dana Falsetti and I never wear shirts to classes. We always wear sports bras because I've noticed that the more we do it, all of our plus size female students will stop wearing shirts. They'll take their shirts off in the middle of class, or they come in a sports bra. Your whole life, you spend your life thinking you have to have your arms covered and your belly covered, and there's one person who says you don't. That's monumental. I feel like any size person
I
can
have to
do
say,
anything.
though, I do
You
kind
don't
of
have
agree
to
with her
get
on
to a
that
certain
point,
place
in terms
before
of
you
like
can be
wearing
happy.
a
And lot of
sports
people
bra
think
instead of
that
wearing
in order to
a
practice yoga,
compression
that you need to be
shirt or some type of yoga.
Yeah, I mean,
Because-
to yoga, sure, but I mean, like, I don't want to see that shit in Starbucks. You know what I mean? Like, I still feel a certain way when chicks that aren't fat walk in with like leggings and fucking like belly shirt. Like, where the fuck are you going? You know, I'm all for dressing like you want, but at a certain point, it's like, come on. Like, I don't want to actively not look at you because, you know what I mean? Like, it's the point where if I have to actively try not to fucking look at you because I don't want people to think I'm a pervert, then you should probably cover up. That's all I'm saying. Just for me. Just for my sake.
flexible or slender, and it's not the case at all. It's really just an opportunity for people to come back to themselves and realize who we actually are. If you believe in yourself and if you genuinely believe that you're just living life to live it because it literally might be over tomorrow, then you can't lose. There's nothing you can't do.
All right, I tend to agree with that as well. So I'm not seeing anything where she's supporting overeating or an unhealthy lifestyle.
So far, the things we've seen about body positivity isn't overeat because you want to eat. It's a be happy despite the fact that you're kind of big right now.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so here's another video. This is 6 tips for body confidence with Grace F, Victory, and Megan.
Hi guys, and welcome to the Penguin YouTube channel. I'm Gracie Francesca.
And I'm Megan from Body Posi Panda.
Yes, and today we're going to be talking about our top 6 body confidence tips because Megan has a book that's just come out.
And so does Grace.
And in it we discuss our journeys to kind of loving ourselves wholeheartedly, inside out. And we're here today to kind of, I guess, help you do that too.
Yeah, we're just gonna like give you a little bit of a body.
Man, bruh. Chick on the right is really doing it for me, bruh. I can't help it. I'm sorry. She's like my tone, too. Light skin, British, thick. Ooh. With the fucking dreads, bruh. You kidding me?
I'm kind of feeling it for Megan though. Honestly.
Hey,
She looks nice.
We found our dates, bro, to the prom. Let's do it. The plus size prom. We going. It works as long as it's not a boat.
Yeah, she looks nice.
Confidence boost because you are perfect and you deserve to feel.
I like how we just choose our races. No, it doesn't work. I'm going for Megan. You go for Grace, just because we're not.
No. Hold up. What? Wasn't the black man in that picture she showed in her video her father?
Man, she's half black. That is some strong white genes. Okay, we've seen it. All right, fair enough. I get my Grace. You get Megan. Deal.
Feel that way.
So, Megan's at my house, by the way. This is my flat. And if you like this video, then afterwards head over to my channel where we're going to be doing a massive discussion on why everyone is so obsessed with being thin. or thinner. So if you like the sound of that, then click down below. And are you ready?
Let's do it.
Are you ready to begin?
Let's
okay,
do it.
right. Tip number 1. Treat yourself as if you are your own best friend. Because if Megan came to me and was like, don't like my body, feeling really down today, I would uplift her, give you words of confidence, and make you feel like you are hot as anything. So we should do that for ourselves.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah, and if you wouldn't say it to your best friend, you shouldn't say it to yourself when you look in the mirror and tear yourself to pieces. Don't do it.
Yes.
Don't do it.
And no matter what size you are, no matter what you look like, no matter what race you are, your skin colour, you are amazing and worthy of love, respect and kindness.
I can agree, but this is also where it can lead to a slippery slope of you giving yourself positive reinforcement for actions that could be harmful to yourself, right? Like, if you're doing something that is inherently bad for your body, you need to be able to check yourself. Like, if you do something that's inherently bad for anything else, you should check yourself too, right? Like, if you're spending too much money, if you're gambling, if you're doing whatever, you should always be able to check yourself. And I think it's really hard to sort of talk to your friends about stuff, like, you know, checking your friends about certain things, right? Like, it's hard to go to your friend and to tell them you need to change your behavior, but it's easier, I feel like, for you to maybe hit rock bottom and then to come to yourself and, you know, change that behavior that way. I feel like if you treat yourself like your best friend, there could be a situation where, you know, you're again reinforcing negative things that you could be doing, right? Like, if you're doing something bad and you go to the mirror every time and tell yourself how great and how awesome you are, you're going to keep doing the same actions even though they're detrimental to your health. At least that's the first thing that I saw that was kind of a red flag.
I don't know. That's something I don't particularly agree with. I don't quite believe in the slippery slope. I think it's kind of it's pretty much well known as a fallacy in terms of logical arguments, as far as logical arguments go.
How?
Like, just because you do one thing doesn't always mean you're going to go and do something else.
No, but what I'm saying is they're giving themselves positive reinforcement, right? I'm not saying if you do something bad, like if you smoke weed, you're gonna go and fucking do cocaine afterwards. What I'm saying is, if you're doing a negative action, right, and then you go to yourself and give yourself positive affirmation afterwards, right? Like, imagine if you just do hella heroin and then you go to the mirror and say, you're not a fucking bum. You're not a drug addict. You're a fucking top dude. You're a dude that works
I don't think
hard.
that's...
You know what I mean?
I don't think that's positive affirmation, though. I don't think what you're describing is positive affirmation, though.
Well, what is it then?
Because what you're describing is them deluding themselves. If you're deep into the heroin thing and saying that, oh, you're not a bum, you're not a heroin addict, that's not a positive affirmation. That's just them deluding themselves.
You're positively affirming yourself in the mirror, right? I mean, it's not deserved positive affirmation, but you are positively affirming yourself.
What is positive about telling yourself you're not a bum?
Or you're an awesome guy. I'm a great dude. Like, you don't need to fucking, you know what I mean? Like, you're giving yourself, like, you're treating yourself like your best friend, right? Even though if your best friend came to you fucked up on heroin, or like your best friend had an issue, a good friend would come to him and say, hey, something's going on. This isn't, this is not right. This is not healthy for you. Just like if somebody who was like super fat, like if your friend who was super fat came to you, you would say, hey, like, you should lose weight. Like, this isn't healthy for you. This isn't, which, are conversations I've had with people before. But the idea is, like, if you love somebody and they're doing something that's detrimental to their health, like overeating is, then you would kind of bring that up to them. Whereas I think what they're kind of saying is, no matter what, you give yourself positive affirmations no matter what's going around you. So that's why I gave the heroin example, right? So if like you're still doing heroin, you go to the mirror, give yourself positive affirmations, because like they said, no matter what, you should always give yourself positive affirmations. You should always be your best friend. Yeah. But I guess it depends on what you would consider a friend. Like, go ahead.
I can see what you're going at, but like the example you gave at first, the whole positively affirming themselves and then slipping into negative behaviors, it's about the equivalent of saying of someone hyping themselves up because they found $5 on the road and ended up getting a good meal because of it, escalating to the point where they start robbing banks.
No. What? No, not at all. What I was saying is that no matter what you do, you positively affirm yourself, right? That's what they're saying. They're saying no matter what, you deserve, that praise. You deserve to be loved. You deserve X, Y, Z, right?
I don't think they're saying that. They're saying
let's go back. Let me see.
They're saying, yeah. Let's listen to it again.
I'm curious. Yeah.
Refresh.
Size you are, no matter what you look like, no matter what race you are, your skin colour, you are amazing and worthy of love, respect and kindness. Tell them.
Okay, so no matter what size you are, and then I think that's more the issue that I have.
No matter what you look like, no matter what race you are, your skin colour.
Her words can't be misconstrued here. I can see where you got that.
And worthy of love, respect.
I don't think she's actively saying. I don't think she's intending.
Hearing
to
it again, I feel like I'm kind of being a dick about taking her words, like literally. Like I'm like, oh, so then you, no matter what, you deserve love and respect and kindness. What if you just do heroin all day, bitch?
Because it's even there in
I'm being a little pedantic.
It's even there in the chapter header there, tip 1, treat yourself. I don't think it's supposed to be, like, engorge yourself. It's like, hey, you had a long day. You could do with some kindness. Be kind to yourself today.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the issue goes where they're like, I deserve that extra piece of cheesecake or something, right? Because I worked hard. And that's where it's sort of,
yeah, but you've made this point. You've made this point before. Everything in moderation. Like, if you got no self-control, that's an entirely different issue altogether. That's not slippery slope. Yeah, that's just you not having control.
But I feel like that's where the issue is coming, right? You have people who don't have self-control who are hearing this, thinking I can go on a whirlwind eating binge, and then at the end of the day, give myself positive affirmations, and then guess what? We're all good. I don't feel bad for eating like a fucking piggy. You know what?
Yeah, well, that's not the slippery slope fallacy. That's a lack of self-control. The slippery slope fallacy is basically being like something that I've heard people try to use to argue that gay people are evil and will cause murders and genocides.
Oh, well, what I've heard is that gay people can't reproduce, so they have to reproduce by going after the youth and converting them to be gay. Which I think is
that's exactly it.
The conservative like vampire, the conservative gay vampire myth. It's like they're gonna turn your kids.
Yeah, that's the kind of logical arguments that the slippery slope kind of allows, right?
But that's not even what
I try not to entertain.
That has nothing to do with this. What I was talking about. Maybe I misnomered it, but like. What I was saying was that if you keep giving yourself positive affirmations, even if you're doing negative actions, right? Like, because for me, in my mind, how I work, I'm always the first person to critique myself, right? Like, I'm always the fucking hardest. Like, if you thought a video that I did was bad, I probably thought it was, like, worse by, like, 10 times, right? Like, every cut that I have in my video that's, like, fucked up, I try to redo it. I try to get it as best as I can, but if I can't get it perfect because I'm on a phone, well, then guess what? It's gonna look a little weird, and I'm definitely noticing it and cringing harder than you are. Maybe you didn't even notice it. Maybe you did. But, like, I'm the first person to critique myself, right? And without that, I feel like I would be sort of lost, right? Like, I have a certain standard that I have when it comes to keeping my work van clean, keeping my tool bag clean, keeping even when I work, right? When I stream, when I edit videos, like there's a certain standard, a certain quality that I try to keep. And if I don't check myself, I should be the first person to check myself before anybody does, right? And then sometimes I get other people's opinions. That's why I go to you, Rui, Kraken, etc. But if I'm not the first person there, if I'm always just like, oh, that's good enough, then my quality is going to be shit, right? And it's going to suffer. I mean, more than my quality is already shit, but I feel like it's going to suffer. Versus if I'm just like giving myself continuous positive affirmations, that to me just seems like it would lead to a slippery slope where you would have consistently mediocre or less of an outcome because you're constantly giving yourself, positive affirmations instead of giving yourself needed criticism. You know what I mean? Because you need criticism in life.
Yes, I can see where you're coming from, but you're kind of ignoring the fact that you can still give yourself positive affirmations and still be a bit critical of yourself and still try and improve, right? There's nothing separating the two. You can do both.
That's true.
You can say you did a good job today. You could probably do a little bit better the next day, but you did good today. Today was a good start. Be a better you tomorrow than you were today, but today was good.
I will, Megan.
Yes. Diversify your media feed. This is so easy. It's like the simplest way ever to boost your own self-confidence, because the more different body types you see every day, the better you'll feel about yourself.
Yeah.
And like, don't just stop at size either. Like, follow people of all different...
Is my media feed...
You know what?
My media feed is nothing but ass cheeks. Like female.
Your media feed is nothing but ratchet and ass.
Female buns.
Your media.
I don't think it has.
It's
it
fucking nuke.
It doesn't give me
it's
any
fucking
bad
nuked.
bad body positive feelings. You know what I mean? It's literally just
not gonna lie. Looking at ratchet people makes me feel better about myself because I'm not a ratchet person.
Interesting.
Tip number 3. Step out of your comfort zone.
Yes, wear
Okay, these are just good tips for life right now.
You shouldn't wear because of your body type. There's no rules. There's no fashion rules of like, you shouldn't wear this if you're a certain size, or you have to disguise this, or like flatter yourself.
Yeah, smooth down your stomach, wear Spanx. No, Spanx are so uncomfortable, and the sweat I produce is not okay.
You can wear whatever you like. Wear what's
yes, diversify,
it's like
but don't be unrealistic with your diversification, right? Like Spanx, they're designed for people of certain size. Don't wear Spanx, you're gonna fuck yourself.
Do you think I should wear Spanx on stream and just fucking get up and show everybody the bulge?
I don't know how I'd feel. I'd be somewhere between being mortified and laughing my fucking ass off.
Wouldn't you think, like... I feel like I'd get banned if I just stood up and had nothing but Spanx on. Okay, you guys would fucking...
Probably.
Block me, never watch my streams again. It would be not fun. Okay? But I'm just saying, Spanx are for certain people in certain places.
Short shorts, a crop top, just do it. So yeah, throw out the rules. Wear what you like.
And you can't grow when you're comfortable, so you have to be uncomfortable in order to grow as a person.
That's a good point.
Thank you.
Tip number 4 is challenge everything around you. Start questioning stuff.
You know what? That is a really good rule. You can't grow if you're comfortable. Challenge everything.
Stop believing every little thing that you're told about your body and your value and beauty, and start thinking like, why do we believe this?
This is why they call you guys difficult.
Is this actually right?
And it's enlightening because I never knew, like 3 years ago, that you could be big and happy. I thought everyone that was big was unhappy. Everyone that was big that was on a diet. You can't possibly love yourself if you're not thin. I genuinely believe that. And now I'm like living my best fat life.
Yeah, and if you'd never started questioning that narrative,
I would still be on the search to be thinner.
And like, this is the thing, we think that this is normal. We think that hating our bodies is a normal thing because that's the only lesson that we've ever been taught about our bodies. But it's not normal and it's not right, and we don't have to believe it. Like, there is another way of thinking about your body.
I was making that point earlier.
Yeah, and challenge like brands on Twitter. That is my favourite thing to do. When there's like a brand who I love and they tweet something that's really fat shaming or body shaming, I have to reply and be like, this is not okay.
Yeah.
And it's really important.
What do you consider a fat shaming or body shaming tweet to be? Do you think like, because like I feel like a lot of things like, you know, I've been told that losing weight is considered fat shaming, even if you're a fat person.
That's not fat shaming, no.
Someone said that if you're losing weight for health reasons because your doctor told you to lose weight, you're fat phobic and your doctor is fat phobic. Okay.
Yeah, no, that is not fat shaming. That is the line of someone who doesn't want to put in the effort.
Yeah, I feel like there are a lot of people. So my question is always going to be like, what were the tweets specifically that you consider to be fat shaming tweets?
I would say I'd say that if you're just going around saying "get fucked, fatty," that would be fat phobic.
No. I'm not talking about normal people. I'm talking about because she's saying that, you know, she follows brands or she follows certain like social media accounts of like businesses that she says tweet out fat phobic things. So it wouldn't be
Actually, you know what? I do know the perfect one right now. I know exactly which one to talk about.
What?
Lululemon.
What a Lululemon? Do you have the tweet? I'd love to pull it
No,
up.
not tweets. No, their business model. Lululemon is a fitness brand specifically for the skinny people who want to get even skinnier. They are very harsh against people who are above a certain size. They don't make clothes for that size, and they're very aggressive when people call them out saying, "Hey, why don't you make a certain size?" Instead of being like, "Oh, that's just not the demographic we want to go for. We want to go for this." They are very gung-ho about trying to smack down anything about them selling to people of certain sizes.
I have no idea what I'm going to defend here, but I always love to play devil's advocate. So, do you think a company has a right to select what kind of clientele it wants to serve? Like if you have a restaurant owner, like you have a group of people that are about to own a restaurant, and they say, "Oh, I would like to own a restaurant that's more that caters more to the high end than the low end class, right? So I'm gonna make my prices very high, so that and the quality, of course, is gonna be very high because we're serving high quality customers, but the prices are gonna be very high because those are the kind of customers that we're going for specifically, are like high class customers, right?"
There's a difference in this example because you've specified that they're not banning people or preventing people from being able to do this. They are making the prices high, but that doesn't mean that a poor person can't do it. It would just take them longer to save the money to do it.
Right? Like if you're charging $85 for a creme brulee, right? That's going to be out of the price range enough for only certain people to be able to afford.
Yeah, they want to serve a better clientele. They want to have a richer environment, so they have a richer price range.
Lululemon wants to serve a smaller clientele, so they have smaller clothes that are reflective of the size of people that they want shopping in their stores.
Yes, but then they shouldn't be putting themselves as just a fitness brand.
Well, I mean,
they are saying they are speaking out the mouth and signing checks with their ass.
But what I'm thinking is, though, they should, because a fitness brand, like, I'm not saying all fat people are unfit, but in terms of majorities, right, the majority of fat people are probably unfit compared to the size of people that would be able to fit Lululemon's clothes, right?
Right.
So, because they're calling themselves a fitness brand, what they're doing is they're trying to say without saying that the type of people that would be able to fit these clothes are the type of people that are fit and in shape.
Yes, but what do other elite clothing brands do when it comes to larger sizes?
It doesn't matter what other elite brands do, right? What it matters is
No,
specifically what Lululemon wants to do, right? And then what they have the right to do. I'm sorry, you know I love to play devil's advocate.
Yeah.
But still,
I
mean what I'm saying.
It is very much
they're probably
like
dicks,
okay.
But they have
To be
the
fair,
right to be dicks.
To be fair, I am saying that I am kind of trying to use obtuse examples to not just come out and say, "Oh, hey, the CEO is blatantly fatphobic and constantly belittling people who are over like size 5."
Yeah, I mean, but the CEO is
like
I
try. Yeah, I'm trying to leave the CEO being a dick out of it, but it's really hard to do. I'm trying to come up with examples that make sense in a business-wide stance.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't. If you only want to serve a certain clientele, like let's say for whatever reason you're like, I only want to serve white people, right? You know, then you're gonna make steps because you can't specifically outright say that, but you're gonna sell extra mayo sandwiches, right? Like I'm making jokes, but you're gonna do certain things to do something without necessarily saying it.
Yeah,
and they're doing the same thing, but with fat people. They're saying like it's a fitness brand, right? Like you don't look like it's a fitness,
right?
You know what I mean,
I get what you're saying.
I'm not saying it's right, but it is their right. You know?
To be fair, I never said that he was wrong like he wasn't allowed to do it, right?
It's just
he's allowed to do it. It's a dick move to do it. It's not that he's not allowed. It's just not. It's not a nice thing.
So you think she's going back and forth with the Lululemon CEO, and he's just like, "You fat bitch," because all white knight.
You know what?
Fast. All
you know what?
Like a motherfucker.
I wouldn't be surprised if the next words out of her mouth is like, "I was talking to the CEO of Lululemon. He wouldn't give he wouldn't size up some clothes for me."
all white knight like a motherfucker, bro. I'll be like, yeah.
No, because like this exact situation was like. The exact situation happened when, like, I heard about the Lululemon scandal. Was a plus size person wanted to get some Lululemon clothes because it was like, hey, I heard it's good to work out in, so hey, I want to get some, and then get rejected right out of the gate, and then when she prodded, that's when the harassment came.
Nice, there we go. Hell yeah, harass that big bitch. All right, anyway.
Use your voice and stand up for what you believe in.
Yeah, and that's the way change gets made as well. Like, change comes from us demanding better. So yeah, call stuff out, question everything, and like know that we deserve better.
Yes! Tip number 5 is to quit diet culture. Now, I never knew what diet culture was until I met Megan, and she was schooling me on diet culture, and I was like, oh my god. So, explain diet culture.
Diet culture is basically our society's belief that losing weight, being thin, and fitting this one image of beauty is the most important thing in our lives, and it's absolutely everywhere. It seeps into everything. So it's weight loss groups, weight loss adverts on your TV, all the talk everywhere you go about, oh, how many pounds have you lost this week?
Counting calories.
How good have you been? Have you been naughty?
Yeah, cutting out my carbohydrates. I'm not going to eat pasta tonight because it makes me feel like I'm heavier.
Yeah, and it's
pasta. Pasta's amazing.
Pasta is the food of the gods.
It absolutely
I'm eating pasta right now.
Diet culture is just this constant weight loss obsession everywhere, and we don't realise that it's a problem. Like, we don't realise that we're in it because we've been brought up to think that it's normal.
Yeah.
But it's really, really harmful to be constantly obsessing over the size of our thighs or what the scale says.
And when you quit that and you unfollow all those accounts, those fitness accounts, and those foodie, clean eating accounts that make you feel like you're not good enough because you're not doing this or you're not doing that. Getting rid of like this whole system, it's like oppression. Like, you have to be this way, otherwise you're not worthy. Taking that out of your life is honestly the best thing in the world.
100%. Like, don't do a detox, but do a detox of your life from diet culture. And that includes things like...
See, but that's, again, that's super toxic. And I don't think, anybody is disagreeing that diet culture is super toxic. You should want to strive to be healthy, not strive to be a particular look or a particular beauty standard.
This is like the point I was making earlier, the whole fucking Hollywood bullshit where only one type is healthy, only one type is beautiful type shit.
Yeah, but I think they're saying only one type is beautiful more than healthy, right? Like, I think diet culture is more in reference to what you want to look like versus how you want to feel. Because I feel like even they push it to the point where they're getting into, like, anorexia, bulimia, things like that when diet culture even goes too far. Diet culture in reference to what she's saying. I didn't even know the nomenclature diet culture until just now, so... yeah. I mean, to me, diet culture would be like the culture of like the Atkins diet, like what you were saying earlier. It's something a little different than, I guess maybe it's like two sides of the same coin. I think what you and her were talking about.
Beauty standards and health standards are they're kind of the two same sides of the same coin, because people consider what's beautiful and what's healthy to basically be the same thing when it comes to what they're seeing on the screen. So, I want to be healthy, so I want to be beautiful, so I want to look like this person that I admire on the TV screen right now. Because she's beautiful, therefore I want to be that.
True.
Constant diet talk that your friends are having, like, you don't have to engage in that. I don't think people realize, like, you don't have to take part in conversations that are harmful to you.
Yeah.
You're allowed to walk away, you're allowed to change the conversation because you're allowed to put your mental health first.
I had a revelation on holiday a few weeks ago, reading your book, and I was like, for the first time in my life, I genuinely don't want to be slimmer. And that, for me, I was really emotional in a way, because I thought that, for me, is a massive turning point.
Yeah.
And the flaws that we all have don't actually exist. Like, I'm actually not flawed.
No.
Society has made us think that we have flaws.
100%.
Stretch marks are normal.
Mm-hmm.
Cellulite is normal.
Cellulite is so normal. Oh my god.
I mean, maybe with weight you don't have flaws, but everybody in general has flaws, right? Like, you should always strive to be a better you. You should always you should always strive for self-improvement.
Yeah, no.
Get self-improvement.
I agree with you there. There's always something to improve. The stagnation leads to
complacency.
Satisfaction leads to stagnation. Stagnation leads to death.
See, to me, it's complacency. If you just allow yourself to stay, like, even if I'm not getting skinnier, I try to get funnier every day. I try to become a better streamer, a better presenter, a better, whatever.
Yeah, I think complacency is a better start for that. Complacency leads to stagnancy, which leads to death. Because if you don't grow, if you never grow, if you never improve in any way, then you're basically just ending your possible future.
And I think that's also something that's attractive too, right? To see in your partner that they're continuing to improve in something or continuing to grow in something, So like, even in terms of being more attractive in your relationship or more attractive to other people, if you're continuing to make yourself better or continuing to strive for a certain kind of quality or a certain kind of greatness, then that's gonna do nothing but give you positive dividends in the end.
Like, one thing I do is, even if it's small, even if it's something like just watching a new video on a topic I haven't heard about, I try to do something or learn something new every day, right?
It depends.
That's one little thing I can do to improve myself for the next day.
Just depends on if you remember the new thing that you learn every day, because you can't go one ear and out the other.
True, but if it was something worth learning, then I feel you'd remember it.
Very true. All right.
It wasn't even a flaw until about 50 years ago when someone realised they could make money selling us cellulite cream. All of our things that we think are flaws, we've just been taught that they're flaws so that someone else can make money off selling us the solution.
And they're not flaws. Like, there's not one part of you that is flawed. Humans aren't meant to be perfect either. Like, we have to get rid of this whole thing of perfectionism. We're not meant to be perfect or smooth or no. you're fine the way you are. Like, you're more than fine.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
Okay. Tip number 6 is to buy our books.
Of course, tip number 6 was a promo. But I from 5, I feel there was kind of some mixed messaging there.
Go ahead, sure.
Because, like, she said, you can, do things, but you can, there's no such thing as flaws, but there's no such thing as perfection either. But perfection is the absence of flaws. So if you're not flawed, you're perfect. But if you're not perfect, you're flawed. You can't be both. This is one of those black and white things. If you are flawed, you're not perfect. If you're perfect, you're not flawed. Those are the two options. It is a dichotomy.
It is a dichotomy. All right, well, aside from their fucking book, which I have not gonna buy, is body positivity encouraging obesity? I have a 5-minute clip here from the doctors that
oh, fucking hell.
Hopefully will shine a little bit of light on it.
Fuck the doctors, man.
They're doctors, though. Come on.
They're not even real doctors. They're just people that Del Bigtree puts on the screen and claims are doctors, but they're not actual doctors.
Who knows? That might be
been such a good thing. We've talked about it on this show many times. I think it's helped people be kinder to one another, more understanding, but more importantly, to be
I see you, Virgo. Shut up.
able to love themselves. But now people are asking the question, could this actually be making us more obese? A new study from Georgia Southern University has found that despite the increasing rate of obesity in the country, fewer people are actively trying to lose weight. And so then some people have taken that jump to a conclusion, okay, could there in some way, shape, or form be a connection here? And I think what they found was the percent of overweight people trying to lose weight fell from 55 to 49%. That's not a huge decrease.
But 6% when you look at the scope of the problem.
Given that rates are going up.
And the obesity is going up. So now 75% of all Americans, adult Americans, are either overweight or obese. It's pretty high, but I don't think that body shaming and guilt has any part of the answer, and there's no reason to think so.
Well, we know fat shaming does the opposite of the intended effect. Fat shaming does not work.
You're right.
Yeah. And I think body positivity is an incredibly positive thing that should stay.
But you need to entwine.
But you also have to talk about health positivity.
And that's the difference. People come in different sizes and shapes, and being bigger, if you're healthy, is okay.
We've gotten to a place where I think we've come to a realization, and we talk about it on the show all the time.
So these are the lib doctors, huh?
Hold up. No, Del Bigtree is huge conservative brain.
I don't know who the fuck. Who's Del Bigtree? Who the fuck you're talking about?
Is
that Skeletor?
No, Del Bigtree is a fucking conservative.
Is this
head.
Del Bigtree?
No, Del Bigtree. He's like a.
Is he on
fuck!
here?
I gotta research his ass. No, he's the producer of that show.
Oh.
Like he owns a big multimedia network that puts shows on like that. Like they've had a lot of bad takes. Honestly, I think so.
Interesting. Del Bigtree.
I'm going to double
comedic villain.
I'll agree that
like
he's
one too.
Yeah, he's definitely a villain. Del Matthew Bigtree, American television producer.
Interesting.
The reason I hate this man, he is a supporter of the anti-vaccination group as well.
He's a doctor. I don't
He's not a doctor. He's just a CEO of an anti-vax group and of a television firm. Oh, I hit my mic. Did you hear that?
A little bit, but it's fine. So interesting. I never heard that. All right, so watch these guys with a grain of salt. So far, I don't know. They seem to be agreeing with the positive chicks from before.
Yeah, I'm getting a huge sense of whiplash right now because they're actually saying things that make sense. I'm wondering where the boot's dropping.
Different sizes and shapes, and being bigger, if you're healthy, is okay.
We've gotten to a place where I think we've come to a realization. We
that is not Del Bigtree.
How smoking such a massive publicity campaign to talk about, hey, if you smoke,
To
you're
be
going to die
fair,
sooner.
Del Big Tree's only influence might be the fact that they support herbal remedies.
Okay, well, if you
Not you, the herbal remedies. Not you, the herbal remedies. I mean, like shit, like.
What were you saying?
Fucking...
Del Big Tree supports herbal remedies. Well, then guess what, baby? I support
wrong
Del
kind
Big
of herbal remedies, like natural remedies, like naturopathic doctors and shit. You know, fake doctors.
The fake doctors, the ones that
The
don't
fake
cure
doctors.
the cancer.
The ones that don't cure the cancer, the ones that give you a coffee enema and then say they cured the cancer.
They're like, here, inhale this smoke.
Shove this piping hot black sludge up your ass.
Wait. It's hot when they put it up their ass?
No, I think it's cold, but I like to think it's hot just because it makes it
just because it makes it laugh a little.
No, it makes it sound as uncomfortable as ineffective as it is.
I feel like
basically.
the coffee enemas are just like, they're fucking doing like the downward facing dog with a tube and a funnel inside of their asshole. And then it's just like, they're getting the pot of fucking coffee hot and they're like, don't worry, it's coming. They're like, don't worry, it's coming. As soon as you hear it fucking steaming, I'm gonna fucking put it right up your asshole. Don't worry,
yeah,
it's not gonna burn the lips. It's gonna go directly into the fucking intestines, though. Like,
yeah, you get it. The piping hot coffee just sounds funnier.
Man. If you drink coffee and it gives you the shits, what happens if you shove it up your ass?
The intestines are much more effective at absorbing shit. So what would first happen is a lot more caffeine would be introduced into your bloodstream at once.
Then you would just start fucking shitting bricks up it.
Like the first thing that would happen, you get all that caffeine into one little section of blood that when it hits the brain, boom. It's like you just got fucking high. People have died from stuff like that, getting too much caffeine to the brain at once.
Could you imagine killing somebody with a coffee enema? How do you explain that to the parent? I poured fucking extra dark directly in her asshole. It was the dark blend from Starbucks.
I even added in the extra caffeine-loaded chocolate and that fucking extra-loaded caffeine lemonade from Panera Bread.
Of course I didn't use cream. Yeah, the doctors.
Going to die maybe up to a decade sooner. I do think, though, if you go to see the doctor and the doctor says, okay, you know, we're dealing with some issues here, your blood glucose numbers, we're worried about your blood pressure, we're worried about your cholesterol levels. That, to me, has to be a wake-up call. And that's when we have to say, okay, we got to get health positive here. Sure. And I don't know, quite frankly, that the healthcare system has done a really good job of separating the two.
Well, they have.
Being overweight versus, look, some of your healthcare parameter numbers here aren't so good.
And I think part of it is the onus is on physicians to mention weight, and sometimes they don't bring it up because they're not maybe reimbursed to talk about this obesity issue. There's not a lot of subsidized things that overweight patients can do to then lose weight, right? Does insurance pay for weight loss programs? Does insurance pay for physical therapists, et cetera? But I liken it to this. It's like this person in a raft on a river, and you know that Niagara Falls, like, to their death, is 200 feet away. And you run up to that guy on the river, and you're like, hey, that raft, it looks good. I like it. The color is nice on you. Well, you don't mention the waterfall, the thing that is going to bring about heart attacks and diabetes and their early death.
It is our job, but it's a very difficult problem, and it's a very complex.
But see, it just goes back to people not wanting to hear what they don't want to hear, right? You don't want to hear that you're unhealthy. You don't want to hear that you need to stop eating your favorite fucking foods. You know what I mean? It comes down to self-control, and it comes down to just wanting to be babied. I think this whole, like, fat, you know, I think this whole, like, I don't even want to call it body positivity, because all the body positivity shit that I've seen is,
it feels like an insult to body positivity, right?
I feel like it's fat positive shit that's, like, the issue, right? Where it's like you have women that are clearly unhealthy, you have men that are clearly unhealthy, that are actively trying to support, other people being unhealthy, and they're trying to hide it under the moniker of body positivity. If you are unhealthy because you have high cholesterol, high blood pressure, you have all these different issues because you're overweight, that you need to fix that.
To be fair, though, on like, okay, now I'm going to be the one playing devil's advocate on that end. Yeah, to be fair, if doctors didn't blame everything on people being fat, then people would probably listen to their advice on your weight, on their weight more, right? Because if you're even slightly bigger than average, the first thing the doctors are going to say is like, "Have you tried losing any weight?
Yeah, no.
Have you tried losing any weight?
Yeah. There's definitely a lack of health care when it comes to. I mean, there can definitely be some doctors that will use the fact that you're larger, and I know other fat people who don't want to go to the doctor for specifically that reason. They're just.
I'm in Canada, and they've even. I'm in Canada. Our healthcare is like slightly more freed up in that because we don't have the same constraints that American healthcare does, and even I still got it.
Yeah, they give you the have you lost weight, but I mean, in a lot of cases, the weight like a lot of us losing the weight would solve a lot of the issues that we're having, right? Like,
normally, yes,
I have back
but
issues.
If you're feeling
like if you go to a doctor about back pain, right? If you go to a doctor about like back pain, and he tells you to lose weight, is he being a bad doctor, or is he like?
No, because that could be what's causing it. That wouldn't be a bad call. But if you're feeling abnormally tired, and the first thing they do is blame it on the weight, and then something else comes up, and you just keep getting worse. Then that's the wrong move.
It's always going to be the weight, right? It's up to you to push past that because like. Being overweight can cause so many different issues and so many different things that are wrong with you, to the point that they're not, a lot of them are not being, unthorough when they're telling you, hey, you need to lose weight.
Some of them aren't, some of them aren't.
But some of them, a lot of them aren't, because like being overweight causes so many different health issues, right? And there are so many different side effects to those health issues, right?
Yes, but but the few that are there have kind of like created a little bit of a little blemish that people are going to take into account. It's like I don't agree with the sentiment, but I do know why it causes it. But the whole bad apple spoils the bunch shit.
It's like, imagine if you had a car, right, and you never take it to get its oil changed, and when you go into the car, and when you go in, and you're like, okay, the first thing your mechanic asks you is, when was your last oil change? And you're like, oh, it's been, 3 years or something like that, right? Well, he can say, well, okay, so a lot of the issues that you have are stemming from the fact that you're not getting your oil change regularly. You're not taking care of your vehicle, right? So because you're not taking care of it, things in it are breaking down, and it's going to cost more to fix. Now, it's the same with a person, except you can't really pay to fix some of the things that can go wrong with you being obese for all these years, okay? So when a doctor is telling you to lose weight, a lot of the times that would fix a surprising amount of issues that we have, right? Like, hey, doc, it's really hard for me to sleep. I'm not getting good rest. I fucking wake up, my mouth is dry. My partner is complaining of snoring, and and they say that like I stop breathing during my sleep, right? And it's like sleep apnea, okay? So they give you a sleep apnea mask, and then you have the fucking CPAP machine. But if you were to lose 50 pounds, then you wouldn't need the mask anymore. Should the doctor mention that, or should the doctor just give you the CPAP machine, right? I mean, let's say the doctor doesn't know, but the doc doesn't know like specifically it's 50 pounds. But if the doctor is like, if you were less fat, you could, you probably wouldn't have sleep apnea issues, right?
Right.
But I can give you this sleep apnea machine and you're sleeping with it and it has, it draws in air and, does the whole thing. So, should the doctor mention that along with
Yes,
the
the doctor
prescription
shouldn't.
for the fucking CPAP machine?
The doctor should still mention it, yes. It shouldn't be the only option they explore. Because if they only explore the one option, they could miss something.
But what if it's the weight that is definitely causing his sleep apnea, right? Should the doctor push for him to lose weight?
Yeah, if it's only the weight, then yes, the doctor should mention it. That's not the point. The point is, if they're being dead set on just blaming it on the weight and not trying to do anything else in terms of running tests, then they're being unfair to the patient.
But what if the weight is the cause and you can only treat the symptoms, right?
If the weight is the cause, you have to run tests and find out for sure to know that for sure. Some doctors will not even do that, is what I'm saying.
So how would a doctor figure out what's causing tiredness? I mean, I guess we're not doctors.
Okay, so
it's like
tiredness
what
example.
It would be like blood tests. It would be like what sleep studies. Like what would you think would be necessary for you to feel like a doctor wasn't just throwing it on your weight?
A sleep study and a blood test would probably be pretty accurate, because going back to the tired example, sleep apnea can cause your tiredness, but another couple things that can cause your tiredness is just being overstressed and overworked, or being extremely dehydrated. Now, sometimes you can be extremely dehydrated from being overstressed and overworked, but if you're only blaming the tiredness on the weight, but you're also overtired and extremely dehydrated, and you miss those, then things are going to get worse.
Sure, but let's say you have a doctor that is, not going to say overworked, but, let's say he's completely busy, booked, has tons of patients, right? Now, you're having this issue of tiredness. You can either tell this person, okay, we're going to schedule a sleep study for you. It's going to be within a month. We're going to schedule the time, come out, and then we're going to have, doctors sit with you overnight. It's going to cost this much. Your insurance is going to pay for this much. And, in order for him to do that, he has to fill out probably tons of paperwork for the reason why he wants to do the sleep study, et cetera, and then submit that to the insurance company. So there's tons of things, right, that this doctor would have to do. Or he can say, all right, try losing like 10 pounds and then come back and then tell me if you're still having the same issue. You know what I mean? Try losing about 10 pounds and then let me know if you're still feeling the same thing, if you're still feeling... Is that doctor... basically just like, because he's telling you to lose a little bit of weight first, is he still as inattentive because he doesn't want to necessarily...
No, you literally described a good doctor visit, Marco. He did things did things that should help in the here and now and advised on some things that will help in the future.
Well, yeah, no, but
that's the good doctor visit.
But what I'm saying is the doctor isn't setting up a sleep study or anything like that. He's deciding to say, hey, let's lose a little bit of weight before we take the next steps, which is X, Y, and Z, right? Whatever that may be.
Yeah, but he did say he was going to look into it further. Like, a lot of the mistrust in a lot of doctors is because they won't tell you that they're going to do something, or they're just going to poorly explain that. Like, sometimes it's not their fault, but a lot of times it's just they only want to explore the one option. They don't want to be the one to be like, oh, hey, there's a bunch of things you gotta do, but here's something that could help you possibly in a month's time.
So, like, as a technician, there are fixes where you can tell a person, like, hey, unplug the unit, wait 5 seconds, plug it in, and it'll probably start working again, right?
Yeah, turn it off and turn it back on approach.
To me, a doctor telling you to lose weight first and then come back and see how you feel that's the same sort of scenario as that, right? Like if a fat person is coming to me saying, hey, these are the issues that I'm having. I'm tired all the time. My back hurts. I'm always out of breath. Sometimes I just get short of breath. I sweat a lot. It's like, hey, listen, lose like 15 pounds and then come back. Get on a good diet. Get on a good exercise regimen, because you have this level of coverage. We pay for gym membership. So if you get a membership for a gym, it's covered under us. I know Kaiser's doing that. So if a doctor can tell you to do these things before they come back, and I don't think it's bad advice, right? Like I think there could be an issue, but I feel like a lot of the times, people don't want to hear that it's the weight that's causing the issue. So what they do is, they try to obfuscate and try to say like, hey, this is, they say, hey, this is, this is not what I want to hear, so I'm going to make it like, it's just like when the fucking black dude calls out racism when it's like clearly not racism. Like I remember when fucking, what's that fucking, what's the Jewish movie where the dude was saving all the Jewish people, but he was working in a factory and he was pretending like he was working them and he needed more, and then at the very Schindler's List. So they had a showing of Schindler's List, and a bunch of niggas got kicked out of the fucking movie theater because they were laughing at some of the scenes when like the Jewish people were getting killed and kicked down the holes and shit, right? And so they got asked to leave the movie theater, and there was a huge fucking backlash, right? They were like, this was racist. You guys just saw like a group of black people together and got scared and decided to kick them out and blah, blah, blah. But what it turns out happened, and everybody had egg on their face, is that, when they were like, were you guys laughing during the Holocaust? They were like, man, we weren't laughing. It was just, when like he fell down the hole weird, so we thought that was funny. We was laughing at that. But we wasn't really laughing at and it's like, oh, so you guys were being little fucking assholes, and you got asked to leave. It has nothing to do with race when you go down to it, right? So a lot of the times people who are like, doctors don't really check into anything. They just tell you to lose weight and that's it. Maybe some of them don't, but I feel like a lot of the times you come in there and you're like, I'm out of breath all the time. I'm not taking regular shits. I'm like, and they're like, well, what's your diet like? How much do you exercise? Oh, none? Shit? Okay, well, you need to change these things or else you're not going to have a different outcome. That's my only thing, right? Like, maybe not all the doctors are bad. Maybe, some of these fat people don't want to hear the fact that they need to lose weight. Like, I'm not even, I'm very fat realism. I'm a fat realist.
Yeah, to be fair, this particular part of the debate is very anecdotal. It's hard. It comes down a lot to personal experiences, and you can't really get proof of it because, doctor-patient confidentiality and bullshit like that.
Yeah. Also, yes, Schmitty, you can get your gym memberships paid for with Kaiser. There's like a thing. At least it was in my benefits package. They were like, Kaiser will pay for your gym memberships with like Kaiser Active Plus or something like that. And it didn't cost any extra, at least not for mine. I have the one where I have the $20 copay, and that's it. Every visit.
I guess the point I'm trying to go with is like, yeah, you can tell your patient to lose weight. If they need to lose weight, they need to lose weight.
Yep.
But you stand to be a little bit.
stand to have a little bit more aftercare, give them some steps on how, like, what they should do in terms of their diet. Like, there is a position called a dietitian in the hospital for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them, hey, go to this person, ask them get them to ask you a couple questions, and see if they can help you work out a diet to help you lose a little bit of weight.
But see, the dietitians, those are like those are like the actual medically trained, you know, that's not some bullshit Atkins diet, some bullshit paleo diet, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's different than the diet culture that these
that's why I recommended the dietitian there just now. Yeah, the dietitian is like, they're meant to help you work out a diet, help you get your calorie count low without sacrificing shit. Like, they know you need sugar. They know you need certain things, so they try and work all of that into your diet.
Interesting. Yeah.
Thing. It's not just, okay, well, you're overweight, get in the scale, oh, you're overweight, in fact, you're obese according to your BMI. Do this, but you know, there's so many other layers going on. Why?
It's mind, body, soul, cultural. The amount it takes to get in shape is not a quick fix. That's the problem.
I'm a little confused by this study. I don't know if it's skewed where it was done, but I would think with all the campaigns that are out there talking about type 2 diabetes and all the diet books, and people go out now and they list calories on menus and things, and people know how much sugar is in soda and certain.
It's just,
you would be amazed though, Drew, at how, as a society, we are so far down a path of the kinds of foods being everywhere that do lead to obesity and unhealthy living, and it's so easy to me to still get confused by what's really healthy for me. We still have food debates on this show. Sure. Should I eat eggs? Should I not?
Go with the arugula and
good
the kale.
or not?
You can't go wrong.
Well, but I think the takeaway here to me is I don't know that it's the body positivity movement has anything to do with this. The healthcare system as a whole does not do a great job of addressing obesity, the disease risk factors. It just doesn't. And we do ignore, in some cases, the Niagara Falls, and at our own peril in some ways.
And if you look at doctors across the board, a lot of doctors are in very poor health.
Absolutely.
So it's very hard to preach to your patient, hey, you need to not be obese. You need to...
Not every doctor is a certified swimsuit model like we are. Except for this dude.
The doctor that told me I needed to lose weight was about the same size as me, so like it was definitely hard to take his advice at face value.
True. Hey, what's up, Lava? How you doing? Thank you for the shout out, Virgo, for Lava. Welcome in here. We're going into fat stuff now. Let's see. Remove. All right. Now we're getting into some of the more nuanced opinions about. We're going into some of the negative shit. The first video we have is Blair White just shitting, and I mean literally shitting on dead, extra large, body positive celebrities. And then we have 2 middle ground episodes on his being fat a choice. We have one with the ladies, and then we have one with the men. The ladies is featuring this chick Lauren De Laguna, and guess what just happened? Lauren De Laguna and Dee Schwangen had a fucking huge dropout where Lauren was trying to bang Destiny. Destiny didn't want to, and so... I mean, no, she was trying to date Destiny, and Destiny was just trying to bang, and like, oh man. So then she started saying that he like records women, and then he started dropping logs. Oh man. Anyway, we're gonna watch one with Lauren De Laguna, and then we're gonna watch an episode of With Fit. But before that, we have Blair White just shitting on these fat bitches. All right, let's see Blair White shitting on these bitches. I love Blair White, bro.
Just because
Blair White's the shit. I'm joking, by the way.
I'm fat, that doesn't invalidate the things that I
Dear
say.
fuck, she looks like a fucking blow-up doll right there.
You ready to get supersized?
She died too.
Today I've got the big Fruit Loop.
He's dead.
Join me on my Fat Positive radio show.
Which didn't last long because she died. My hair is getting stuck on the Christmas tree. She's falling apart. Welcome back to my channel. There are a lot of lies that modern progressivism tells, right? And unfortunately, because a large chunk of the population
really
is stuck
going
on
hard
stupid.
into the fucking these libs are fucking telling you bullshit. I am the arbiter of truth. You will listen to me type angle.
Blair is very unlikable, bro. Blair is that one friend that you have that's like a complete. Blair is like Rui. Like you can't. Like, Rui is that one friend who you know some people are not gonna like him. You know what I mean? So you have to, like, be like, I'm not gonna bring Rui around. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Silver? I feel like you don't, because you guys hang out in sort of, like, the same kind of spaces. But I know a lot of niggas where I could not bring Rui around. Because Rui starts to make jokes about sucking dick. Man. We're going to have to run. And the niggas is fast, too. But if we get to our cars, it's good because they shits are on fucking bricks. All right, anyway.
Watch out if they haul out the eggs.
I'm just saying. But my whole point is, like, Blair is, like, a very unlikable person.
She's a very abrasive, very...
But
confrontational.
I find myself agreeing with her sometimes, and it's like, I'm like, fuck. Okay, she's making sense.
They do believe that no matter how obviously deceptive and insane
she's also
the lies are,
showing like.
Wait a second. They just showed the yoga bitch.
Deceptive.
The yoga bitch is actually decently in good shape.
Yeah, she's decently in good shape, but I don't think she knows anything about
That's
that.
not my. Yeah, no. She's just
attacking.
I think this is kind of. I think this is kind of proof that she's just looking for shock value in this one.
The lies are
because she's not. She's going for the surface level shit.
That is told
not
by
seeing what they're doing.
Is that you can be healthy at any size. That you can be obese and somehow happy. And that lie has spawned the absolutely hellish movement, fat positivity.
And I am 100% glorifying obesity, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's ironic, right?
What in the fuck is going on here? Is
It's
this
a voiceover.
Is this a trans man?
I don't know.
I
don't know this person, and she cut out the username, so we can't even verify this shit. I hate this kind of stuff. It's like they show us clips and shit, and then don't give us any way to fucking verify it.
This is kind of rough though, bruh. I don't think.
Glorifying obesity.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
But for all we know, this could be some guy that's on the right side who is fat but doesn't agree with body positivity, and then is clearly taking the piss out of the shit just so he can take the piss out of it. It could be satire.
That's what you're saying, okay.
Like, you don't know. This has happened before.
It's called the fat positivity movement.
It's not called
because
fat positivity.
Because TikTok has really taken the reins and has popularized it and taken it to this over-the-top level of exposure, we get to see these people documenting their journeys, their fat journeys. And what you're starting to see is these people are dying. Literally, famous influencers within this movement are passing away very young.
Blair, bitch, there's a problem with your argument there. We're literally all fucking dying.
I don't know about that.
Everyone dies, Marco.
Well, yeah, but if
some people quicker than others.
But if their lives are like actively leading them to a fucking early grave, and they're like, you know, promoters of this lifestyle so heavily, you know, it bears looking at. I'm not white knighting Blair White. Shut the fuck up. I'm just saying, if you're looking at this objectively speaking, right, and you have a bitch that's like, you know, as big as these people are, because these people are a different level than the chicks that we saw. Like, even the yoga chick is not on the same level as any of these.
I agree. This is some pretty, like, this is some stuff that it's very shocking, and that's the point. I want to say that I've not Blair White in particular, but I've perused a couple conservative channels who do have the same strategy of where they'll just pigeonhole a movement that they don't agree with and take the worst of the worst from that movement and make it seem like it's the commonplace thing. Just so they can make everyone in that movement feel bad.
Well, let's see. Let's see if she's saying that, though. I'm not saying if she's trying to say, like, it's a commonplace thing. Right now, so far, she's just said that these fat positive models are dying.
And
So the first person I'm going to look at.
That's also a shitty thing to do, by the way. The first thing she does is disrespect a person's life just because she doesn't agree with how they lived.
But if their lifestyle actively led to their death, you know what I mean? Like, you know the bear guy, the guy who died from, literally his name was the bear dude or whatever? He was, like, ripped apart by grizzly bears in Alaska, him and his girlfriend. I think it was, like, the grizzly man, right? He was ripped apart by fucking grizzly bears in Alaska. Do you know what fucking a lot of the like other bear experts said? The actual, like, they said, well, duh, you're gonna get ripped apart by fucking grizzly bears because, you know, of, you know, these reasons. They're fucking grizzly bears, right? Like, you asked for it. You know what I mean? Like, is it disrespectful of his memory for them to be like, well, I mean, look, this dude died doing something very fucking stupid, and this is why you shouldn't do it? Is that disrespectful to his memory? You know?
I'm absolutely sure they didn't phrase it the way you phrased it just now.
A lot of people did not like him, even before he died.
Was he... Okay, they didn't like him before he died?
No, because of
Timothy Treadwell.
Yeah, because he would just go up and play with the grizzly bears like they were fucking, like, dogs. You know what I mean? And it was encouraging people to do the same. Which is, you know, you show a video of this dude being hugged by a grizzly bear, like, playing with the grizzly bear like it's a dog or whatever. You know what I mean? And, you know, you have this kid that's sitting here watching it. Like, he's going to want to do the same thing, right? Sort of the same thing with this whole fat positive movements where you have these really fat influencers. You know, so she was a little harsh with the intro. Yes. But if their fucking lifestyle, like, if they died in a drive-by shooting, then she's an asshole. But if they died, you know, via heart, which is what I'm waiting for her to prove, right? Like, all of these people, what I'm looking for is for her to say, okay, they died due to, you know, complications, you know, from obesity, blah, 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 coronary heart failure, blah, 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 the kind of shit that they were saying. If she says, you know, if she's bringing all those kind of receipts, it's kind of hard to say, you know, if you make your fucking bed, you got to lie in it, and motherfuckers are going to point out that you lied in that bed. You know what I mean? So, that's just what it is.
I just dislike this kind of fucking, this kind of video format, the rage bait debate type shit. Yeah. Like, you try to prove your point by immediately using a point to enrage the person you're debating.
You know I love this shit, though. You know I love it. You know I do.
Who passed away is a very popular TikToker who goes by the handle of Sick and Tired of Waiting.
I ruined my life with food, binge eating, and lack of self-care. And I'm hoping that it's not too late for me this time. You know, I ain't been to the store in 2 years, maybe more now, I guess. I went to the post office once and that was hard. I went to urgent care and I thought my legs were gonna give out from under me, because I had to stand there the entire time after walking in.
Can I ask what's positive about that? Especially given the context that you already have that
Can
she
you
is now
pause
dead.
here
This
for a
was her
second?
second to last TikTok.
There we go.
Okay. Blair immediately cuts off after her saying nothing positive, saying her being so fat and not listening to her doctor's advice ruined her life, and now she's trying to equate that to the body positive movement.
Well, this TikToker in general, I think she should prove that this TikToker is a proponent of the body positive movement, right?
Have you ever heard of primacy and latency?
No, explain.
Primacy and latency is a well, it exists outside of legal terms, but like when it comes to the legal courtroom, it's that people are always going to hang off of the first point you make and the last point you make. They're more likely to forget the stuff that you say in the middle. So you put your most important stuff at the beginning and at the end.
Okay, yeah.
So right now, this is the first point she's trying to make. This is the first piece of evidence she's brought forth, and already she's lying to our face about the clip we literally just saw.
She's lying by saying that this isn't positive. So this post itself might not be positive, but what is she promoting? Fat positivity is what the question is.
In this moment, no, she is not.
No, but I mean,
she may have done it in the
channel
past.
in general, right? Like, imagine if somebody is posting, like, imagine me who has all these videos smoking weed, and then I have a video where I'm like, the lung cancer is metastasizing. You know, I don't know how much longer I'll have. The doctors say it's because of all the dabs that I took and that I shouldn't, blah, blah, blah. And they told me to stop smoking, but I kept, smoking. And then if somebody's like, so this is where fucking smoking weed gets you. And then you can't, like, stop and be like, no, he's not smoking weed in that video. You know what I mean?
Right.
If she was being
I feel like I'm
positive before.
Yeah, but I'm saying that. But what I'm saying right now, like, if she was body positive before this, then this is exactly the argument that you're making. It's like Blair White is saying that she's still being body positive in this video, despite saying, "I ruined my life."
I think she means more about her existence in general being body positive versus this particular video. Let's go back and see. She might say this video, and you can just shit on her.
And I thought my legs were gonna give out from under me, because I had to stand there the entire time after walking in.
Can I ask what's positive about that? Especially given the context that you already have that she is now dead. This was her second to last TikTok. What's really sad about this girl is that not only did she pass away extremely young, as you can see, but also towards the end of her life, she seemed to have kind of come to her senses about fat positivity, and she was actually trying to lose weight.
See, so she wasn't saying that. I think she was saying in general, like, what's positive about the issues that she's having. Not that particular video is positive, right? Like, she's saying...
Okay, fair. So it's not so much of a lie.
She's not looking at this particular video. She's looking at the outcome of a lifestyle and asking what's positive about that.
She's still looking at the extreme side of the debate, much like she is.
True. You got me out here defending Blair White now. I don't appreciate it.
Yeah, like, Blair White is the extreme, like, way more right than, like, most of the people I would be comfortable hanging out with, right?
Yeah. She's very right-wing. She hangs out with Alex Jones and shit, and they go shoot guns together.
Yeah.
And he really wants to fuck her. Because did you see where Alex Jones had that, like, weird thing with that one guy? He came out with the allegations. Yeah, well, he had transport too, but he had, like, there was this dude who had allegations against Alex Jones, like, groping him and, like, grabbing his dick and balls and, like, asking him for nudes.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
I did not.
There was a former InfoWars employee that was going through all that shit with Alex Jones, And then, like, Blair White's out here like, yeah, this is my friend. You know Alex Jones made a pass at her like, hey, if you want to, come back to my place and, you could stay the night. Alex, I have a house out here. My wife's not home. All right, we'll just hang out. You're my buddy, We'll talk about the libs. You're getting red, Alex. What's going on? He's like slowly getting redder. No, my dick's not getting hard. That's definitely not what's happening. I mean, yeah, bro. He wants to fuck Blair White. I'm fucking bet my bottom dollar on it.
She have kind of come to her senses about fat positivity, and she was actually trying to lose weight.
I was truly okay with dying.
The movement isn't even supposed to be fat. I guess maybe there is a movement called fat positivity that's separate from body positivity. I don't know.
It all went away.
This is my first time hearing about fat positivity specifically.
I cannot.
Maybe this is an entirely different issue that I've never heard about.
Being able to do this, and I have so many people that need me here.
Well, up there, that looks like her trying to get like
things that have happened,
some range of motion going.
It's the end for
like
me.
she's big, so she's got to do smaller shit in order to work up, right?
Maybe she was trying to lose weight.
Too late. So what's really sad about this story,
so it's not like she wasn't trying.
Commented.
It's just she wasn't
now dead
putting
girls,
herself
TikTok.
down
Tess Holiday
because
is
she
a
is
fat
big.
model, an obese model who is famous for spreading this message.
Now, there are a few words that I don't allow when somebody comes into my house, and healthy is one of them.
That's really all you need to know about her right there, right? She is promoting to her audience, one of which we can see is a young lady who died, saying that she doesn't even allow the word healthy in her home. Promotes this self-harm, literally. Stop calling it that. It's called self-harm. Masked as self-love, which is sick.
When it comes to
oh my
what
God,
these
this means
people
so
like to
much. I
fucking
love
put
you.
forth.
Thank you.
Wait, go say that again.
Okay. When it comes to healthy food, sometimes what people peddle as healthy is not healthy at all.
Yeah,
right?
but most of the shit that fat people are eating, and me included, is not healthy food. I'm not gonna ever sit here and say my diet is healthy. It might not be what a doctor considers healthy. You know what I mean? It's.
Oh yeah, no, that's not what I'm.
But we're not talking about like the fake, the fake health gurus that are just like, oh, if you fucking drink my shake a day, you can eat whatever you want, no fucking problem.
To be fair, if I got burned by a health guru, I would not want to ever hear the word healthy again.
The whole point is that like we're not talking about like we're talking about like a prescribed diet by like a fucking dietitian, right? Like that's the kind of shit she doesn't want to hear,
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah, you know what? Fair. She literally did just haul out 2 halves of a big bagel with a fucking huge amount of cream cheese on it.
It might just be a joke where she literally means it, but either way, it
could have been slapstick.
It is promoting being unhealthy to your audience because she was on live.
Yes.
Saying it. So I mean,
no, that's kind of irresponsible there. Yeah,
you caught her slipping up. All right. That doesn't mean that she constantly does it, but I don't know. Blair White so far hasn't made any missteps nothing I don't agree with.
So much. So
she's just still very abrasive and a bit of a bitch.
She's very unlikable. I don't know, bro.
Encouraged you to self-harm in this way, that led this cult, that brought you down this path, as if excluding the word healthy from your vernacular is somehow self-love or somehow loving yourself, that refusing to take care of yourself or give a fuck about what happens to your body.
You've only shown a clip. You haven't proved to us that she actually meant that.
Self-love? And y'all want to look at every political influencer when there's a political tragedy in the world, right? And say, oh my God, it's this one's fault because we see they followed this influencer and we see this and we see that. And sometimes that's applicable. Sometimes there are crazy people in the world who tell people to do crazy things. But a lot of the times I see very benign, like standard political commentators getting hit with, hate articles about how they led someone to committing some sort of atrocity. Meanwhile, Tess Holiday is up here speaking at the United Nations after a clear-cut example here of leading a young girl into death.
we have been affected in the plus size modeling industry, and as she was sharing overall, by deep issues that are rooted in racism. I mean, the fact that folks despise larger bodied individuals roots back to
Okay, stop
racism.
priming the audience with fucking music.
But come on, though. You can't say that being fat has roots in racism.
She's trying to make a point. If she wants to make a point, make the point. Don't prime it with stupid music to try and make it sound even worse. If it's a bad clip, it's a bad clip. Let it be a bad clip on its own.
Fair enough, but it's a fucking really bad. That's really bad, though. So,
yes, but the fact that she... No, I can't. I do not like this manipulative type of nefarious shit.
Yeah, it's manipulative and nefarious. Fair enough. Fair enough. But I feel like it is something I would do because it's. I promise.
Yes,
I would do the fuck out of this. Like,
but
if it
half
was a
of the
Nick
time,
Fuentes video, like, come on, you would shit on.
Yeah,
it
but
too.
But Marco, you brand yourself as a comedian. You're taking the piss out of everything half of the time. So it makes sense for you to do it. Blair White is trying to be a political commentator right now. Stick to the facts.
But do you agree with that? Fucking being fat being fat phobic is rooted in racism.
Being fat phobic is not rooted in racism. I know why she chose the music choice. That doesn't mean I approve of the music choice.
Fair enough, but it's a really bad fucking point. I'm sorry, I can't. It's a really bad point. Like, she got her on this one. That's why this person had to sneak record this.
Racism.
Tess Holliday, who sees herself as
Also,
some sort of
we don't
fat
even have
Rosa
the full
Parks.
context of the clip. What was she talking about? Like, I know Blair White implied that she was talking about someone's death there.
No. She was.
How are we to know?
She said that she led this girl to death, and this chick was talking about how fat phobia was rooted in racism. How it's like one in the. I don't know if she's gonna say it was one and the same, but she wasn't talking about that girl's death at all. She just said in general that this chick led her to her death, which I don't agree with. I feel like there are also other people that, you know, kind of lead the same lifestyle. She would have gotten there without this particular chick. She just was kind of the most famous person who is profiting over, or who is promoting this lifestyle that sort of did the thing. As a fat man, I'm gonna save up and buy first class. But yeah, no, it's if you decided to eat the extra food, bro, like, you should pay for the extra seat.
Yeah, I was going to say,
if you're that fat, you should not be fucking encroaching anybody's space. You know, have the extra seat.
Yeah.
Put something in it if you want, but like, you shouldn't be fucking.
As left wing as I am, I have to agree here. Like, this is a concession that would have to be made.
As a fat man, yeah, either pay for the fucking first class or buy an extra fucking seat.
I am capable of sitting in a seat on my own.
I don't know if I can,
but
I might be too fat to do that.
I'm a very leg heavy guy with a little bit of gut.
I'm a very
leg
and gut heavy guy.
I can scrunch into a tight seat if I have to. So, but if I had to take up two seats, I would buy the second seat.
Yeah, and it's not even take up the second seat. It's just, you know, you're gonna be encroaching into that seat so hard that you should. Yeah, I agree.
If you're encroaching into the space, airplane seats are small, but that still doesn't mean that you should be encroaching on other people's seats.
Yeah,
I will crush my nuts I will crush my nuts in order to make sure I'm not encroaching on anyone's space.
Yeah, no. Well, if you buy that extra seat, then you can have a wide stance.
Then I can have the widest stance. I can show everyone my massive cojones if I need to.
Yeah, easy. And if you and your lady are big, buy the aisle, right? Just 3 seats. Buy that one extra seat. You guys sit across next to each other.
Yeah, and then you can fucking. Yeah, you can snuggle up you can meet in the middle there. Snuggle up.
Kinda. I don't think you can do that though, because there's like the seats don't go all the way up. The arms, at least I don't know. I haven't been on an airplane in a while, in years.
Some of them do, some of them don't. It depends on if you're not on Delta or not.
Yeah, don't fly Delta or do fly Delta. I don't know. Is it bad? Is it good? Who knows?
To be fair, there are way too many stories of people getting assaulted by Delta employees that I would never fly with them.
Just be real with it, bro. Just be like, hey, bro, I know you a real one. I'm a real one too. If you don't want to start fucking tussling in the aisle. Just me, 7. I'm just fucking throwing stewardesses through the fucking bitches. Bam!
If you want to start shit on this plane, we can start shit on this plane, but this plane ain't going to be able to take off afterwards.
I could capsize this whole motherfucker. Come fuck around. And then the fucking air marshal comes by. He's tripping. Now I got to take him down. Anyway.
You're too big for the taser to work, so you just haul the taser
in
from
my
him
opinion,
with the
more
extra
like a fat Charles
pack
Manson.
And shoot him
Just
with
a cult leader.
Exactly.
Literally led this girl to death. And you have to wonder why the establishment pushes this lie so hard, right? Imagine a population easier to control than a sick one. Look no further than the fact that they pushed that lie as hard as ever during COVID, during a pandemic for which something like 70-something% of the people that were hospitalized during COVID were obese.
Label they made
and yet,
up, honestly.
they were still pushing that lie.
I don't know.
And yet, Tess Holliday
Fat
dared show her
positives
face
feels like a misnomer.
in that climate. But little kids going to the park during COVID were killing grandmas. Okay, glad you all got your 7 boosters. Maybe you should have not
now
gotten
she's
the 7 hamburger. Like I just.
Oh, don't you tell me she's
wait,
trying
they
to
were giving
fucking
the hamburgers for
shoehorn
free
anti-vax
if you got
rhetoric
the
into the
booster.
middle of this shit.
She's very anti-vax, but I don't agree with that.
Oh, what the fuck? This is not the appropriate forum for anti-vax. At least keep on points.
Literally. Doesn't matter. She's making her fucking points. But like...
Okay, glad you all got your COVID. We're killing grandmas. Okay, glad you all got your 7 boosters. Maybe you should have not gotten the 7 hamburger. Like I just. Oh wait, they were giving the hamburgers for free if you got the booster.
Did you say free fries when you get vaccinated? If this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination.
Hey, hold up.
I'm getting a very good feeling.
Nothing keeps the
I don't
population
see
more
how
oppressed
one
than
burger
keeping them in a constant
every
state of
couple
poor
of
health.
months is a bad
And
thing.
if you can convince that population that that self-harm they're engaging in is actually self-love, just gaslight them right to their faces. No, you love yourself if you glutton yourself to the point where you're not mobile. Tess Holliday is inspirational, and the Victoria's Secret models actually set unrealistic expectations. Listen, this can be very subjective, and y'all can disagree with me, because you're free to be wrong. But in my opinion, it's a whole lot more unrealistic to become the size of a mountain than to become that size, right?
No, not even a little bit. It takes so much effort and so much fucking...
You could see the definition of the... How long do you think these women had to dehydrate in order to be able to see the definition of their abdomens?
Look at this bitch's
How long?
legs. She has the legs of like a Somalian fucking refugee. Like, this bitch needs help.
You could park a plane in her thigh gap.
This is ridiculous. It's way
This
easier
is
to
more
get fat.
unrealistic. Yeah, it is way more unrealistic to be that thin. And honestly, I do not find people that thin that attractive.
Blair White reminds me of the anti-Ari. Like the exact opposite of Ariana. It's just, but they have the same, girl, please. Like, it'd be fun to watch them, like, fucking go at each other. Just, like, fucking yell and just be like, ooh,
Honestly, half of the women on that stage look like even when I was at my lightest as an adult, I could still snap them in half accidentally.
Yeah, they're very tiny.
To become the size of a mountain than to become that size, right? Because I can't imagine the
It is
amount
harder to
of,
lose weight than it is to gain.
like I've been saying, self-harm it would take to even get to that state. I mean, a lot of them say it just crept up on them, but like, I don't know how much I believe that. it's got to take years. So like being thin is unrealistic, but being Tess Holliday's size is realistic. A
That's
body
how
size
it
that has
works,
not even really
the
existed
creeping
until
up
very
shit.
recently in history. It's a bit
You don't
supernatural.
notice it because it happens little by little. And then when somebody finally points out, hey, you're looking a bit big, you're like, that's when you finally look in the mirror and then look at what you used to look like and realize, holy shit, what happened? That's how creeping up works.
Fat. Because you know how society treats us, and you're treating us that way. You can frame it as self-love and blah, 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 and all the other shit you're saying, but the science doesn't agree with you. The science says that what you are doing is harmful to fat people.
So Dr. Kat Paz is another was a leading voice in the fat positive movement.
Hi, my name is Kat, and I'm usually the fattest person in the room. Join me on my fat positive radio show, Friend of Marilyn, where we talk fat politics, scholarship, identity, culture, and activism with fat people from around the world.
She was a Massey
Why is there
University
so
Fat
many?
Studies.
Why are there enough
Professor?
to I don't know.
Fat studies. What the f are you studying? And y'all want to say that the colleges haven't fallen. Y'all want to look at people crazy when they say colleges.
Okay, how old was
it's
Kat
not quite
Paz when
what they
she
used
died?
to be.
Let's check.
Fat studies.
I'll check there now.
Check and see how old she was when she died. The other ones were younger. But yeah, Blair White is very unlikable.
43. She was 43. 42.
That's pretty young.
She was almost 43.
That is pretty young. Jesus.
The
Yeah, that
science
was pretty young.
isn't actually as clear cut as
But
we'd like
people
to
die
believe.
from heart
And
attacks
there's
at
not really
35, so
quite a consensus yet
for an
about the
obese
real
person
relationship between weight and health.
with
Obese people and even morbidly obese people have just as
heart
good health,
issues,
or sometimes
that's
even
probably
better
longer
health
than was
than people
expected.
who are in the healthy weight ranges.
I'm not trying to make light of these people's death. It's actually very sad. And as someone who has struggled with eating disorders throughout my life, and someone who just knows about body image just a whole lot, right? Y'all see the before picture. It's been a lot. You know, it's clear as day a whole life. And it's actually very sad. And as someone who has struggled with eating disorders throughout my life, and someone who just knows about body image just a whole lot, right? Y'all see the before picture. It's been a lot. You know,
I don't see any fucking before pictures.
It's clear as day to see
She
these people are
means
not happy.
they've
and the
seen
lie that
the
these
before
people themselves will
pictures.
tell you is that
Because
they are happy.
she's
but
talking to her own
science
audience
has
right
more
now.
and more shown that mental health is directly connected
She's
to
not
gut
trying
health.
to convince. She's not trying to convince people outside of her audience. She's trying to rile up her
There
own
is so
audience.
much about the gut that science is discovering. A study showed that patients with depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and autistic spectrum disorder have different gut microbiota compositions.
Up to 50% of dopamine that your body synthesizes is synthesized within the gut. Dopamine is that little chemical that makes you happy, makes you want to live life, makes you feel pleasure.
Oh, don't you?
Keeps your mental health in check. Like, you need dopamine. You definitely do. You can't do anything without dopamine. Ask anyone who has ADHD, which is a dopamine deficiency disorder. They can't do much.
What specifically is it about poor gut health that causes more anxiety?
It's inflammatory based. A lot of people will think of swelling. Inflammation can cause swelling, but really the inflammatory process involves the secretion or the production of lots of chemicals in the body that can have a
What's the name of
negative
this doctor?
effect on cells. With poor gut health, you can get chemicals that are secreted by some of these bacteria. They travel through the vagus nerve, loosening nerve connections. So for optimal brain functioning, you need nerves to tightly connect to one another. If you start getting loose connections between these nerves, you start getting inadequate functioning. That inadequate functioning can be responsible for both depression. You can also get malfunctioning of certain structures in the brain that are responsible for controlling or modulating your anxiety.
So if you have a suspicion that these fat activists when they say they're so happy and it's all about self-love and they're, fat liberation, they say. They feel liberated, they feel free, they're happy, they love themselves. If you have a sneaking suspicion that that's all bullshit, you're correct.
My boyfriend's new apartment hates fat people. This is the kitchen. This is the fridge. Oh, let's go. Oh, it opens from the other side. Oh, can't fit here. Oh, every time you want to go to the fridge. So I guess what we could do is we can just like open it the other way, right? And then sneak in while it's open. Here we go. Oh!
Waffler69 is another example of a TikToker that died extremely young. He died at 33. My God.
TikTok star Waffler69 has died at the age of 33.
Okay.
The famed foodie, whose real
One
name
thing.
is Taylor, died on Wednesday
She
night.
said
His
that
brother
she's
Clayton
not
announced
trying
the
to
sad
make
news in a
light of their
TikTok
deaths, right?
Yeah.
Why is all of her examples revolving around people who died?
Well, because she's trying to point out that a certain lifestyle leads to a certain end.
Yes, but if she's trying to make a point, and she doesn't want to make light of people's deaths, then she doesn't have to point at the dead people. There are plenty of living people that probably make just as good of an example.
Well, yeah, but if you talk about the living people, then, are they about to die? No, you're just giving them kind of publicity, right? If you're pointing out the dead people, then it's sort of proving the point that this has an ending in its death. At least that's what I would think.
Video.
The ending to all
But
life
she
is
hasn't.
death.
But she hasn't showed. What she hasn't showed is how they've died.
He has passed away from a presumed heart attack.
Clayton told TMZ that Taylor was experiencing discomfort, and when things got worse, he called an ambulance to take him to a hospital, where the Louisiana native died that night.
I'm 30. I can't imagine having 3 years left in my life because I'm making eating videos on TikTok. What's really sad also about him is if you look back at his videos, his first videos, which never hit, that the algorithm never picked him up, he never got famous for them, were regular videos. They weren't him eating. And then as soon as he started eating crazy shit on camera, his shit went up. So it's like he got stuck in this weird dystopian, psychotic 21st century problem of like, I'm getting paid to eat unhealthy foods and like gross people out on camera, and it's killing my body, but it's making me money. It's very dark. It's very dystopian, like I said. He wasn't necessarily on camera talking about fat is beautiful, you can be healthy, but he was taken by clearly the idea that he can just live on and eat like that, which is a lie directly told by the fat positive
She
movement.
shouldn't have brought this nigga into this. He's not a fucking fat positive fucking. All he does is make videos eating shit, and he was a fat dude that died. He's not fat positive.
It's just a fact.
He has nothing to do with the movement. You're just gotta bring this nigga in here, okay?
You can't.
She's
eat like
ragging
that
on
in
fat
Israel. You just
people at
can't.
this point.
He died of a heart attack. It's all heart attacks, right? Jamie Lopez is another example of a young woman died at 37. And this one is really sad. She seemed like a really lovely,
Go back for a second.
woman full of life.
Jesus. She's full of something.
I want Tristan Justice. Let's see who he writes for.
Right.
The Federalist, well-known right-wing extremist newsletter.
At least it's not Breitbart. I never heard of the Federalist. Really?
To be fair.
It's a 1 minute read. When did this video come out? 5 months ago. 1.5 million views.
Another example of a young woman died at 37. And this one is really sad. She seemed like a really lovely, woman full of life. And what's really sad is she's another example of someone who towards the end of her life decided that she wasn't actually feeling positive. She wasn't actually happy being that obese, and she was trying to lose weight.
And I knew I had so much more purpose and so much more life to live. I've been working on myself to become mobile again. I completely changed my eating habits.
This is keto pizza. I just took it out of the oven.
I lost 400 pounds, and I've been learning how to walk again.
But sometimes you get yourself to a certain point and it's just over. It's a wrap. she also passed away. She had a TV show centered around her and all the other employees being morbidly obese.
You ready to get supersized? Baby.Beauty Couture is the first ever salon by plus size girls for plus size girls.
Can't nobody tell them they not fly at 700 pounds. You better go big or go home.
The all-new series.
The whole gag of it was like, we're big and we're beautiful and we're salon workers and we can do what you can do, and you can't do what we can do because your legs are going to give out, your heart's going to give out. It's just, these are just simple facts. And why y'all get so upset about simple, inoffensive truths beyond me.
They're pretty offensive, but
beyond me. As a result of these people dying,
completely
people are
offensive.
leaving the movement. As you
They're
can
not
see.
simple and they're not offensive. Sometimes they're sometimes it's very nuanced.
And I'm not going to sit
Some
here and say
people
the
can't help
community
it,
put a
and
gun
they
to my
just
head
want to
and
be
told me I was
happy.
going to be fat forever. Because I take responsibility for my actions, but reading the shit in the body positivity movement and interacting with the people in the community at the time enabled me to not make good decisions for my health. I'm just being honest, based on my experience. I know other people have had better experiences with it, and I love that, but again, that's just not my experience. I personally didn't think that there was anything positive about me and my body when I was not taking care of myself. And I was obese at one point, and people will still say, you weren't obese, you were mid-size, if that. I was obese, and people just don't understand what that is anymore because everybody is overweight.
I actually feel kind of guilty for being a part of this movement. I see a lot of fat girls who gained a lot of weight from being caught up in this movement and turning around 5, 6, 7 years later talking about, damn, I let my health go to shit. I got this problem now. I'm 400 pounds. I can't do this. I can't do that. I'm not claiming that you got to hate fat people. That's literally the opposite of what I'm saying. But let's be for real. Health is real. Organs failing is real. Diabetes, heart disease, all that is real, okay? It's not fat phobic to care about your health.
And as you can imagine, of course, those ladies are getting massive amounts of hate because they dare to not want to die.
It really sucks that all of these people who showed me what body positivity was, who taught me about the movement, who were saying things like fat bodies deserve respected care and that weight loss doesn't always work and yada yada, are then turning to it later on and no longer uplifting or having the same messages.
God forbid they observe what's happening to others within the community, dropping dead suddenly. Oh, suddenly. Y'all know.
Okay, here's where the conspiracy theory comes in.
Often say
of
that.
Course.
You think she's going to go to the Jews? You think it's going to be the Jews that are doing this? What do you think? George Soros?
No. I don't know. Del Bigtree might. What about Del Bigtree? Del Bigtree is on their side, and he's Jewish.
Del Bigtree, yep.
When an idea just doesn't make any sense and it flies in the face of logic just so hard, but people are so hell-bent on believing it, half the time when it makes no sense is because it's like a sex thing. I believe this. The furry thing doesn't make sense. So for me, it's like, that's a sex thing. A lot of these trannies coming up, I look at that and I'm like, oh, that's a sex thing. That's not the same. No. A lot of the times it's true. We are beings that, sex is like our fuel, and it's wild, but it is. So if you ever had a sneaking suspicion that the fat positive movement is just a sex thing, there's some validity to that if you look at the history of it, which is actually very dark and scary. Enter NAFA, the National Association to Advance Fat Acceptance.
They're mad as hell and they're not gonna diet anymore.
I look a lot like my fat mother who's 80 years old and she mows the lawn, and I think I'm lucky to get this body.
You are sexy and hot.
And what they really mean is to advance the fat fetish, because the leader, Bill Fabry, started this movement because his fat wife was getting ridiculed and he became ashamed of being with her. So he created an organization that on its face was trying to get people to accept fat women specifically. It's always the women, right? Notice how there's no men in this movement other than perverts who are into fat women. Basically, this group descended into an
Why do you
entire
gotta be a
group that
pervert to
on
be into
paper
fat
looks
women?
as though it's,
People
for
can have a
society's
type.
benefit apparently, but it's
That
actually
type
just like a
doesn't
fetish
always have
meetup
to
group.
match your
During
type.
the 70s, NAFA also started adding personal dating ads in their newsletter of what was usually a fat woman looking for a partner or a fat admirer looking for a fat woman. NAFA also held annual conventions.
Notice they
where
mentioned
members show
150
up
as
to
being overweight.
Look at the big smile on this dude's face. He's so happy. He's so. You know that? Have you ever seen the Far Side comics where there's like she's looking for the Chihuahua, and like she's like putting up signs like lost dog, and then the Chihuahua's in her butt cheeks, and then like this dude wants to be that Chihuahua. You know what I mean? He wants to be in between those big butt cheeks.
NAFA also held annual conventions where members show up to party, attend events, and socialize. These events were, according to members and non-members alike, a giant meat fest, full of lots of lustful behavior.
And the videos.
A meat fest.
The videos.
Enough with the diet talk already.
Welcomed as a hero in Newark, lawyer and author Professor Paul Campos, whose controversial book, The Obesity Myth, has just hit the shelves.
And that it doesn't make any sense to focus on our weight, and it especially doesn't make any sense to focus on making fat people thin, which is an absolutely crazy kind of public health policy.
And everybody claps. You can see this is literally just some weird pervert trying to appease a room full of women that
we only heard part of his
has
speech.
a hard on for. It's literally just clear as day.
He has said points that we've made earlier in.
We kind of need. I mean, he hasn't really made any points, but we kind of need a little bit more than what you showed us.
You could see that.
Yeah, like
he claims the
he
obsession
said,
with
diets
weight is more
aren't.
about idolizing
We got to get rid of
thinness
the whole
than
diet
health.
thing
All
because
of
it's
the hysteria
unhealthy.
that we're hearing right
which
now
is a point
about
I
how
made
there's a
earlier.
huge public health crisis because of increasing weight is just that. It's hysteria. It's moral panic. It's not based on some sort of legitimate health crisis, of which there is none in the United States.
They created magazines
Okay,
with fat
now
women
we know.
on the covers that
now
were not.
he's sounding a bit more weird. There's definitely a health crisis in the United States.
This dude is fucking crazy.
X-rated, but pretty damn
There's
close.
definitely a health
They would
crisis
have all
in the
these
United
meetups
States,
and these
and it's the
events where
United
people would
States'
go
own
to them,
fault.
and people would often walk away with very sour experiences because these women would go into the events thinking that it was about, positivity and about,
It was about
accepting
fucking
yourself,
fat
and
bitches.
advancing society for
about
fat people.
fucking fat
And what they would
bitches.
find is it was a room full
It's
of
about
fat women and a
getting
bunch
money,
of perverted dudes
getting pussy.
who weren't even fat, who wanted to have sex with them. And it was basically just like a big free-for-all. And it was a highly sexual event. So that's the history of literally where the fat pop.
I love Blair White. It's like the history of it is a bunch of fucking perverts trying to fuck fat bitches. So that's where it started. It's like, whoa, what?
Positive movement started out of like a sex fetish group.
Yes.
And here's where y'all are going to say, Blair, you're kink shaming. I am. What are you going to do about it?
Shots fired.
If your kink is like, forcing someone or encouraging someone to eat themselves to death, you got to be checked. You're a sick. And now you have a bunch of women, young, confused women on TikTok that have fallen into this.
Come on,
group that
bro.
was
You
started to
can't show
fetishize
these
their
bitches
body.
like this.
And they think it's about self-love. They have been convinced. They have been neurologically neurotic.
Welcome to A Day in the Life of a Fat Activist. I start the day off feeding my cat some treats because she needs to know that unless she's fat, I won't love her.
Okay, this
Then
is
I
clearly
took a bath
satire.
because
right?
I'm far too lazy
This
to
is
stand
obviously satire.
and need to preserve all the calories that I can
Well,
for
yeah,
the day.
I mean,
Then I filmed some TikToks, making sure to glorify obesity and show everyone how cool and trendy it is to be fat.
They have been bamboozled into thinking that themselves is loving themselves. And that's, again, about the most dystopian thing I could imagine.
I'm gonna be
Again
honest,
with this
there's
fucking music.
a lot of really fat phobic people out there. Even in the queer community, I was a go-go dancer at a pride party, and the amount of money that I made versus the amount of money that the thin people made was not the same. Sometimes people don't even feel comfortable like putting.
all right, we're not gonna watch Blair White just fucking roast these bitches.
Yeah, no, this is just fucking react time now.
Say what you want about her ass. She made a couple of good points. A lot of her points were no. I mean, what do I disagree with?
The only thing she's got right is the fact that people do need to get their heads on straight and realize that, yes, sometimes, a nice majority of the time, being fat does not mean being healthy. Some people are healthy when they're big, but a lot of people aren't.
No,
that is about it.
I feel like I mostly agree with everything she said. No, she said something that was controversial that I kind of didn't fuck with. I don't know about these dopamines produced in your brain. Most of them are.
Yeah, the whole gut health thing kind of got to me. Like I hear gut health every now and then, and usually when someone's referring to gut health, they usually bring up the idea of leaky gut causing shit. Which is that in itself is a myth. Like, leaky gut isn't the thing.
Okay, well. Anyway. Let us continue.
Did she even show us the fucking name of that doctor?
Probably not.
Doctor.
The doctor probably isn't legitimate. I don't know. Like, I don't necessarily disagree. She's basically saying that a lot of these fat fucking positive influencers died. Some of them were trying to change their lives before they died, and those people who changed their lives were ridiculed by the community. Now, how large this community is could be a question, right? If it's just like a handful of influencers, it's like a small issue, then that's one thing. But if it's an actual issue where it's, kind of becoming a problem, that's another one.
Yeah, but I also noticed that they were conflating fat positivity and body positivity. Are they the same thing? Are they different? She never really explained that point.
No, I think fat positivity, that's not a thing. Fat positive is not a thing. They're called body positive, right? And I think fat positivity is sort of hiding within body positivity. And I don't agree with fat positivity, but I can agree with body positivity. So, yeah.
I agree with being happy about yourself. I don't agree with being self-destructive with it.
It depends. I mean, so sometimes you don't even realize you're self-destructive. But yeah. If I had
Blair White is as charming as skunk perfume.
Blair White's a little charming. Okay. Okay, maybe not. Thinking about it, I'm like, man, if she's quiet and stays in the corner and doesn't speak, you know what I mean?
Doesn't.
It just doesn't give her opinion on anything. That will never be Blair White, though. That's part of what's charming about her. I'm not sitting here saying positive things about Blair White. Fucking, she makes good content.
She makes rage bait content.
It is, but it's like entertaining at least. I want to take like tips from that and like incorporate that shit. All right, you skinny bitches, let me show you the truth about what it's like to be fat. And then just start, and then just like pull the shirt off. Slowly though. Anyway, speaking of pulling off shirts slowly, I have, like I said, the 2 Jubilee debates. So I have the first one with, I think it looks like women and men, maybe just women. And then the second one with only men. Okay? So, the second one, fit men versus fat men, we're going to watch second, obviously. And the first one, we're going to watch right now. But the thing is, this first one has Lauren De Laguna in it, who just had a little bit of controversy with our boy D. Schwangen. As in, she wanted to fuck him and he didn't. Or,
I'm sorry.
She wanted to date him and he didn't want to date her. Anyway, fat versus skinny. Is being fat a choice?
There's a big difference between the people who are telling people go out and get fat versus a Lizzo who's saying accept me the way I am.
She's not just saying accept me the way I am. She's dressing extremely scantily clad and then saying if you don't think that it's normal for a morbidly obese person to be wearing a G-string in the middle of public, then you're the problem.
That's Lauren.
Being fat or skinny is a choice. Agreeers?
All right, I guess we already answered that. Fat dude agrees.
Of course, not every factor is purely choice. I don't think that every factor is, but I do think a majority of it is. And in most cases, for most people, being skinny or being fat is about willpower. It's about the environment you grow up in, sure, but who you choose to associate with, what sort of things you choose to listen to, who you choose to kind of have as your friends around you and support you. All of those things are choices that you can make that will lead you closer towards being one or the other.
I know what I do with my body. I know what I put into it, day in and day out. I choose not to eat some days. I choose, how I want to look. And I don't fault anyone for how they want to look or how they want to be, but I think it's a choice at the end of the day. I'm very, always wish-washy on how I want to be presented and if I want to gain weight or not. But the only person that's going to gain the weight at the end of the day is me and me myself.
For me, it's calories in, calories out. Go to the gym, you'll get buff. Don't go to the gym, you won't get buff.
Calories in, calories out. That sounds like a familiar point. Who's made that point that she's interacted with before?
I wonder who are you thinking of?
I don't know. It sounds like there's some fitness. It sounds like something I don't know.
I don't think Blair White said that. Did Blair White say it? And I don't think she said.
No.
Was it Destiny?
No. I'm trying to think if Destiny said anything like this before.
Yeah, I don't know if Destiny ever
ever addressed it over.
Destiny has never talked about a lot of fat stuff before, at least not from my knowledge. I mean, maybe he has.
Okay.
It's not like I have an encyclopedic knowledge. Oh,
no,
you know what? He has talked about fat stuff before. But I think the only thing that he said that it was like 98 per. There's if you are a morbidly obese child, there's a 98% chance that as an adult you will not be able to get back into a healthy BMI range.
What I'm trying to poke
that's
at
the only
here
thing that I've heard him. He's just talking about like childhood obesity and that kind of thing. And I've heard him call people fat fucks.
I'm trying to figure out if Lauren here is you having her own points, or she's taking her own points from other people and not bothering to think about it.
I don't think Destiny would be somebody she would take her points from. Destiny is somebody who she wants to like be with because of his status and because of his influence and all that kind of shit, and because he's on his way up. She can see that, so she wants to kind of hop on. But at least, I mean, it could be that or it could not be that. It's just my opinion. And I don't know much about the situation just from, the live stream and shit. Anyway, but she's more conservative when it comes to her beliefs. Like, they argue about shit all the time. If she's going to get her beliefs from somebody, probably would be closer to Andrew Tate, maybe Myron from Fresh and Fit, someone along those lines, versus somebody like Destiny, who now she claims she hates, but, she was just trying to hop on that thing 2 seconds ago. All right, anyway.
There's genetics that could cause you to want to eat more, but even with the genetics that cause you to want to eat more, the same solution is calories in, calories out.
I think the whole choice is, always determined on who they are, and it's not going to just be a thing done overnight.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of...
If this nice guy with the glasses just fucking tackled this dude and, was attempting to, crush his head like the mountain did to the fucking viper, do you think he would have a chance or any ability to stop him if nobody came to his aid?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'd rather be the fat man. Because if there was another larger man here, it'd be like, okay, they would be fucking tussling. But this dude would easily get just, on the ground. No! Try to fucking break his fucking arms, just fucking get on his head, fucking just start gouging his eyes.
Yeah, no, that guy looks really thin. Like, he looks like you could just swing him by his ankles.
He looks like you could take him by an ankle and whip him like a whip, and it just breaks every bone in his body.
But his spine snaps at the speed of sound, making a cracking noise.
We've made fun of a lot of fat people. We should probably continue to making fun. He looks literally like if there was a skeleton with a thin piece of like cellophane that was like pink colored wrapped around. It's like fucking Skeletor, bruh.
He
And
looks
he's
like
got
the
the
poster
one
child
ring.
of people who...
He's got the one ring on his neck. Like, well, are you fucking Frodo? Like, what is that?
He looks like the poster child of people who eat celery and only celery.
He looks like one of the motherfuckers in the house that you don't go to. That's just at the end of the block, where as a kid you like trick-or-treated there once and he opened the door very ghoulishly and told you to leave in a very harsh tone. And then like you end up having an adventure there when you're 16.
If he gave him a hunch, he'd look like the underfed manservant of Dr. Victor von Frankenstein.
Jesus. Alright, I think that's enough. We've given this guy enough shit. Continue with your day, skinny sir.
I think it's like breaking the barrier and breaking a lot of things, not only your body, but also breaking your mental state.
Sure.
And again, that depends on who you are and what you want to go through.
Disagreeers?
Uh-oh. Now we're about to debate. So being fat or skinny is not a choice.
I
Who
felt
is
like
little
as a
Miss
toddler,
Pretty over here?
I always viewed myself as big. I grew up in a very poor home, so where my mom couldn't provide the meals that she could healthily. So when we would get free meals, even then it would be canned food, and it would be very much food that's not as edible. It was food for us, yes, but then I felt like once it reached a point where I was old enough to try to make my own choices, I made all of the wrong choices. I wasn't eating, and I was only eating grapes and lettuce, and that was mainly because I was in a sport, and that sport just worked me out so hard. And it was to the point where I just was scared to eat. I didn't like it. I would only drink water.
When you were eating grapes and lettuce, were you thin?
I was the thinnest I could be.
Were you still big though?
I was still big, but that was the skinniest I've ever been. And that's coming from somebody who was only eating somewhat salads that are just fruit and lettuce and water and maybe ice right before a practice.
Do you think?
I can't believe that. I just can't. I can't believe you're only eating lettuce and grapes and you're fucking. When you say were you thin, it's that you should be thinner than this nigga here. If you saying that, you know what I mean? You can't just say you were eating nothing but lettuce and grapes and exercising back in the day when you were a kid. You're embellishing a little bit. There's, in terms of just chemical biology, that's not possible. You know what I mean? Am I wrong? I'm kind of calling bullshit on this chick's story. And I feel like they can't necessarily do that and still be kind, but I'm calling bullshit. Silver?
I'm trying to figure out, maybe she was, but how many of those grapes was she eating?
There's no way you can eat enough grapes to keep yourself. Because when she said as thinny as I could be, meaning that she was probably still pretty big. And she's one of these chicks that's no matter how much I try to lose, I can't lose.
Yeah, she said big child, grew up big, right? Poor family.
Yeah, it's the thing is though, right, with me, sometimes I'll get home and I'll be like, man, I haven't eaten all day, right? And sometimes that's a lie. Sometimes I'm in my mind when I get home, I'm hungry and I'm like, man, I haven't eaten all day. In actuality, in the morning, I went to McDonald's. Oh, I forgot about that. I went to McDonald's in the morning. Damn, I forgot about that. Sometimes I haven't eaten all day when I'm broke or I can't spend money or something, right? And then I won't be able to buy food throughout the thing. But a lot of the times you forget a lot of the shit that you do. And that's for the same day with me. So she could say shit like, oh, I only had lettuce and grapes. But she was probably eating burgers for lunch. She probably had lunch, breakfast, dinner. She was probably eating shit like that as well. You know what I mean? Maybe she was having, as a snack, lettuce and grapes instead of, the snacks that she would have now, which probably would be a little bit more substantial. But, you see what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah.
There's no way you're eating lettuce and grapes and you're not looking like this motherfucker.
Salads that are just fruit and lettuce and water and maybe ice right before practice.
She did
Do you
say
think that right now you would
lettuce
not be
and grapes
capable
were for
of
right
becoming?
before practice and only then, right?
Yeah, but that's not. I think she's trying to paint the picture that that's the only time she ate, right?
I was still big, but that was the skinniest I've ever been. And that's coming from somebody who was only eating somewhat salads that are just fruit and lettuce and water and maybe ice right before a practice.
Do you think that right now you would not be capable of becoming a thin woman?
I possibly would be capable of becoming a thin woman, but since I was young, I was supposed to get blood tested probably when I was very, very young, and I never did. And they had mentioned that it could have been because of my weight and how that connects with my thyroid. I never made the connection, and I never had like that leaning parent to be like, go and get checked out, go and do this, like your weight is probably not your fault. It was always like, your weight is your fault, so that's your issue.
I mean, I also struggle with, thyroid and my own blood issues. I'm not quite sure, but I do see an endocrinologist and I go see a doctor. It's a choice.
Literally. I hate to agree with Lauren, but you can't, do you see how when she was talking, there were a lot of vagaries, there was a lot of generalities, like maybe a doctor said it could possibly be connected to my, she never went to the doctor to see anything about a thyroid. It's just, coming from a fat man, I know excuses when I hear one. It's just excuses. Right?
Yeah, if you're saying maybe, possibly, doctors don't speak.
No, they're not. Well, maybe it could be connected to your thyroid, possibly. You know what I mean?
Doctors don't speak in maybes very often unless they're actually uncertain.
Yeah.
I'd like that.
And if they're uncertain, it's not very likely.
I never made the connection, and I was very, very young, and I never did. And they had mentioned that it could have been because of my weight and how that connects with my thyroid. I never made the connection, and I never had that leaning parent to be like, go and get checked out.
But do you see, she's like, oh, somebody told me possibly it could. There's no, thyroid issues, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to obfuscate and trying to say without saying, oh, I possibly have a thyroid issue, that's why I'm big. But, you could just be eating a lot. Again.
Yeah.
The same shit that I do is, I'll eat some shit and, literally be like, oh, I haven't had anything to eat today. When in actuality,
I'll give her
I have 3,000 calories or something.
I'll give her the benefit of the doubt for a second there. If she is talking truth and she's saying she was always big, then it's possible. I don't know how likely it is, but it is possible that she was born with a thyroidism problem, and it was just never screened properly.
I'm not
And if that's the case, then it would end up being in a situation where it would progress too far to the point where you couldn't really treat it anymore. It's just something that you would mitigate at that point.
But see, check this out, right? My whole point is this. It's not even thyroid condition or not. Here's my point. You've never even been to a doctor about this particular scenario, right? There's no reason the term thyroid should come out of your mouth. Does that make any sense? Especially that has to do with your weight, right? Have you been to the doctors for a thyroid condition? Have you had blood tests? It's a whole process that goes with that, right? If you're fat, you need to just take that responsibility. That's the first step, right? If you're fat, it's saying, I eat a lot. This weight didn't just come from nowhere. I didn't just drink this on with water, right? There's a lot of calories coming into my body. Where is that coming from? You know what I mean? And if you really want to lose the weight, and some people aren't interested in losing the weight, right? Some people just don't give a fuck, right? If you want to be that, you can be that, but you got to stand on business. You got to be like, yeah, I don't really give a fuck. I'm overweight, and I'm going to stay overweight. I like eating. I'm not really going to change my lifestyle. I'm here for a good time and a long time, right? But don't try to use things like medical conditions or try to put the fucking responsibility or the blame off on anybody else. Stand on your shit. I'm fat because I eat. I know that for a fact. I eat a lot. Okay? Whether it's in the mornings, right in the morning, and then I go throughout the entire day, go throughout the entire day, and then eat after stream or on, kick or something like that. Whether it's that, or whether it's, eating a little bit of something throughout the day, right? I eat a lot. My weight came here. It's not, you know, it's not a question as to how I got fat. And my heart goes out to those who really do have medical conditions. But I think a lot of people who claim that they have this shit don't really have it. You know what I mean? And this is one of those chicks that doesn't really have it. Because she's on a show right now that's being viewed by millions of people who are scrutinizing the shit that she says, she's not going to come right out and say she has a thyroid problem. But I bet if she was in a smaller crowd, if she was just, you know, talking to somebody like, oh yeah, no, I'm heavy because I have a thyroid condition. Knowing that, you know, saying something like that on here, you'd have to bring receipts, you'd have to back that up a little bit. But she tries to do this bullshit. When I was younger, somebody mentioned thyroid and weight, and I didn't connect it, and blah, blah, blah. But if she was this is just a guess, this isn't true, I haven't heard her say it, but my guess is if she was in a smaller circle of, like, people were just having conversations, she would say, like, oh, I have a thyroid condition, that's why my weight is like that. Like, you know, nobody is gonna, in society, nobody's gonna be like, oh, really, you know, and start questioning you about that. They're just gonna say, okay, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I guess your weight's not your problem. And then proceed to go out with you and watch you eat a whole tray of nachos and, like, a whole thing of wings and also get a burger and fries. And it's like, God damn, bitch, you put down $67 worth of food and you've been taking shots the whole time. And then you're like, let's go to Baskin Robbins afterwards. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, okay, that's where your weight came from. Versus, I don't know where it comes from. I'm just, you know, there's just a thyroid condition. No, it's a fucking eat-roid condition. Anyway, you got any comments on that?
Not really. Like, you let me, I can see where you're coming from. I was just trying to put into perspective, like, she did say that her doctor did say that, right?
No. She never said. She said, oh, I was talking to somebody and maybe they said, listen to how she specifically talks about it vaguely.
Tested, probably would be capable of becoming a thin woman, but since I was young, I was supposed to get blood tested probably when I was very, very young, and I never did. And they had mentioned that it could have been because of my weight and how that connects with my thyroid.
Do you see? Like, does that... I was supposed to...
I must have got glamored by the blood test top.
I should have been drug tested when I was... She was never blood tested. She was never nothing. There's no reason to even bring up your thyroid into this. Okay, like, I'm just saying, right? You know, it's like, imagine if you're coughing, and then it's just like, are you all right, man? You got a cough. I don't know, man. You know, I sounded like, you know, the homie was over there talking about it could have been cancer. So, you know, it's like, you know, I thought maybe I need some chemo, you know? You got any weed? It's like, what? What kind of undercover cop bullshit is this? I never in my life, you know, like, this is, it doesn't make any sense. It's like that whole sentence just isn't like, it, as a professional bullshitter, this sentence sounds like bullshit.
I was supposed to get blood tested probably when I was very, very young, and I never did. And they had mentioned that it could have been because of my weight and how that connects with my thyroid.
See, but, like, you were supposed to get drug tested, but you didn't, or blood tested, but you didn't, because it should have been your weight and connected to your like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's, like, you're jumping to try to get to thyroid. Like, you don't have a fucking, you're like, oh yeah, no, I should have been blood tested, you know, and they said I couldn't when I was, but it could have been connected to my thyroid. Like, you're trying to get to that buzzword, I feel like.
Thin woman.
I possibly would be capable of becoming a thin woman, but since I was young, I was supposed to get blood tested probably when I was very, very young, and I never did. And they had mentioned that it could have been because of my weight and how that connects with my thyroid. I never made the connection, and I never had, like, that, like, leaning parent to be like, go and get checked out, go and do this, like, your weight is probably not your fault. It was always like, your weight is your fault, so that's your issue.
I mean, I also struggle with, you know, thyroid and my own blood issues. I'm not quite sure, but I do see an endocrinologist and I go see a doctor. It's a choice to do the requisite steps. It's a choice to go grocery shopping instead of going to fast food when it's easy. It's a choice when you're grocery shopping to go to the outer aisles and, like, not go into the bread section and not go into the junk food section. These are all
now, real quick.
Go ahead, slam on it.
People trash fast food all the time, but, like, You ever see the caloric value of the wraps? It's like a McDonald's wrap. It's relatively balanced. So if you go pick up a wrap, it's not like you're just going to get fat just because you ate from McDonald's, even though you ate something healthy from McDonald's.
Yeah, but
eating healthy is eating healthy, even if you got it from a fast food joint.
Yeah, that's pedantic though. Like, you're not getting a fucking wrap every time you go to McDonald's. Think about it like this, right? Like, that's literally the same. Like, that's like what? Trying to think of a. That's like being like, oh yeah, you drive down Prostitute Alley, and when the girls come to the window, you only talk to them and give them pamphlets about, finding God or something. Like, no, bro, you're trying to pick up hoes. Like, if you're going to this particular, if you're going to a fast food restaurant, you know what I mean? You are gonna get something unhealthy. Like, you're thinking about burgers, fries, like, your go-to at a fast food place isn't something that's generally healthy, right? Or even
that's the
as
choice
kinda
aspect there. Yes,
but
you can still choose to get like a wrap that with chicken breast meat and lettuce and a salad. You can choose to be healthy.
But you can get a better salad from other places though, right? Like, if you were going to get a chicken wrap and a salad, there are way better places to go than a fast food spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if this is a whole cost and time thing here. Like, if you could afford the time and the money to go get a better salad at somewhere else, then go get the salad somewhere else. But if you're tight on a budget and you need something quick, you need something easy, and you need something healthy, then fast food ain't bad if they got like healthy options, even if it's not the healthiest. It's still healthier than their other shit.
It's healthier than their other shit, but it's not like it's not the same as if you have even if you went to like maybe a fucking like a sandwich spot and got a salad from there, right? And also a salad depends on, and salads are generally better than like Big Macs or burgers, but it also depends on what you put on it. If you have a shit ton of blue cheese dressing, if you have fucking fried chicken processed, just like Schmitty says, if you have fucking croutons, if you have all of this extra shit on there, you know what I mean? That's not necessarily the healthiest salad you can go with, right? I remember when my mom was losing weight, she would have a salad with no dressing. She would use the fucking pickle juice from the jalapenos, and she would have beets, and then that's what she would eat for dinner for the longest to lose weight, right? It was all about, and she would go for like walks up the hill. This was before she got real sick, and she was still kind of limping too back then, but she would go for her walks, and then like she would eat her salad, but it was very much what she put on the salad that mattered. You might as well get a burger sometimes with some of the ways, like the way I do my salads. You might as well get a burger. You know what I mean? Because sure, there's lettuce, tomatoes, carrots, cucumbers. There's also a shit ton of fucking blue cheese. There's also a shit ton of actual cheese. There's also a shit ton of chicken, like fried chicken breast probably. There's gonna be croutons on there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's gonna be in like a fucking big bowl, right? So if I'm doing a salad like that, it's not much better than like a burger. But then when I do my burgers, I also do like 3. You know what I mean? So like I said, when I eat to a huge excess. So, yeah, it's it depends on what you put on the salad. But my whole thing is, this chick is definitely lying about the thyroid thing. And I mean, she's a pretty girl, you know what I mean? She's chubby, sure, she's pretty. But I'm smelling a lot of bullshit coming off of her when she's talking about the thyroid thing. That's all. And I instantly saw it's a flag redder than all that, the shirt and the hair combined.
Steps. It's a choice to go grocery shopping instead of going to fast food when it's easy. It's a choice when you're grocery shopping to go to the outer aisles
wait
and
a second.
not go.
Do you think it's cheaper to get a bunch of shit to make a bunch of salads from the grocery store, or to get a fast food salad?
Depends on scale. If you're going to be eating that salad every day, then it'd be cheaper to pick up the stuff yourself. if you're going to be eating salads whenever the mood takes you, it'd be cheaper to get it fast food because scaling does matter.
Yeah, it
like if you're eating for one,
salad.
Yeah, like if you're eating for one, it's probably cheaper to just buy the salad from a fast food joint.
I was thinking about doing, just now, I was thinking about maybe doing because a salad is because I was honestly, I'm getting older, take my health into account. So my whole thing is the reason why I get fast food when I go out is because I want something that's gonna be fresh, hot, crisp or whatever. I don't want anything that's been sitting, getting soggy, blah blah blah. I was thinking maybe I could do a salad as a as a lunch, right? And then I would put the chicken in a different bag so that it doesn't do it, and I'll put the croutons, of course, in a different bag, and the dressing, I'd have it all. But then I'd take the salad with me and just have that salad for lunch instead of a whole, 2 Big Macs, fish and fillet, 2 large fries. Let us continue.
Into the bread section and not go into the junk food section. These are all choices.
As a disabled woman, I can't do a lot of the things that people say, calories in, calories out, oh, you gotta go work out and exert it. A lot of the things that are typical, oh, this is how you lose weight, put me in the hospital. I have to navigate weight differently. I have to look at it differently. My weight is the way it is because of medication, because doctors put me in this position. And I had to learn, okay, am I going to be so hateful of my own body that I am going to backlash and put myself through extreme gym nights, through keeping myself from eating things that I should be able to eat. You should be able to have a balance. You should be able to go into the junk food aisle like other skinny people do and still not have to worry about gaining 20 pounds.
But I don't think skinny people go into this junk food aisle.
They
I think
certainly do.
Yes, they do.
They eat a lot of junk food.
Yeah. I mean,
a lot.
Yeah. I mean, my DoorDash would tell you otherwise.
There's a thing called set points. There's a ton of research on it that your body likes to be at specific weights. It likes to be in a specific way. So if you are fighting yourself to lose weight by not eating, over exercising, and you are damn near killing yourself to be at a specific weight, your body's unhappy.
It's important to note that a choice can be harder for people to make due to conditions in their life, but at the end of the day, it's still a choice. I could say that I had food addiction. I looked to food when I was stressed and this and that and this, and so it's harder for me to choose it than for someone who has the perfect lifestyle, someone who has parents who are giving them this and that and this, but I definitely still acknowledge that it was my choice. At the end of the day, when I
reject that the white version of me isn't also balding. No.
Go there and I look and I see, I order
is that your
a second hamburger?
problem right now?
That's look, he doesn't have the neck beard, just like me, shaved underneath the neck. The beard isn't as strong as mine, but I'm not expecting it to be. But where he lacks in the beard, he makes up for with the full head of hair up top. We also both wear glasses. Fair. Fuck me, this might be the white version of me. God damn it.
Not I order that second hamburger. I'm the one making that choice.
Hey.
Nope. Don't get paid for this. Don't get paid for this.
Forward. Rather be skinny than fat. Can the agreeers please step forward?
Come on, big homie. We staying right where we are, bruh. Damn. Nah. Real talk.
I think there's a lot of different struggles when it comes to being a bit bigger.
Damn, Jada.
And I have a sister that is she's 400 pounds and she struggles a lot. She has lymphedema and to shower is really, really hard. So I do think for an overall happy life and zero struggle, I think I'd rather be skinny.
I think that it is common in society to want to be skinny. I think the average person typically wants to be skinny. I'm actually surprised that I didn't see more people come forward on that question. People treat you better. It is what is considered the standard of beauty. Your life expectancy is longer. You tend to be healthier.
I'm also really tall. I'm 6'6", so I kind of wish
Yeah,
I
taller
could just
than
pick
me.
a single struggle, because finding clothes and things like that when you're
White version of me is taller than me, but I think I got him in the dick area.
bigger both ways can make it really hard. So if I was skinnier, at least that's one less thing I have to worry about. But also, I've got 2 kids and a wife, and I'm taking care of them. And as you pointed out, I definitely think that I'm at less health risks if I'm a skinnier person. If I'm
White version of me also seems to be more responsible and have a lot more on his plate. Goddamn.
healthier person in that capacity.
You can keep
and I
those
would much
4
rather
inches.
be that so that I could be around for my kids longer.
Can the disagreeers please step forward?
I'm speaking as someone who actually was a former smaller person, and I had the most body insecurities when I was small. I was constantly living in fear of gaining weight and having people tell me, oh, don't gain weight, don't do this, make sure that your weight is the same. And once I finally gained weight, I realized that, first off, life wasn't over. I didn't feel any need to not engage in life the previous.
She was also younger, though. You know what I mean? That could just come with age. Not giving a fuck about how people feel. Like, I didn't care about what people thought I looked like back in the day, unless you were a chick I was into, which was the only real motivation I ever had to try to lose weight, was like, you know, oh, maybe that stopped me from, you know, dating X, Y, or Z. But even still, that didn't make me lose weight. Like, I didn't care about them bitches. I was just, I'm gonna find another one. Like at the end of the day, I feel like the only reason that could make you lose weight is your own, right? Like, whether it be, you know, health reasons, whether it be, you know, because you're going on a trip and you don't want to have to pay for 2 plane tickets. I don't know. But I feel like each person has their own specific goal to drive them to lose weight. You know?
Yeah, definitely.
This way that I had, and the attention that I got was different. But even as a smaller person, you get negative attention. And rather than trying to control my body to avoid that negative attention, I would prefer to address the situation as a society, make it more accessible for everybody to where we aren't feeling like I have to be a certain way that's normal in order to be treated like a human being and respected.
If I could counter.
If I met this big dude, I would tell him I'm 5'7".
Because I was a bit bigger when I was younger, and that's when I was the most insecure. I would look in the mirror. I did have family members that were skinny, but then I had a family member that was much bigger, and just the way that I perceived myself, I hated it, and I even became anorexic to like not be big.
I don't think skinny always equates to being healthy.
Exactly. Absolutely.
I am fairly skinny. I'm 6'5". I'm 140 pounds last time I checked, and I'm severely underweight. And I know about this on a day-to-day basis. That being said, I don't know where I'd want to lean at an appropriate weight level, but I think it's important to understand for some skinny people, we're not living a great life by any means. And sometimes I feel like that's always kind of lost in translation when they see someone who's really skinny.
I guess it depends on what you mean when you think of the term skinny. Are you thinking of just like an average weight person, or are you thinking of how you are now?
I'm the average weight for like women in America.
Yeah,
so
like
if we're talking about an average, like
Man.
I'm gonna be the closest. If your biggest priority is to be at a smaller body, you need to reassess your priorities.
Yeah,
'Cause
not focus on health.
Yeah.
And the immediate tie between skinniness and health, like you emphasized, there is such a gap between, one, the research, because the research has a huge fat-phobic bias in it, and there has been research that shows that they aren't, even especially during, let's say, COVID and the correlation between obesity, they rushed through those studies so fast because in society's mind, oh, of course a fat person is going to equal someone who's going to get sick faster, is going to get sick easier. It was an easy jump. So they didn't.
Okay, I feel like you're just getting, like, yes, if you're fat, you have a higher chance of dying from COVID. It's like, that's specifically because of the fucking health detriments that come from being overweight, right? Like that's, it's already hard to breathe when you have all extra weight on you. Imagine that with COVID. Like people were literally drowning in their own bodies. I don't know. It just seems like they're getting into like a lot of the fat positive shit that I don't agree with, right?
Rushed through those studies so fast because in society's mind, oh, of course a fat person is going to equal someone who's going to get sick faster, is going to get sick easier. It was an easy jump. So they didn't do all of the testing that they were supposed to do. They didn't check their bias.
So if by saying the study is biased, you're saying that the study didn't account for the variable that obesity may also take a factor into. It's just that there's so many variables in humanity that these pharmaceutical companies could only account for so many during their trials, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're biased. However, you want to talk about bias in studies, actually recently we've been doing the opposite. So for instance, a lot of our studies have been based on BMI, and so we've been showing that, fat people aren't necessarily extremely unhealthy if we look at people with a certain BMI. However, bodybuilders also have a really high BMI, and so they get counted into that category. And so it wasn't until very recently that they equated for that mistake, and it shows, oh my goodness, being fat is actually extremely unhealthy, like way, way more unhealthy than we ever realized.
You can't gauge health by looking at
Where's
somebody.
your study?
Yeah, like none of my health issues, all of them precipitated my weight gain, but I always get assumed, oh, don't you want to be skinny so that you don't have a cane anymore and you don't feel the way you feel? And it's like, no, because I have lupus and I'm always going to feel like this. Like I have CRPS. It's going to deteriorate. It's going to continue.
America has an obesity problem.
Can I sit next to you?
Oh, absolutely, you can. I think it's pretty clear. You look at the weight of the average American, you see how obesity has affected not just children. I mean, the fact that we have more younger and younger people who are looking heavier and heavier, and you see that, like, the way that weight affects us as a society, and you compare that to how we were in the past. Now, not that we should always, we shouldn't compare ourselves to the era of the Great Depression when people just couldn't find food, of course, but people are heavier now in an unhealthy way, and people are eating unhealthy. They are eating it through unhealthy access to food. They're eating diets high in seed oils. They're eating high corn syrup. They're doing all this kind of stuff that's not good for them that we didn't used to do, and it's bad. It's not a good thing. It's an epidemic. It needs to be quashed in some capacity.
There's so much access to just anything. Like, it's so crazy these days, and I'm so surprised that we're actually supporting a lot of this, and there's always people like, like it's fine that we have like 3 McDonald's like on the same street. And it's just like, we don't think that this is adding to the problem.
What I think is really sad about that is so many people in America just see the profit in it. I don't want to say I know that these people know the problem, but it's like, how can you not see the problem? They have to see it and just not care. They have to just be like, well, we're gaining profit. Do you see how much this McDonald's is making? Put another one across the street. Like, that's just like how it is.
That's the corporations, it's the medical industry. Having a fat country makes us money.
It doesn't help that our cities aren't walkable.
Yeah, but you guys were just like promoting, like the fat positive. Oh, wait a second. There's one person that everybody thought except for one person. But like, weren't you guys literally just promoting a well, I don't want to fucking misquote them, but weren't they saying like health at any size or some bullshit, or just because I'm fucking big doesn't mean I'm unhealthy or something like that?
America is a country of non-walkers.
That is why I wavered a little bit, because I think we have a problem with how to treat obesity. I think we have a problem with how to make it so that it is not an epidemic. This is a systemic thing, that we are in a society and in an environment that breeds this. And we are doing it to ourselves, we are doing it to our children, and our corporations and our industries are doing it to us, and they aren't having to take responsibility.
And they're encouraging it with media. So
And the mukbangs, I was literally going to bring that up, the mukbangs and like all those videos that just come up to trends for people
not
to do
only
it as
the
well.
mukbangs, but also like Lizzo and other big like media.
I don't know. I'm sorry. There's a very big
difference
difference between the people who are telling people go out and get fat versus a Lizzo who's saying accept me the way I am.
She's not just saying accept me the way I am. She's dressing extremely scantily clad and then saying if you don't think that it's normal for a morbidly obese person to be wearing a G-string in the middle of public, then you're the problem. And they're trying to normalize society to this obese culture, which is extremely unhealthy. And
What is an obese culture?
A culture which like normalizes
I'm obese
obesity.
and I haven't even heard that.
Well, obesity is already normal, so
it's. Well, I don't think it should be normalized, and it wasn't normal.
But
just a couple
what's the
decades
difference
ago.
between a obese person, myself, walking around in a G-string or a bathing suit, as I do almost every day, and a skinny person? Like, is it okay that the skinny person is doing that?
I don't think so, but
I don't think
that's for other reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I get the whole in public thing.
To say that when Lizzo does it is the same as a Victoria's Secret angel
Why
is just not the
shouldn't it be,
same.
though?
Yeah, what's the
'Cause
difference?
What do you mean? Are you telling me they look? You're telling me it doesn't.
I'm not saying they look the same.
Well,
but
I
I'm
mean,
saying
Lizzo
what's
goes on
the
What's
stage.
the implication? So if I walk down the street, I'm a runway model. I'm a print and runway model. I have walked down a runway in a thong. So me doing that is shameful, but a skinny model is
Like a
okay.
Victoria's Secret
I didn't.
model.
I don't know if I use the phrase shameful,
Problematic.
but I don't think that we as a society should be modeling obesity.
But I'm not modeling obesity. I'm modeling the lingerie that obese people need to be able to have availability to buy.
So they've always had the ability to buy
we have not.
lingerie.
If you go to Torrid,
No,
a single
we
underwear is
haven't.
like almost $20.
Yeah.
And you go to like any other Walmart, any Target, and like all these underwears are on special for like $5 to like $20 and stuff.
Well, it
and
does
it's
take
like,
more fabric to make it.
It does take more fabric
They
to make
use
it,
that
but
as an
it's,
excuse, but
that
you
would-
make yards of fabric for gowns. You, like,
Is a
it's-
small
it's-
a different price than an extra large or a large?
It is.
And
yeah,
we're willing-
for 3XL shirts, I got to pay more money.
I think people view models and Instagram people and all of us who are plus size.
Yeah, but it's a difference, right? Like, you know, she's saying she has lupus, but she's trying to put herself in the same boat as this woman here who, you know, is just like, and I'm not even saying if you don't want to lose weight, you don't have to lose weight or anything like that. And I also don't agree with, you know, you just being fucking butt naked in fucking public, whether you're fat or skinny. I don't know. I think that there are a lot of fat people that are unhealthy. Like me included, right? Most fat people are unhealthy. Most fat people are fat because of the things that they eat, the things that they drink, the lack of self-control, and again, me included, okay? But, you know, there might be some that are maybe a little bigger because they can't help it or whatever. But, like, you know, I'm tall. I'm like 6'3", right? So, like, that doesn't give me, you know, I can be maybe a little heavier, but, like, you know, the weight I am now, like 380 pounds, something like that, that's fucking ridiculous, you know? That's, like, way more than I should be. And just because I have a big frame, that gives me an excuse to be a little bigger, but not as big as I am. And it is pretty much the same. Like, you as a human being are only supposed to be so large, right? You know, even if you are taller, like, you're only supposed to be so large. Not like 7 feet tall. Anyway.
And proud as we're pushing this obese lifestyle.
Yes.
No, I'm pushing the fact that this is what I live in. This is my life. And I need other people who feel this way to say, hey, I want to be able to wear clothes that look cute too.
I do think there's a problem with obesity in America, but I think it's a first world country problem because it's spread across the globe. And also, I don't see it as a problem. I do feel like health-wise, people should try to be healthier, but there's no perfect body. There's no perfect person. There's no perfect size. And there's people who are underweight. There's a lot of them. And then there's a lot of people who are overweight. So I really don't see it as like a problem. But just to touch on what you were saying, because I am in the fashion industry, I wanted to become a fashion designer. My dad was one. And they buy 10 rolls of fabric for one price. So it really doesn't cost that much to make underwear.
Sure, but don't you also have to worry about distribution? I mean, if the average person is, let's say, in between small, medium, large, and you're sending clothes out for those, you know you could send out 10,000 of this, 10,000 of that, 10,000 of that. You can't always send out 10,000 3XLs because you're not going to have that many people fitting in the 3XL.
No, because there's somebody who works in marketing and they research that area. There's
Wait, that Tammy chick from the show got so big that her body compensated by letting it go to her forehead. Bruh, Virgo just roasted the shit out of Tammy, bruh. She said Tammy got Chinese eyes because of the weight of her fucking forehead dropping down upon her. No, I know. I think that's funny, though, that you were like, it compensated by letting it go to her forehead. Bruh. I don't know why you had to roast that girl like that, but you did.
There's a census, so we have a database of what type of people are there. Now, we don't know who's going in there, but we know the type of people that live in that area and the type of the people that come and visit the area. So that person is doing their job accordingly, and usually large sizes are sold out.
Okay, so somebody brought up the food desert earlier. I can't even think of an area that would have a so-called food desert.
Sorry, can someone explain, like maybe just for my ignorance, I'm
Like
guessing a
food
food desert is just there's no food anywhere?
No, it's healthy options for food. So you can go into certain low-income areas and you'll see a Starbucks, a McDonald's, a Chick-fil-A, but there's no Trader Joe's.
A food desert, actually properly, there isn't any, like for a long period of driving, there's one gas station and a liquor store. Then you have to drive 2 more miles to hit the next grocery store.
But with the food desert, it's not just that there can be a grocery store there, but if I'm making minimum wage, I'm not gonna spend all of my money on what is gonna last me 2 meals versus what's gonna last me an entire week.
Yes.
Or if I'm on EBT and I have specific things that I have to choose to buy versus what I can't buy.
Yeah.
I'm born and raised in Colorado. In the outskirts, there's so many small towns that you don't even know that they're there. Most of them you won't see on a map, but if you're from there, then you'll know, and they all have to drive a decent amount to be able to go to an actual grocery store.
But how often are you going grocery shopping? Maybe like once every 2 weeks would be typically normal. So you have to do a drive
My family, I gotta go once a week.
So you're making a drive once a week, once every 2 weeks.
This is
Not a
also
lot of people have
drive.
access to the
Yeah, like what
time
if I don't have a car?
I was like, I don't drive.
even
And
drive.
if you don't have, usually these food deserts also have very poor public transportation options.
Yeah,
So
like in the
you are
mountains.
left with people who are stranded.
Yeah, but then what are they eating at all?
Yeah,
Unhealthy crap.
Like,
no, but how
what-
are they
what-
surviving
what,
at
they're going through
all?
the drive-through? They don't got a car to go to the
Yeah,
drive-through. How are they-
exactly.
They usually, what I see when I go to those rural towns and those rural places is they have chickens and they have animals.
Right.
And guess what? You can get some healthy
Healthy.
food out of that. That's
That
like, you know,
sounds healthy.
having eggs and protein and things like that. I think I would be healthier if I lived rurally. In fact, my wife and I are trying to leave the state so we're not near all the Uber Eats and all the
I grew
all
up
that
in
stuff.
I grew up in a town of 500. The obesity problem there was not as significant as, say, in LA. And we talk about like food deserts and stuff. The nearest Walmart where I grew up was 45 minutes in any direction.
Remember we watched that video on sugar, and he was talking about how it was Nixon's war on sugar, or Nixon's war on hunger, that caused the food epidemic that we have now.
Yeah,
Where
I
it
do
was
remember that.
the idea of creating the processed food, creating the high fructose corn syrup instead of sugar, creating high fructose corn syrup was created by a Japanese man, but it was Nixon's way of fighting hunger, where you got, you know what I mean, an abundance of cheap processed foods, you know. and that's sort of stuck. And so that's why I think you have a lot more, in the cities especially, you have a lot more convenient fat food options, right? Like if you're gonna get food conveniently, it's gonna be unhealthy. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of very convenient, healthy foods for you to get. If that makes any sense.
Right.
So I mean, I feel like you sacrifice for convenience.
The
You
nearest-
sacrifice, for convenience, you sacrifice money and health.
And stuff. The nearest Walmart where I grew up was 45 minutes in any direction. The nearest McDonald's was nowhere near to be seen for a long time. So when I hear these, like, and there could be some evidence there as like the obesity problem is very low lift.
Were there grocery stores in your small town?
Yes.
Exactly.
Like I'm like kind of baffled by the fact
Thank you.
Maybe I just need to go out there and like experience the food deserts, but like there was grocery stores where I grew up. Just because we lived in the middle of nowhere doesn't mean we didn't have access to food. And actually, and I have to agree, we did have access to healthy food.
But the thing is, though, the food deserts aren't necessarily in even rural areas. They're in very low-income urban areas, right? So it's, you would have fast food places and liquor stores, but there's no Safeway. There's no grocery stores that you can go to. They don't have access to those kind of foods, within walking distance near the fucking bus stops. But there's always a liquor store that you could go to, whether it's across the street. There's always a bus stop that's either in front of a fast food restaurant or across the street from one. You know what I mean? Like, but there's nowhere for you to go get, like, Safeway or any kind of groceries. So I mean, I think just not even knowing about food deserts just kind of shows affluence, a little bit of affluence, And if you don't have a car, God help. Like, even for me, if I don't have a car, there's nowhere for me to walk to get groceries.
Very healthy food all the time. I don't think this is big of an issue in my personal opinion.
Fat shaming is worse than skinny shaming.
One on each side.
So I do agree that fat shaming is worse than skinny shaming. Just overall, entirely, the way that people like comment on people's weight compared to somebody skinny, they usually don't comment on somebody skinny.
Yeah.
They don't think there's something wrong with them. They don't, like, they'll maybe say like, oh, you're very thin. Do you want to eat a cheeseburger? But that's not as bad as telling somebody you eat 10, stop. And you don't even know that they're eating 10.
Fat shaming is a systemic problem. You're not gonna not get a job because you're too skinny. Skinny bodies are praised in our society, whereas fat bodies, like, I don't get it as often as other people, but I get a lot of comments on my Instagram that are saying like, you're really beautiful, but you would look a lot better if you lost 50, 60 pounds.
Okay, I think this chick has really lost the mark. I don't think our society shames skinny people at all. I think you're thinking of specific circumstances or specific times when you were possibly rejected by somebody, right? Like, I think if anything, well, I guess it's different if you're a fat woman versus a fat man. If you're a fat man, people pretty much don't care. You might get something different if you're a larger woman, though. But for the most part, I think that if somebody is attacking you, I don't think that society is attacking fat people. If anything, society is encouraging fat people, I would say. What do you think?
I don't think society itself is encouraging people to become fat. It's more a certain loud subsect of society. Like, the thing I see is, like, people will think that a majority of people will support something because the people who support that thing are the loudest people. So it'll, like, people who don't have any typically abrasive behaviors and wouldn't be behind like shaming at all wouldn't be heard because they don't speak up. So people who of course you're going to hear more fat shaming than non-fat shaming, because people who don't fat shame don't speak up. Therefore, you're not going to hear them not fat shaming people.
Well, here's what I was going to go with. The society promote being fat, right? Like, if you were to look at how you got food even 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it was a lot harder to get food back then, right? Like, even some places it was harder to get water. Meat wasn't as prevalent. Let me see. So, actually, probably more closer to 200 years ago. But as society advances and develops, it's a lot easier for you to get food that you didn't necessarily earn, right? Like before,
Right.
if you had to get, before for you to get a nice big piece of meat, you and the crew had to go hunt a fucking animal. You had to go out there, hunt, catch it, fucking cook it. And if you didn't do that shit, you didn't get the meat. So I'm not saying, we should go back to hunting and gathering. What I'm saying is, in general, if food is harder to get, people tend to consume less calories unless you're really good at getting the food, which means you're probably in better shape than most men, which means you're probably not obese. My whole point is that society itself promotes obesity in a way by allowing us to, get the kind of foods that we get in the way that we get it, right? Like, it's a lot easier for you to go get a fucking 2-pack, a Big Mac pack from McDonald's than it is for you to go order a bunch of groceries to come to the house. It's a lot easier for you to, get something that's quick, fast, and allows you to keep moving than for you to, sit there, chop up lettuce, chop up tomatoes. It's and then even on top of that, foods that are high in fiber tend to go bad really fast. Those tend to be the healthier foods. When a food is processed, you basically take out all the fiber, and you take out all the fiber, and you take out all of the, like, a lot of the nutrients, right? And it's very calorically dense, and it's very low in fiber so that you can digest it fast. It's a whole process, because it's processed foods. But when you process a food, it becomes a lot. It becomes good for like quick calories, but it doesn't necessarily fill you up, and it's you're gonna gain a lot of calories from it, right? So it's calorically dense. I don't know. I was going somewhere, but I feel like the train turned off into Bullshitville.
Pounds.
Something that I always get a lot of comments on is my masculinity as a man because of how skinny I am. It's always something that I've always kind of dealt with. My favorite comment is always, I look like a sickly, ill Victorian child. And no. It doesn't bother me as much, but this idea that skinny people
he does look like a sickly, ill Victorian child.
Get these kind of
He fucking killed it. A sickly, ill Victorian child.
Ignoring the fact that we definitely just got
Bro, we were just roasting him for like 2 minutes straight. Bro, I don't know. I feel like there are so many women that thinks he looks like beautiful.
People can't also get these kind of comments. Are just kind of mind blowing. That doesn't mean that they're, that one side is getting it worse than the other. I think that there are both sides getting piled on, just at different varying degrees.
I think we're conflating two things as well. So there's a difference between fat shaming and fat discrimination. Fat shaming is an aspect of fat discrimination, but some of the things you were touching on are specifically societal and systemic fat discrimination that goes into our medical system, it goes into employment, it goes into all of our civil rights. As fat people, that skinny people don't necessarily have that same issue. And I come from cultures where they straight out called out skinny people. You look like bones, oh flaca, all of that. So I watched my cousins go through it. I went through it when I would get too skinny. As people, we are just too scrutinized when it comes to our bodies. We don't let people live.
But I think that's a good point. You said you were called skin and bones when you got
my cousin.
But your cousin. So people using shame as a motivator to get your cousin to not be too skinny. Shame as a motivator is a powerful tool. So the reason I sit over there is fat shaming worse than skinny shaming. Well, you could argue that shaming somebody in order to motivate them towards a healthy lifestyle is actually a good thing.
All right, Lauren, you are a dumb bitch. Okay, that's why Destiny didn't want to fuck you. I mean, he fucked you, he didn't want to wife you. Anyway, I'm sorry. That's so mean. All right, what I was going to say, though, is, number one, shame does not, like, if fucking making fun of somebody made somebody lose weight, there would be no fat person around the world. Every fat person has been bullied for their weight. Period. At some point in time. Unless you were the bully smashing motherfuckers, you were made fun of for your weight. And it did not make you get skinny. It made you hate yourself a little more. Or it made you just say fuck the world, depending on how you took it, right? Depending on if you took it like me, you kind of did the fuck the world thing. If you took it like somebody else, you might have fucking, oh, I hate myself kind of thing, right? Depending on how you took the shame, right? But it didn't make you lose weight or acquiesce to any of that shit. Okay? That's not what shame or making fun of somebody does. Okay? If you really want for somebody to change, right? And you really want, and the second thing I was going to say is nobody that really cares about somebody tries to make them change with shame. Okay? Jewish moms have learned not to do that. Oh. No, they're still doing that. Okay. Everybody except for Jewish moms don't use shame to fucking try to change behavior. Okay. I think shame is something that, especially if done in public, is only belittling, and it's only used to fucking tear a person down or psychologically traumatize them. Okay? Yeah. No, it does not help. Don't do it to your children. Don't shame them. Chastise them, teach them, but always do that in private. Okay? Even if whatever fucking outburst they have is in public. It should always be done in private and away from eyes that don't need to be seeing shit like that. Okay? But just like, yeah.
Now, I have a lot of empathy because hearing your story about how you've been struggling with this since you were a child.
Since I was like a newborn baby, like health, just everything's just been.
Every time she talks, she gets me. You were not fat as a baby. I promise you, you were not fat as a baby. Like, what? Come on, like, she's just, everything she's saying is filled with bullshit. You know what I mean? It's just like, as a baby, right? As a baby.
I have a lot of empathy because hearing your story about how you've been struggling with this since you were a child.
Since I was like a newborn baby, like health, just everything's just been.
Were you told that by your mother or something?
I don't know. Like, it has to be. Like, I really want to give her the benefit of the doubt, but you can't just be like, yeah, I was born 70 pounds as a baby. And, since then, I've just been a little ball of fun the entire... No, that's not how it works. You don't develop properly if you're more heavy than normal. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mean to keep fucking pointing out La Raza over here, but it's some shit's not smelling right, okay? And that's coming from a fat man. And I don't know if they could call her out, but there's no way she's sitting here like, yeah, since the day I was born, I was fucking 30 pounds heavier than I should have been. And then, that translated to about 400 pounds as an adult. Like, I don't think she's 400 pounds, but I also don't think that she was fat as a baby.
On that end where I've never known anything about being skinny or being fit or being athletic. I've never known anything about that.
Probably your situation, I don't think shame necessarily would motivate you, but for somebody where it is a option, so for instance, if you watch TLC, you watch My 600 Pound Life, 1,000 Pound Sisters, Family by the Ton, all of them can do it. All of them have had this systemic issue of weight gain.
No, those people in particular cannot do. Have you seen Tammy can't even walk? This bitch is on oxygen. You're like, oh, she can lose the weight. How? By just not eating? She's gonna die before she loses that weight. Probably just like me, if I'm being honest, but that's a depressing statement for another day.
And those people on my and those people who've lost the weight on, like, say, The Biggest Loser and shit shows like that, typically ended up gaining the weight right after the shows ended.
It's
probably even more so.
And it's a difference, right? It's like a lot of weight, like 300 pounds, and she's only 900 now or something like that. Like, I don't know. Like, what is she still large enough to warrant her own TV show? You know what I mean? Like, that's the point, that you even got to that size, right? You're not really able to, you know, crawl out of that hole. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll have to check up on her. We'll have to do like a recently on TOC to see where Tammy's at. But my whole thing is, it's really hard for anybody to lose, you know, especially being fat as a child. It's only 2% of people go into normal BMI range after being obese as a child. 2%. 98% die fat. You know what I'm saying? Now, I have a lot of faith in myself as a person, and I do think that I am a very exceptional human being. Am I a top 2% motherfucker, though? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I'm going to land in that 98th percentile. But hey, you know, to each his own. Oh, so she got the gastric bypass. Okay. All right, well, I hope it works out for her. I hope it worked out for her.
Can do it. All of them have had this systemic issue
That's
of
the thing,
weight
though. I
gain.
have watched those like as a younger person, and it would make me feel disgusted with me when I was a kid, so it would make me worse, and it made my mental health worse, because then I'm like, is that how like everybody automatically views me as just like somebody who's oversized and could possibly never even attain it because it's so just common?
I don't think we should shame anyone to do anything.
No.
I think everyone deserves to like themselves enough to like enjoy life. And if you do that as a fat person, okay. If you do it as a skinny person, also chill. It's not my business.
Shame is a broad category. I do think shame works in some cases. I think that there has been good fat shaming towards me and bad fat shaming. Bad fat shaming is just, you know, somebody just saying, you're fat, things like that. That doesn't really work. But what does work is somebody looking at me and saying, don't you want to be around for your kids? And that worked.
I don't think
that
that's
worked.
shaming.
Yeah, like, do you consider that shaming?
I do. I think that's shaming. I think they were telling me, like, you should lose weight to be around for your children. I think that's shame. Like an attempt to like try and say something bad about me.
Like they're personalizing it towards you and towards your kids. Like,
Sure.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, but I think that worked. I think that worked. That really encouraged me to go to the gym and start trying to lose weight.
But that's you, though.
Sure. I think you have to be specific to the person.
I think that's one thing is it depends on the person.
Sure.
And if someone wants to shame me and like, you know, it depends on the person. I've been shamed a couple times and it's kicked me into gear to try to gain weight, but it's still really hard.
Sure.
And it's, you know, it depends on who you are, I think.
God. Imagine having the issue of not being able to gain weight. Like, bro, I could solve that issue so fucking easily. Are you kidding me? What? Bruh, let me be your fat coach, please.
Just go to a grandma's house. A grandma will always overfeed you.
Not even that,
Go
bro.
there for every meal.
I'll be rolling with him. He's like, all right, so what are we going to, all right, here's what we're having for breakfast. All right, let me get a number 8, no sauce. Number 6, extra cheese. And then let's go with a sausage McMuffin with extra cheese. Yeah, can I get a bunch of jelly with that too? Thank you. Can I get some more jelly, please? Can I get like 2 more? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And then like take off. And then it's like, okay, come in. All right, eat all of this. It's like, what? 3 sandwiches, 2 hash browns, jelly with 2 drinks. Eat this while we're on the way to the first place we're going. And then he eats that, and then I'm like, all right, cool. 4 hours later, all right, we're going to have let's go with a foot-long Subway sandwich. Extra sauce, extra cheese. You know, the works. Cool. Perfect. All right. Let's go about 4 hours. Let's get a large pizza from Round Tables. Let's get a bunch of wings from Wingstop. Hell yeah. Extra large pizza, extra sauce, extra pepperoni. Hell yeah. Let's go with some habanero, buffalo hot. You want them boned or boneless? Bone in. Hell yeah. Real nigga. Bone in. Blue cheese sauce. Let's get some peppers and or let's get some celery and carrots. Cool. Perfect. All right. That's literally, and then let's just do that every day. And then I'll guarantee you, in a month, you're gonna be looking like this motherfucker here. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way, like, you can easily out-eat any kind of fucking, like, easily. At least I can.
When you were making a comment about people questioning your masculinity, I get the question of actually looking like a woman all the time, and it's always in play. I always get compared to, like, male characters, especially when I don't wear makeup, and that's because I don't have boobs, and I can't help that, but it's definitely really hard to like have people tell you constantly, like, here's the standard of how a woman should look, and you don't look.
All right. Being flat-chested and being skinny are 2 different things. You can be skinny and have fucking huge tits, okay? But you, that's a different struggle. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a different struggle, sis. All right, this isn't the struggle for that. We're not talking about the flat-chested women. I'm sorry. This is a different struggle.
Look like that without even saying it. They don't say it. They're categorizing me. They're making fun of me, saying that I look like this one soccer player or something. And, you know, I think it's funny, but also shame can also be hard, because I can see what you mean. Sometimes it can really motivate you when it's out of love.
Yes,
but when it's out of
that's the
pain,
difference.
and when it's out of, like, not knowing someone and just saying
just
it,
viciousness.
Yeah, the people who said that to me about my kids were not, just some random guy online. It was people who were close to me and I knew cared about me, who I had a conversation with. So I do think it matters who says it, but I still would consider it to an extent shaming. And I'm okay with that. I think there is good shame. I think sometimes it helps motivate people in the right way.
The body positivity movement promotes childhood obesity. Diet culture has positive effects.
I guess for me, diet culture is an important thing to
even
have for
Lauren
people
doesn't believe in
the
diet culture. That's saying something.
Damn, they just let your ass walk up there alone, partner.
world. What I've realized after we're about to finish this up is there wasn't a lot of talk on skinny culture or like skinny people as a whole. Maybe that's because of how the prompt is. But I think it's important, if we're going to give positivity to kids who are obese, I think it's important to give them the options to, say if they want to lose weight, they can. And I don't see a problem with that in any real sense.
I think that diet culture is a reason that a lot of people struggle with weight problems in the first place. I have even struggled with my own weight issues in the past, and I was like struggling kind of with depriving myself too much because I had a trainer. And then I started binge eating. And as soon as I had like a mental break where I was like physically incapable of stopping myself from putting food in my mouth, I immediately went to see a doctor. And that doctor told me to read a book called Intuitive Eating. And it wildly changed my life. And it was about getting past diet culture and about how so many people ruin their lives with diet culture. And you see it with like somebody talked about eating grapes and lettuce, and it's grapes and lettuce, and it's just like it's this extreme, and so you go from one extreme and then you break, and then you go to the other extreme, and so like I was in my extreme, I broke, so that's why I'm anti-diet culture.
Yeah, I tried keto for a while. And that's the thing about what I realized is like that fad diet kind of stuff. And yeah, did I lose?
As said before, keto only works for small Asian girls, not anybody else.
Weight? I absolutely lost weight, sure. I didn't keep it off, and the reason I didn't keep it off is because diet culture is about turning the word diet from your overall eating into an activity that takes place over a period of time. A diet should not be something you do from January until May of next year. Diet is what you continually eat, is what you continually put into yourself. Yeah.
Lifestyle change.
Yeah. So my issue with diet culture is this idea of like, oh, I've got this perfect solution for you, man. All you got to do is this, and this, and that. And it's like, no. Like the reality is like, yeah, there are good, correct, and objective ways, I think, for a lot of people to eat. And yes, everybody has to have some variations here and there. There's no one bag fix all, and diet culture is so much about trying to say like, all you got to do is just eat cheese puffs every day for the rest of your life.
And it's easy.
Yeah. And so that's why I think diet culture doesn't help.
You know, you're always going to get those people who have the perfect answer. They have the perfect solution to either lose weight, or diet isn't just losing weight, it's also gaining weight. You know, and I think a lot of people, maybe it's just for me, but when I diet, it's actually not the opposite of fasting. I'm trying to eat more. I'm trying to gain more. And I think people forget that when it comes to diet. When people instantly hear the word diet, they think losing weight. And I don't think that should always be the case.
I've been on a lot of diets. I've been on diets for myself. I've been put on diets, and I've been put on diets by my coaches. So when I was young, I felt like it was more so like fasting, not eating, but working out. And maybe hopefully eating once you get home as a reward. And then...
So I think she was probably a good amount smaller when she was in like high school, maybe college. I don't know, she's a college athlete. But I think she was probably doing like volleyball, soccer, shit like that. And she was a lot more active than what she was. And when adulthood hit her, it hit her just like it hit me, right? You went from being active most of the fucking day, right? Like I said before, I was working out in the mornings, lifting weights. Then I was doing PE, then football practice, then I was teaching a Taekwondo class, and I had my own class, right? So I went from like 20 hours where I'm active multiple different times through multiple different, parts of your body throughout that entire time. I went from there eating the same way versus where I'm eating probably even more processed foods than I was back then and doing a lot less physical activity. Most of my time is spent sitting down, whether I'm driving for work or whether I'm here streaming, talking to you guys, right? I am mostly doing a stationary activity. So a lot of my, if I want to be active, I can no longer be active as a result of me just living my life, right? Like I was on the football team, I had to do PE, I've been doing Taekwondo my whole life, so these were things that were actively just already a part of my life by default almost, right? So going into it as an adult, there's no activity that's default part in my life, right? There's nobody that's forcing me to exercise, there's nobody that's forcing me to work out, there's nothing that's forcing me to do any of that stuff. So because of that comes with laziness, comes with, muscle atrophy, comes with a lot of shit, right? So I think that's the same sort of situation that's hitting her, where she went from being very active, and having a certain kind of diet to being not so active anymore. And then now she's keeping that same kind of diet, which causes a lot more weight gain than there was before. Because again, just like that sugar video, if you burn off a lot of that food, if you use it, right, then you don't really feel the negative detriments about it, right? Like I would go to school, I would, like I said, I would have PE at some point in time, I'd get out of class, I'd go grab a sandwich from Subway, then I'd come back, walk back to the school, eat it real fast before practice, and you don't get fast food before practice at all, because you get fast food before practice and it'll feel like a gut, like a rot in your stomach. But you can grab a foot-long Subway sandwich before practice. That's what I would do. All right, guys. Silver had to take off, but let's finish up this video, then let's watch the next one with Myron Gaines and other large individuals. By large, I mean physically. You know what I mean.
Wait, and I don't think that should always be the case.
I've been on a lot of diets. I've been on diets for myself. I've been put on diets, and I've been put on diets by my coaches. So when I was young, I felt like it was more so like fasting, not eating, but working out. And maybe hopefully eating once you get home as a reward. And then when it became like, oh, like you're a good person in the team to like be the big person, be the defender, be buff. So it was like, now we have to gain all this weight and we have to pound you out. So it was like, I had to eat like 5 meals in a day. And I felt so gross, because I was just like, I've never had to like pull out like a bar or something and like eat it during class and be like, I have to eat this because it's part of my diet.
When we talk about diet culture, we're talking about not your diet as a whole. It's usually a fad diet is what we're talking about when we're talking about diet culture. And for me personally, I know that I've seen a lot of, especially women in my life, going on fad diets that are just not sustainable. And that's kind of the purpose of diet culture, is that it's not a sustainable thing.
But we're all talking about like mainstream, like keto, like gluten-free. And I think everyone's just polarized on these certain ones that I believe that you should eat gluten. I think if you take it out of your diet, you're actually going to get sick.
Unless you are.
Celiacs, no.
It goes back to like what she said, which is, intuitive eating.
So what is the...
So when you gain weight, right? Gaining weight is a lot harder than losing weight. Like gaining good weight, I should say, right? Like the idea about gaining weight is gaining muscle, right? Not fat. If you want to gain fat, you can do that very easily, right? But gaining muscle it takes a certain, that's why like bodybuilders are obsessed with hitting their macros, right? Because if you don't hit your macros, then you're not building muscle correctly, okay? Building muscle takes a bit of protein. It takes other shit. I only know protein. But it takes a bunch of other shit to make, to build muscle properly, right? So when they're telling her to gain weight and they're like, you have to eat these certain bars, you have to eat this certain amount of food, that's understandable. But at the same time, I think she's running into the same situation that I'm running into, right? Where I'm this larger guy, okay? And I'm used, when I was, in high school, when I was a lot younger, I'm used to a much more active lifestyle in terms of playing football, taekwondo. I had like 2 classes that I was teaching. I had my own class. When I was playing football, it was every fucking day, on top of PE. And I was still, like, pretty fat, but I could do, like, jump kicks and shit, right? Like, I was in relatively good shape. Now, I kept the same kind of eating to maintain myself doing all of that activity already, doing no activity at all, if that makes any sense. Like, I maintained the same style of eating with no exercise at the other end of that. I wasn't doing taekwondo, I was doing football, obviously. Like, it was nothing. I didn't have the gumption to go to the gym on my own, right? Even the gym that I built in my fucking garage. So I think she sort of hit the same kind of situation that I did. I don't necessarily want to see myself in this big Mexican chick, but I feel like I'm running into the same sort of situation as her, where I was again, eating the same kind of food that I was eating when I was being active when I wasn't so active.
Positive you think you've seen for people from diet culture, which I think, and I guess, what do you consider diet culture?
I guess like diet culture to me is the resources you need to get to where you want to be in your life, in your body. That's how I've always viewed diet
By
culture.
dieting, do you mean like journaling what you're eating?
Yeah, if you want to journal, if you want to, you know, talk to a therapist, if you want to work out, if you want to see a doctor, if you want to go on meds, like everyone's
But
always...
it's not being super, like when you diet, you're not being like, I'm completely cutting out carbs or I'm completely doing this, right? You're
lemon water only.
Are you,
talking
you're
about
like
restrictive
watching your
behaviors.
macros and your micros and you're calculating
Like,
that
I
and you're
guess
staying with
if you're asking if I know how many calories I have to eat, yeah, like I have to eat like 4,000 a day.
When most people talk about diet culture, they've done some sort of extremely restrictive thing, and when you do something really restrictive, it changes your brain chemistry and the way that you think about food, and it makes you obsessive over food, and then, but it sounds like the way that you're doing it is extremely healthy because you're not depriving your body of something.
But isn't that just goes back to like, you guys are talking about the extremes of diet culture?
Diet culture is one thing, and then a healthy lifestyle
Having a
and
healthy
intuitive
diet
eating
is
type thing
different.
are two different things.
Okay.
I personally don't think of living a healthy lifestyle as a diet.
You've been in like model spheres. Do you see diet culture and how has it impacted space?
There was a point in my life, like when I was a junior in high school, where the person that I was with at the time, he's like 6'6" and super tall. And so, you know, the mom was like, hey, like, my son is going to go audition to this big agency, which is still big to this day, and, you know, you should come. So I went, and I weighed 115 pounds, and I was a D cup, and they said that I weighed too much. And so seeing that really struck me in the beginning with the negative part of dieting. And
that's ridiculous. 115 fucking pounds?
just kind of went into this spiral of like, okay, well, if I'm too big, then what are people doing to not be this size? Like, how can I make it to do what I want to do if this is my limitation to it? It took years later to realize, like, shit, I was really disciplining myself for no apparent reason except for this underlying feeling from years ago that I could never get rid of. When you're talking about like discipline, I think it can be really positive with dieting and like intaking your calories, but for me personally, and I'm a very specific case, seeing those numbers and knowing that I couldn't achieve it because I didn't have the appetite was also just so saddening to me, because reading the bare minimum of what a woman needs 5'5" at my age, I was like, that's not that much, and I still couldn't eat it at the time, and I'm like, what's wrong with me? There's different ways to motivate people, and one of them is out of pain and anger, and I feel like a lot of the diet culture, whether it's for positive or negative, is just trying to gear into that. And you know, I just am more about being healthy.
I hear diet and I think of something that's positive, and it's been positive to me, and you know, it's something I'm always trying to achieve. I guess like if we were to redo the same exact question, I may hesitate and not walk across the line. I guess I'll never know, but hearing these perspectives were really good because I probably didn't know as much about the extremes.
I want to thank all of you for sharing your opinions with us and for challenging us. And
you know what? This was a very good conversation. There's a little bit of bullshit. I think the chubby Mexican chick was a little bit more frugal with the food that she wants to lead on. But let's get to the main show. Let's get started.
Do you think just being in a fat body and being in the public space encourages obesity?
Yes.
Shame is what led me to an eating disorder.
Whose fault is that,
what
though?
we're looking for is
Whose fault
stability.
Is that? That's your fault.
It's
See, the
an
problem is that you're a
amalgamation.
professional victim.
Would you agree, like, looking at his physique, like, he's at a perfectly, I would say, maybe healthy...
No.
I think
he's definitely overweight, definitely obese.
I like how there's like one kind of normal dude. He's like, They said they wanted a fat guy. I guess I'm kind of. You don't count. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. You don't count.
My name's John. I host the Radical Empathy podcast. I used to direct episodes of Middle Ground, but I'll now be moderating today's discussion between jacked men and fat men. Our first prompt is, I have felt disgusted looking at a fat body. Can our agreeers please step forward?
Ooh, I agree. I've been disgusted by my own body.
Whoever feels compelled to start us off.
Well, it's unacceptable to be fat.
Okay. That's a great start. I mean, I know why you say that, but it's one of those things where, do you know why you're saying that?
Yes, because I've been fat before and I lost the weight.
Well, me too. I've been fat my whole life. I've been way skinnier than I am now, and I've been way heavier than I am now. Was I less valuable at one point in there?
Well, I mean, you can make an argument that you're less valuable when you're fatter because you drain resources, but that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, I mean, in general, being fat is unacceptable because you control every single morsel of food that goes into your mouth.
Okay.
It shows a lack of discipline, it shows a lack of character, it shows a lack of temperance, and when you're fat, it's an outward manifestation of your inadequacies.
I would definitely say it's a lack of discipline. Fucking Myron always has to take it to the next level and make you not only fat, but also evil for being fat. So, is it a lack of discipline? Yeah, I could say that. Is it a lack of character? Probably not. I think you can have good character and still be maybe a little gluttonous when it comes to food, right? I don't think eating that extra cookie, unless you're taking it from somebody else, is like a bad thing. That makes any sense. Right? Eating extra food does not hurt anybody else. If you're not depriving, if there's enough food to go around, if there's excess food, which in a lot of the times in cases of obesity, there's excess food, right? You're eating a lot of extra food. And because of that, you're gaining the extra weight, okay? And so if there's excess food and you eat a little bit extra, you're not the worst person in the world. That's all I'm saying. I don't think it's a lack of character. It's a lack of you could call it a lack of discipline, a lack of self-control, definitely. I think my biggest issue, just personally, if we're going personal, my biggest issue, I think, is the right now pleasure, right? It's like I would rather satiate something that I have right now than wait for it later, right? So if I desire something, I'll buy it right now instead of maybe saving a little bit of money so that I'll be able to, afford that and something else, right? Like, I'm a very, there's a word for it. Fuck. Now you got me thinking of words. Impulse. I'm very much an impulse kind of guy. So, like, if I want to do something right now, I'm going to do it. Kind of deal.
When I see somebody who's 500 or 600 pounds, all I can think of is, why do they care so little about their health that they can do this, allow themselves to gain that much weight?
What percentage of the population is 500 or 600 pounds? I'm almost at 4, and I feel like I'm at like a level where I'm not happy at all. Who's getting 100 pounds heavier than me?
Knowing it's taken 20, 30, 40 years.
Excuse me. Who's getting 100 pounds more than me and not ending up on shows like TLC? Anyway.
Off their life. I just can't imagine not wanting to live that badly.
I understand that. No, it's I've definitely felt disgusted looking at my own body and looking at other fat bodies in my life. A lot of the disgust I felt looking at people was me feeling disgusted with myself and then projecting that feeling onto other people. And I don't think anyone on either side will disagree that health is important. I know that my own mental health was way worse when I was spending every fixate of my life trying to get smaller and trying to be thinner.
I don't think there's anyone that can look at somebody 500, 600, 700 pounds and not think, wow, what have they done? And not be discussed. Like, how can you not? I just can't understand
You can't
nobody
assume that
thinking
everyone has the same opinion, though, because unfortunately, some people have emotional stuff that happened, traumatic stuff that's happened, so you can't discount and just say, oh, because they're fat.
Boo-hoo, man. Like, there's way worse stuff going out in the world versus people saying, oh my God, I'm sad, I'm gonna eat some ice cream. It's like, no, dude, it's like, you're fat, you made that decision, you live in the best country ever. If you live in a civilized, first world country where you have electricity, internet power, etc., you deserve to be bullied. It's ridiculous to me that we have all these fat people running around.
Wait a second. You deserve to be bullied? Okay. You could even say that the person has, like, you know, I don't think anybody deserves to be bullied, let alone for being fat. Now, there's a question about fat positives, right? Like, if you're just fat and you're not saying anything about it, you know what I mean? Leave them alone. But if you're out here actively saying, you know, say it loud, I'm fat and I'm proud, that's a problem. You know what I mean? Like, then I think you're actively promoting something that's harmful and you should be shot on. But if you're just living your fucking life as a fat person, I mean, you don't need everybody in the world telling you how unhealthy your choices are. You already know how unhealthy your choices are. I mean, you make them.
People are being bombed in Gaza. It's ridiculous. We are so privileged here in the United States and in the West in general. When I see a fat person, I'm like, wow. You got the gift of life. You got the gift of being in a developed country, and you're a fat POS talking about body positivity on TikTok? What the hell is going on
But now you're
here?
segmenting, though, because not everyone thinks like that.
No, we need to bring shaming back.
Okay.
We need to bring shaming back in so many other regards besides obesity. We need to do it with sluts. We need to shame fat people. We need to shame everybody when they fuck up. Because shame has been one of the strongest defenses against degeneracy and human fuck-ups.
You had a personal...
See, but that's the difference. Shame is... I guess shame is something that you get from, like, the community. But it's more something that you get from people who you hold in high esteem, right? Like, if the fucking homeless dude at 76, you know, said shame on you, you wouldn't feel shame. But if your mom or your grandma or somebody who you hold in really high regard found out you were doing some fuck shit and they were, you know, shaming you, that's where you take that shame in, basically. It's weird. You know what I mean? I think, like, you can get, like, a sense of social shame, but that more comes from a large amount of people. And if we're talking about statistics, I believe there's more overweight people than there are not obese people in America. I think we're a country of mostly fat. I think the skinny is the minority now. Unfortunately, it's an unfortunate thing, but I think that is the case. Actually, we can look that up. Like, it's obese. Or what percentage? So we're still the minority, but we're coming up there. Oh, 30% are overweight. So more than okay. So 42% are obese, but then there's 30% that are fucking overweight. So that's 72%, 72.7% that are either obese or overweight. Wow. Oh, these are adults between 40 and 59. Let's see. What's obesity in children? 42% of adults have obesity. Children. 20% of children 2 to 19 have obesity. 20%. 1 in 8 preschoolers have obesity. Yeah, man. We saw that sugar documentary. We saw where the effects of that led. And you know what? I really like how, if you look at how my videos are going, you see the sugar documentary, then you see the TLC shit, two of them being my 600 or my 1,000-pound sisters or whatever, Tammy and fucking Hammy, you know what I mean? And then you can see how the sugar the shit that he was talking about in that first documentary, how it creates a culture of obesity. And now we have TLC where we're like making fun of 1,000-pound sisters. And I'm no better at fucking 400 pounds, right? But I can sit here and look at these big bitches, you know what I'm saying? And then be like, oh, I'm so much better than them because I'm only 400 pounds and not 1,000 pounds. But in actuality, you know, we both need to make changes and decisions and shit like that, you know? But yeah, man, 72% of Americans are either overweight or obese. So we are the majority. Better fucking get in line, you skinny bitches.
Personal experience you wanted to share. You said you used to be overweight. Now you're not.
Oh yeah. So I did an experiment back in like 2015 where I like bulked for like almost 2 years, and I got up to like 250 pounds, and then I dieted down. It took me about 7 months. I systematically did it, controlled my calories, tracked my macros, tracked my protein, carbs, fats, and systematically lost 1 to 2 pounds per week.
So you chose to gain.
Yeah, see, that's completely different, okay? Myron is an asshole. He is 100% correct about a lot of things. But like, I don't know, it's almost, it's like a professional athlete being like, oh yeah, I got fat and lost the weight. It's not hard. No, man. Okay? If you start off obese, I think if you're obese or have obesity in childhood, the chances of you getting back into a normal BMI range into adulthood is 2%. 98% of people who are obese in their childhood die with obesity. Okay? And that is because when you are a child, patterns are instilled in you. You know what I mean? That's why, you know how you hear about the, you know, some of the babies who are like left alone, or some of the kids who are like, they say, oh, play fucking like Mozart or shit for your kids, because it'll instill a love of classical music and they'll want to play instruments or something like that, right? Whatever reasons white people give to do that kind of shit. But it is something, right? Like when you're learning a language, it's easier to learn when you're a kid, okay? When you are a child, you can pick up languages a lot easier than when you become an adult. And I'm saying it's not possible, but it's a lot easier to do it when you're a child. So just like that, eating patterns, living patterns, all that shit is instilled into you in a young age, or it's going to be like, you know, it's going to be like climbing up a ladder that's underneath a waterfall, right? You're going to be fighting with a lot of nature in order to get you to learn that, okay? You can. It's still possible, but you're going to be fighting with a lot of nature in order to do that. Anyway, yeah. But Myron is saying, like, oh, I got up to 250 pounds and then I lost the weight. He started off skinny, and he did it on purpose, knowing that he was going to lose the weight eventually, right? I bet that's why it took him 2 years to bulk up to that size, because he wanted to gain the weight probably a little more healthily, and he was probably a little bit more muscle than he wants to admit. But there was no way. That's him getting to 250 and losing weight is not the same as somebody who's been hovering between 250 and 300 pounds since they were like 14, okay? And they're trying to get down to weight. That's two completely different things.
Systematically lost 1 to 2 pounds per week.
So you chose to gain up to 250.
Yeah,
you
so
were
I've been in all
beforehand.
spectrums. Like, I'm naturally skinny.
Yeah.
And then I was like, all right, I'm going to get fat as an experiment.
Yeah.
Did it. And then I was like, all right, now I'm going to lose the weight. And then all I did was just track my calories, ate the same food every single day.
Yeah.
Went to the gym 4 or 5 times a week. And everything was controlled, and it got done. Was it monotonous? Of course. Was it boring?
No,
Of
yeah,
course.
I agree with you there. I am naturally this way. This is with working out 4 or 5 times
That's
a week.
not true.
This is 100% true, bro.
Nah, bro.
No,
Come to the gym with me.
Who is this dude? Again, though, like, look at this dude. Okay, like, if I said some shit like that, I could see you being like, nah, bro. If this dude said some shit like that, or any of the guys in the back, I could see. This dude seems fairly normal. Like, he doesn't seem fat. He doesn't seem overweight. He seems fairly normal. He's not a bodybuilder, but he seems fairly normal. That's my point.
No, it's not natural at all, because at the end of the day, if you don't lose weight, by definition, you're not in a calorie deficit. If you're not in a calorie deficit, then you're going to either maintain or gain weight. And that's the problem, is that people don't track their calories.
And that's true. But people burn at their resting metabolic rate a different set of calories.
Doesn't matter.
Let's not get too granular right now. Ragini, it's going to be one of those episodes, right?
Yeah, okay. So you can't, fat guys, listen, it's not a good idea to try to come at it science, because these muscle heads learn the science to gain every inch of muscle that they could possibly gain, right? The fit guys, some of these dudes are like bodybuilders, okay? So they know about metabolic rate. They know all this shit better than you. So don't try to come with your like, oh yeah, maybe I have a thyroid condition, maybe I don't, maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know, okay?
Let's bring in the disagreeers and hear from them.
Okay, so the reason I disagreed, especially when I heard the statement, I don't think I'll ever look at somebody based on their situation and think that I'm disgusted. Like, if I see somebody that's a drug addict on the street that's homeless, I'm not disgusted by that. If I see somebody that's incredibly overweight, I'm not disgusted by that. Do I think that there's an opportunity for growth? Do I think they've been put in a disadvantageous position that's probably makes it harder for them? Absolutely. I think I'm kind of an empath, so when I see somebody, I know that there's things underlying, and one of my best friends is 400 plus pounds. I've helped him lose 150, 200 pounds. He's gained it back. And I don't look at him and say, I'm disgusted, but I know how bad he wants it.
Bro, look at Myron. Myron is judging the shit out of this guy. Look.
He's gained it back. And I don't look at him.
He's looking at this dude like, if you're really his friend, you would make sure he fucking loses the weight. You would stay on him and make sure he stays fucking in the gym. Make sure he stays eating the proper things. Like, he's like, bro. Oh man, Byron is so fucking militant with his life. It's kind of ridiculous.
And say, I'm disgusted, but I know how bad he wants it. And just seeing how hard he tries and then reverts, it's almost more tough for me than to be like, oh, that's disgusting, you know? And I think there's plenty of people that look at me and say, that's disgusting. I never want to look like that. So like, I know what it feels like on the other side to like look the way I do and get people look at me like, ugh, that's gross to like have that muscle. And to go back to that point, like you came from a fit place and like deciding to bulk, like that's a conscientious decision to gain weight. Like you already have those habit routines and skills in order to stay in shape, and then you use those same skills you had to pull back on the calories and knowledge you had.
The reason why I use that example is that you can get fat and lose the weight if you know what you're doing and you have the knowledge and everything else like that. It's just about consistency over time. So it's like, I look at it like...
let me cut you off, because here's one thing that you just said.
Yeah.
Okay. I already don't fuck with Tevin. Tevin, Tevin? Nigga, what? Is it Tevin? Nigga, what? Tevin. I'm calling you Tevin. It's spelled Kevin with a T. All right, Tevin. So I already don't fuck with it. Just because of the whole, like, I feel like you're giving off the black, gay, fat, positive vibe. I could be wrong. Maybe Tevin is going to start spitting. I doubt it.
You had the tools. So there's people that don't have the tools that you've passed judgment on, and
you can get the tools online easier than anything. There are tons of free YouTube videos about how to fucking lose weight, how to burn calories, there are like workouts you can do at home with no fucking weights. Like if you can use YouTube, if you can type with your fingers, you have tools at your disposal. Or well, I guess you have to have internet and maybe a phone or a computer, a tablet or something. But you have tools at your disposal to learn how to lose weight. Especially nowadays. This is 2024. All that shit is you can find for free.
Tools. So there's people that don't have the tools that you've passed judgment on, and you have failed to realize that with the tools, people are very much capable of achieving amazing things. But
okay, let's talk about that.
If they don't have tools,
well, you cut me off before, remember?
And I stood over there and I listened to you, and I was like, it's a ton of bullshit too.
Sure.
But we're gonna address this, right?
Yeah.
You are passing judgment on people who lack the tools to do what it is that they need to do to get themselves to a certain point of health. There are multitudes of factors that weighs into what goes on with somebody's body. There are people that even if they work out, losing the weight does not come as simple as just going to the gym, cutting calories, watching everything that you eat. There are some people that have a disposition. I have a disposition. But does that mean that I'm not active? Does that mean that I'm not doing certain things? No, it doesn't. But you're passing.
What is the medical term? Is that a medical thing? I honestly don't know. You have a medical disposition for being overweight? I understand being a little larger, okay? But saying, like, if you cut calories and exercise, you're not going to lose weight. No, you might lose weight at a different pace than other people, but you would still lose weight just in terms of the law of thermo-fucking dynamics. If you're eating at a calorie deficit, if you're burning more calories than you're eating, then you're going to lose weight, period. Now, you know, people can have thyroid issues, there are certain medical things that can go on, but that's not a disposition. That's a specific medical condition. I have this, my doctor, prescribed, or, my doctor diagnosed me with this, so that so now I'm not able to exercise, or I have to take this medication that makes me gain weight, or whatever that situation may be, right? That's not just a random, some people have dispositions. Yeah, bro, that sounds like a lot of cope to me, homie. Sounds like a lot of bullshit, Tevin.
Judgment on somebody's body that you know nothing about. Now, on the flip side, what if I turned around and I did the same thing to you? You're talking about how fit and stuff that you are, but you're over there and you're smallest compared to these other guys. So how does
Asian dude is kind of around the same. Maybe the Asian dude has a little definition, but yeah, the two white dudes got both of them. The two white dudes are bigger than these two dudes put together. But that doesn't mean anything. It's like, look at you, bro. You're literally talking about you're small as fuck compared to those guys, bro. You're big as fuck compared to everybody. He's literally like the black version of Big Gay Al. He's like if Chef and Big Gay Al had a fucking baby. It's Tevin.
If someone comes, no, because you said shame, right?
That's a little,
you said shame, right?
Yeah.
So how does that feel if someone comes up and they start shaming you for size? Like, come on, it goes both ways.
We're just in the first prompt. We got to be careful about targeting each other too directly.
I mean, I'm not offended. It's fine. He's emotional.
It goes in every direction.
He's obviously very triggered. But yeah, so let's talk about, let's hit the first part, tools. Triggered. What are the tools? The tools are simply knowledge, which you can get for free on the internet. If you have the ability and the discipline to go out there and get the knowledge, then you're going to lose weight. It's just that simple. It's just that people want to always make excuses for why, my feelings, I don't know you don't know what people are going through, blah, blah, blah. No. You can watch your calories, you can go to the gym, you have time to do it. People just like to make excuses.
I don't think anyone's debating that weight loss is impossible here. I think the question is, why do you hate fat people, that you feel the disgust towards it?
Well, like I said before, it's a combination.
Wait a second. Does Myron hate fat people? I don't think Myron hates fat people. I think he just sees fat as a shortcoming in people. I don't think he's like literally, fuck those fat people, rah. I don't want to see them ever in my face. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'll let Myron respond to that, but Jesus.
Hate fat people, that you feel the disgust towards it.
Well, like I said before, it's a culmination of a bunch of bad decisions. I'm not going to go ahead and give the same level of respect to someone who's a fat ass to someone that has worked really hard and diligently on their physique, because your body's outward manifestations,
there's more
decisions,
factors to a human being than their body.
Well, you could judge a lot just off of someone's physique. You'd be like, okay, well, this guy is lazy, and that's personified through their physique. It's the truth.
Abe, I saw you wanted to say something.
Just to take it back to the prompt, I think we just kind of went all over the place there.
Yeah. We're still focusing on the word disgust.
Just the word disgust. I mean, I would never look at someone and show disgust towards them. I mean, I think I would respect, like you said. I mean, you don't respect everyone, like you said, but I think...
Respect is earned.
I mean... It is earned, but I mean, I think at a humane level, we can learn to appreciate each other's differences.
Okay, I think Myron is giving a basic level of respect. Like when you're talking about the human level, but what he's saying is he's not going to. No, I don't know. I don't know what he means by respect. He can just disrespect the shit out of the fat people. Yeah, that's not a good. He doesn't deserve the same amount of respect. I understand what he's saying, right? This person who is in shape didn't succumb. Like, everybody thinks cupcakes are delicious, right? Like, this dude that's in shape decided not to eat the cupcakes, decided that he wanted to work out, decided that he made all the correct choices. He had the discipline to exercise. He had the discipline to work out. they're both entitled to a basic human level of respect. I don't think Myron is disagreeing with that. And I think that's where these guys are trying to phrase it, because it sounds like it when Myron is like, he deserves respect more than him. It sounds like you're doing second class and first class citizenship. But what I think, if I'm being ultra charitable, he's saying that people who exercise hold themselves to a higher standard, right? It's not acceptable for them to fucking be fat and be lazy, so they're going to exercise, they're going to eat properly, they're going to take care of themselves, right? That makes them more effective as a person, right? Let's say, I don't know, if we're talking like, just like a construction worker, you know what I mean? The person that's fucking in shape versus the person that's fat can get more done as a construction worker than, not. I mean, when you're going into other trades that are less physical, I don't know. I'm not sure where it comes there. But I can understand where he's saying that there's a higher level of there has to be a better word than respect. Because it sounds like you're not respecting the fat guy at all. Which I don't think Myron is saying. I think Myron is just saying that he's not going to hold him to the same level as the guy who holds himself to a higher standard, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if like disgust would be the right word, right?
I know.
Greg mentioned some health implications with being overweight or obese.
Yeah.
I think being concerned might be a better.
That's the word I was going to go
better
for.
word.
Like
but
I can show concern for someone.
But I don't think that they're concerned either, because like I'm not walking around concerned about random people I don't care about. You physically don't like looking at fat people, okay? You guys, it's just kind of a fact of the situation, okay? That's sort of the reason why you're kind of like, it's not really respect kind of thing. It's more of a like, you guys don't like seeing. It's more like concern. I don't think you're concerned though, right? Unless you're like Mother Teresa and you're just fucking worried about every motherfucker out here,
For the way that they are, but I would never look at someone and say, like, you're disgusting.
But is it any different than if you see somebody who's extremely anorexic, they're 50 pounds, you look at them and you're in shock? Oh my God, like something happens in your body you can't control. You can't stop that.
There
like
could
how
be a-
can
there
you
could be a
not?
shock
It's not, I
factor,
don't
but
hate them.
that's different
It's just,
from-
wow, oh my God, it's like, it's disgusting. Like, holy goodness
But
gracious.
why
That's a
would
shock
you
factor,
use
though.
the
That's
word
not- that's
disgusting,
not
right?
disgusting.
So you just mentioned the polar opposite of what we are, right? But why would you look at them and be disgusted versus concerned? That is a very specific word, and it has very specific connotations behind it. And when it's used, it's somewhat weaponized as well.
Because you weaponize disgusting, I'm gonna continue to eat my fucking donuts. Is that what you're trying to say? Like, I don't get it. It's, I can say I'm disgusted when I see myself in the mirror sometimes, bro. Coming out the shower, not to get too personal on this YouTube video, but coming out the shower, coming out the fucking, you know what I mean? Like, you see yourself overweight and it's not what a human body should look like. But if you pervert yourself into thinking, this is okay, this isn't that bad, this is how it should be, you guys are in the wrong for thinking this isn't beautiful. And then you're like walking around, like, they mentioned before Lizzo, right? Lizzo's issue is not that she's being fat, or not even that she's like comfortable in her body, but she's trying to do things to display her body in the same way a person who's fit would try to display their body, right? And I completely see a difference in that, okay? 100%, right? Like, one kind of body takes, it's hard to get to that kind of level of in shape fitness, right? To be a model, you know what I mean? To be on billboards. There's like a standard, that you have to have. And then you have another body that's just like a fucking testament to gluttony, mine included, right? Like, it's a different kind of thing, but I'm not out here, shirtless on stream talking about ratchet people. Shut up. All right, I'm not doing that anymore. But still, I don't think I was, even when I was doing that, I don't think I was necessarily, maybe I was promoting obesity a little bit. But I think when you have a large enough audience, especially one that has a lot of kids in it, right? Like imagine how this dude is raising his kids. They're gonna be obese in their fucking adolescence, and then they're gonna grow up to be obese adults, and then we don't know what level that gets to. Will they get to 500 pounds? Will they stay at around 350, 400 like their pops? Like what level would they get to? I don't know. Not really fucking with Tevin so far. We're 10 minutes in.
Well,
I don't think we can help how we feel. I don't think I can choose like, oh, I just am not. It would be sitting here and lying. I'm not going to sit here and lie. I'm always going to be honest with people. I'm disgusted. This is just how I feel.
The thing is, when you see a fat person, the reason why it's disgusting and the reason why there's so much pushback on this whole body positivity and people make fun of Lizzo, rightfully so, by the way, is because it's unattractive, it's unhealthy. Until we had this woke era, they used to put like models and attractive people on the cover of magazines that were in shape. Why? So that people can aspire to look like that. And it's healthy and it looks better in general. You look good, feel good. But when you're fat, it says a lot about you. People aren't going to sit there and be like, let me see if he's a good person. No, they're just going to assume that you're lazy, which you are, by the way, when you're fat, and you don't have discipline, which you are, by the way. So they're just going to assume off of what they see. That's the world.
The which you are, by the way, really triggered the fuck out of these guys. I just see it as the truth. Yeah, I know I'm lazy. I know that for a fact. There's no question. I work, I come home, I instantly stream. You know what I mean? Like there's no, I decide not to get up extra early and exercise. Because that's, a lot of these people have the same kind of schedule I do. They fucking, work, then have their hobby, and then they fucking go to bed, right? But then they also get up extra early and do that little bit of exercise in front of that, They take that little bit of extra time to like prep their fucking breakfast and their lunch for the day, yeah.
Love how you just you stated a shit ton of assumptions. You didn't state not one fact. You just stated assumptions.
I want
What? Okay, what fact did he not state?
to move on to the next prompt.
No! What did he not state? Can we continue?
So you look good, feel good. But when you're fat, it says a lot about you. People aren't going to sit there and be like, let me see if he's a good person. No, they're just going to assume that you're lazy, which you are, by the way, when you're fat, and you don't have discipline, which you are, by the way. So they're just going to assume off of what they see. That's the world.
See, he said other people are going to assume that about you, but he also confirmed that that's also, he didn't assume, he said that's the case. By he's saying which you are, by the way, at the very end of it. So you can't just say, oh, that was a lot of assumptions. No, that was, he was dropping facts. I'm not sitting here just agreeing with Myron to agree with him, but he's right when he's right.
I love how you just you stated a shit ton of assumptions. You didn't state not one fact. You just stated assumptions.
I want to move on to the next prompt, but we're definitely.
Can I say one thing? Just one question.
Yeah.
Like, let's say you knew he used to be 600 pounds, and how much you weigh now?
I'm 384.
And now he's 384. Do you see him as less disgusting knowing he's lost 220 pounds?
No, that's fantastic.
I
but
think yes.
There's still work to be done. But here's the thing, like I said before, unfortunately, human beings judge a book by its cover. It's just the world that we live in. Fat people that identify as 97 genders, whatever, they expect us to change our worldview for them, and that's just not how the world works. Like it's been that way. It's always going to be that way.
Worldview? That's
All right,
I think what I don't get.
It's just the
we
world
gotta
that we're in.
reset.
Like people are gonna,
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, my bad.
Now let's reset. Jacked men are more attractive than fat men. Will the agreeers please step forward?
How come there's 4 guys over there? All right, we're living in a bizarre world where people don't see the truth. Like, how is it possible that they're thinking, no, being obese and unhealthy is more attractive than being fit and healthy? How is this possible?
This dude Greg is like, really? Greg would have been the biggest asshole here if it wasn't for Myron. And Myron is being fairly civil here, but everybody knows who the fuck he is, especially with that fresh and fit shirt on. Everybody knows who the fuck he is. And in fact, his fucking name, Fit Men. Like, that's the whole reason why they put that in there like that instead of like bodybuilders or something, right? But like, they're fighting against shit that he's saying on his podcast versus fighting against the shit that he's saying now. Because, I mean, he's making some hard stances, but he's being pretty civil. And he's still hated a lot more than fucking Greg, who's like, I feel like Greg is really trying to come after them. Like, why are there 4 people over there? Shit like that, right?
Being obese and unhealthy is more attractive than being fit and healthy. How is this possible?
Actually, you know what? This is precisely why a majority of women find a majority of men as unattractive. Because a lot of guys think this way, oh, I just be a nice guy and girls are gonna like me. No, they're not. She's not gonna suck your dick with the same veracity when you're a fat f- as when you're in shape. She's just not. See, people don't understand that women are aroused by one thing and they're attracted by another thing. Women are attracted to, a guy that's confident, ambitious, makes money, etc. Of course, right? But they're aroused by guys that have asshole tendencies, dark triad traits, etc., and guys that are physically in shape. So if you want to get the best of your woman, where she respects and admires you, while simultaneously being aroused by you so she doesn't cheat on you, you need to have it all.
You're saying that's true for all women?
What the fuck are dark triad traits? Did he say that? Is this like some weird Illuminati shit? It sounds like he's about to fight Jackie Chan in Jackie Chan Adventures. The dark triad has arrived, and we are here for you, Granddad and Jackie.
Another thing, women are attracted to, a guy that's confident, ambitious, makes money, etc. Of course, right? But they're aroused by guys that have asshole tendencies, dark triad traits, etc.
Dark triad traits. What the fuck is like genocide is a dark triad trait? Show them. I think you just see fucking Israel just damn it, there's nobody here to stop me. Fine.
And guys that are physically in shape. So if you want to get the best of your woman, where she respects and admires you, while simultaneously being aroused by you so she doesn't cheat on you, you need to have it all.
You're saying that's true for all women?
A majority, a staggering majority of women.
There might be 1% of the world that there's something wrong with them that might think that, yeah, you're 600 pounds, it's so hot, I love that, but... Yeah.
The hot girls that you actually want, they exercise their hypergamy to the highest degree, and they want guys that are fit and have their money together, have their life together.
You're looking at me like you want to say something.
Yeah, because the question was, are jacked men more attractive? We all walked over. Are we more attracted to jacked men?
Yeah, well, I'm assuming they framed that because we're all guys here they mean women.
I like how he's like, are we all gay, bro? Are you guys gay like I am? Like, and then Myron is like, hold on, we're talking about women now. We're talking about what we think women find attractive.
Well, men can be attracted to men.
If I had to switch teams, I'm going with the jack guy.
Obviously, this is going to be like personal biases, but I think attraction is very fluid in the sense that I can 100% admit, like, there was probably 40 pounds of muscle ago is when most women would be like attracted to me. Of course.
He's like that buff guy that has pictures like holding a daffodil or like holding a very small bird. You know what I mean? He's very one of the sensitive buff guys, you could tell.
Just like fitness girls, they're totally okay with the size I am. But like probably most girls, I'm like too much for. So I guess like where do we draw that line of like, I think, for example, like you would be much more attractive to most women than me. Would you agree with that?
I mean, that doesn't mean that like if you walked up to a girl and let's say you're not her, like you're a little bit more muscular than she would like, if you have the charm and charisma, she gonna still go with you, man. It don't matter.
I have an interesting point. Yeah. And no shade on you, but I think if you had Zach, right, you're on the end?
Yep.
If you put Zach and Greg and you put them next to each other and you did a poll, I think that most women would probably pick him if you had to like.
Fucking God, you picked the most volatile short guy and you put him up with like the handsome fat model dude and thinking like, I think women would pick Zach over Greg. You're just saying it so nonchalant, casually. It's like you're just casually walking over, taking out a lighter, it's like flicking it a couple times, getting a good flame, and then like seeing the pile of fucking gasoline and dynamite. And you're just like casually walk over. You're just like, well, if I just do something like put the fire right here, it's gonna, and then it explodes. That's literally what the fuck you just did, bro. I knew you were gonna call out fucking tall homie.
Interesting point. Yeah. And no shade on you, but I think if you
he didn't even fully say no disrespect on you. He just no state on you. Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Had Zach, right? You're on the end?
Yep.
If you put Zach and Greg and you put them next to each other and you did a poll, I think that most women would probably pick him if you had to like, because he's got the height and all that. What would you guys say to that?
No.
Greg, bruh, look, I'm sorry, Greg. Zach's got you.
If you had to like, because he's got the height and all that. What would you guys say to that?
No.
Yeah, bruh, Zach's got you, Greg. You're like 5'7", bruh. He's 6'5". He's a little pudgy, but you know what? That makes him fucking that makes him what's the word? Approachable. Okay, You're sitting here super amped up talking about you have to hit your macros, you have to hit your micros, and you're like, oh no, I think women wouldn't like the tall, bearded, fucking teddy bear dude. I think women would go with the fucking really short, just super hyper, super insecure guy. Like I don't know, bro. I'm just saying, bro.
No. Well, we can put it to the test.
But that's not really fair.
But everybody, now you're trying to that's not really fair, bro. Come on, that's pretty fair.
No.
No. Well, we can put it to the test.
That's not really fair.
bro.
I'm 48 years old. He's a lot younger than me. He's about a foot taller than me, but you can't compare. I'm an old man. I'm 48 years old.
Obviously, height is a big component. So that you know, so it's not you're comparing apples to oranges. But if you take the same guy, same height, etc., but one guy is fat, one guy's in good shape, she's always going to go with the guy that's in better shape.
Because I've been so surprised to see on Instagram, there'll be like guys doing like an outfit try on, like not in shape in the slightest bit, and all the comments are women like, I wish like men knew this is how we wish they looked, and like, oh, this is like the dream.
They're liars,
media.
man. Liars for
To look good.
One thing.
We're liars for social media. I don't think they're all liars too. I think a lot of the time society dictates what we find attractive and what we don't. As society is growing fatter, so is what we're attracted to, man. That's just how it kind of goes. Like if you look at fucking, what is it, Rome? Like larger women were thought to be more attractive because they had wealth, right? They were able to eat. That means that they're not fucking hungry. That means that they have money. They have wealth, right? Same, I think, with larger men. But like I said, beauty standards change dependent on, what kind of culture that you're in. So again, as the population is skewing bigger, so is what we like skewing a little bigger, I would say. Now, is some of this shit a little bit of cope, right? Maybe. But I do think a lot of the times as we skew larger, or society, however society moves, we tend to like that. You know what I mean? And it comes with, in terms of sexuality.
You can never believe what women say, man. You believe how they behave, not what they say.
That's a different episode.
That's all right. Bring it on in.
Yeah. I disagreed mostly just with the blanket statement because attraction is so subjective. I am a big and tall model by trade. That's what I do. I model clothing brands.
Look at this. You picked Greg's little ass to go up against the big and tall model as a short, buff, fucking insecure dude. Like, come on.
I've modeled with major fashion houses. I've been on the covers of magazines. You mentioned before dad bod comments and whatnot on social media. I was flabbergasted when I started how many people were commenting and DMing me and talking about how attractive I was. That it just kind of, I don't know, showed me that attraction is a lot more subjective than I thought, and people have a much wider range of what they find attractive than specifically a body type.
Is being jacked the most important?
I think they purposely picked the extra attractive dude in order to be like they picked like the sexiest big dude they could find. They were like, we got to pick somebody that's hotter than all the fucking buff dudes, and they did. And they're like, all right, let's watch the buff dudes try to cope and say why this guy isn't as attractive as them. Like, that was a purposeful Jubilee decision, I feel like. What's up, Alceus? How you doing, man? Ooh, what'd you think about the video? What did you think? Yeah, but do you think this dude is considered fluffy, though? Like, honestly, do you think this guy is really considered fat? I don't think so. I don't think this dude is really considered fat like you would find him. Yeah, chubby, but I feel like that's going at it. Like, that's still even a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, this dude is clearly more attractive than like 95% of like the population in terms of what like American beauty standards are, right? Symmetrical face, strong fucking beard. right? The V in the chest hair, tall, good head of hair. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a reason why he's a big and tall model. But this dude is not the average person. He's not the average fat guy. So, of course, he's going to be more attractive than everybody there. If you get a big and tall model and then 3 other fat bitches, she's going to look a lot better than those other fucking fat bitches that are there. Because even though they're big and tall models or whatever, they still keep a significant amount of... They still do exercise. They have to keep their body at a certain level still, even though they're a big and tall model. It's not like they can just be as fat as they want.
Trait for being attractive. I'd argue for guys, it'd probably be otherwise, right? I think height would be a very
money,
Yeah.
height, fame. Like what can you bring to the table?
The number one thing is status. By far, status.
People also go after what they think they can get. So if this guy is 6'5" and extremely attractive, and it's like, well, I can't get that guy. I'm attracted to the 10 on 10 supermodel, but I'm not going to get her, so I'll be happy with the 9.9 on 10.
Just to be clear, are we speaking about women being...
If you can get a 9.9 out of 10, you can get a 10 out of 10. I don't understand what... Like, if you get a 9.9, you can get a 10. It's not that much difference. If you were like, I'll settle for the 7, then it's like, okay. But if you're like, I'll get the 9.9, like, what?
Being attracted to men?
It's not just about women. It's just about attraction. What is the most attractive, in your opinion, physique for a man?
Okay, I'm speaking from like what women find attractive. So when I speak...
Notice how Myron... So before, when the guy was like, we all just said we liked buff men, so... And then now... So now he's making it very clear he's speaking in perspective of a woman. So Myron is imagining himself having a pussy and tits right now.
Speak for a man.
Okay, I'm speaking from like what women find attractive. So when I speak, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm sexually fluid, so my law of attraction does not adhere to any.
He was speaking about what he means when he's talking, and you literally just cut in talking about you're sexually fluid. We know, Tevin. We know we don't care. I don't know what the fuck is up with that name. Tevin? It can't just be Tevin.
Anyone's standards, pretty much. I'm attracted to people in general. So you could be jacked, you could be more plus size, you could be skinny, you could be whatever it is that you are. If I'm attracted to you, I'm attracted to you.
What are the traits you find most attractive?
I think the way that you carry yourself is a really big thing for me. I can't date someone who lacks confidence because I feel like that seeps into other aspects of your life.
Do you mind if I jump in on the confidence thing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So growing up, wasn't too confident in myself. And I gained that confidence when I started losing weight. And I noticed it was me putting myself in positions to get more opportunities with women. Right now, I'm single right now, but I'm doing okay. But the confidence came from me losing weight. So I do agree that it's a subjective kind of standpoint, but socially, I understand that physically fit men, that's just like what everyone's liking. It's like
I don't think it's as subjective as guys are trying to say. Attraction isn't a choice, and there are hardwired traits that women look for in men. And what I've come to realize is that what women put out there is what they find attractive or politically correct things. Oh, he has a dad bod. He's nice. He's a good guy. The reality is that women don't respond well and favorably to these men. There's a reason why nice guys finish last is a thing. It's because when you're too nice and you kind of bend to her will, etc., girls aren't aroused by that. Girls don't want to say what they're really aroused by. Guys that are able to stand up to them. Guys.
Nice guys finish last is not about you finishing last because the woman is fucking taking advantage of you because you're nice. Nice guys finish last is more because there are always going to be guys that aren't nice and they're going to take advantage of that, right? Like, if you don't cheat and there's like a way to cheat, somebody else will, okay? And then you're going to be behind. You know, that's what nice guys finish last really is. It's not about, oh, the woman is going to take advantage of you. The next guy that's not so nice is going to take advantage of you. And that's who you should be watching out for. If you're with your woman, you want to be the nice guy, right? You shouldn't be this hard, you know, fucking mean bundle of fucking sticks and anger when you're with your woman, right? Yeah. Being nice isn't the same thing as being a nice guy. There are boundaries, but in the same vein, look at it like this, right? Like, as a man, you know, you're gonna die early. You're gonna probably die before your woman. Now, why is that? It's because you carry all the stress that comes with you from being a man, right? We're talking about, you know, you're responsible for putting food on the table. You're responsible for putting clothes on their backs, shoes on their feet. You're responsible for everything, you know, sending your family in the right direction, right? Teaching your kids the right way to go. You're responsible for all of that. And when you're responsible for that, and when you're facing the world, you cannot face the world with a soft facade. You cannot go and face a fucking, you know, a lion or a tiger with a, you know, a weak handshake, you know what I mean? Or like anything less than confidence and fucking, you know, fury sometimes, right? But that being said, you are a human being, and there should be a place for you to be vulnerable, okay, for you to really let off steam. And that place is with your woman. Now, you know, if you're saying you can't trust these women, you can't blah, blah, be around, you're choosing to be with the wrong kind of woman, all right? You should be able to be vulnerable with your woman, okay? It's that simple. Yeah.
They're able to tell them, well, that was a stupid comment, or hold them accountable for their stupidity when they do dumb things. This is what women find attractive because these are leadership traits.
Have any of those things happened to you, though?
Well, I mean, I've talked to almost 3,000 women, and what I've come to realize from talking to all of them is that most of the time, you know, when they're in a comment section of TikTok, like, you're so handsome, blah, 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 will they actually go on a date and have sex with that guy? Probably not. But they say that because it's politically correct, and women tend to not want to be adversarial. They're going to say what sounds good, but what they're actually aroused by are two different things.
But they're married to those guys.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was
Most
getting to.
often they're married to
married
and
to
marriage is a failed institution in the West, and this is why most men get divorced by women. This is why they get destroyed in.
Yeah, we just recently, one of the things that Gen Z, millennials, either way, we're staying together better than our counterparts. We just, we're slightly above the 50% divorce rate. So less than 50% of marriages end in divorce. So we've officially beat that. So more marriages succeed than they do fail now. Now that this new generation is, you know, getting married, and it seems like they're staying married. So
In the divorce courts, this is why women overwhelmingly initiated the divorce rates in America. 80% are initiated by women.
Okay, that's another thing. Just because the divorce are initiated by the woman doesn't necessarily mean that the divorce is caused by the woman. Relationships are fucking complicated, okay? Let's say that, like, your fucking husband gets too relaxed around you and decides not to fucking clean up the yard anymore. He lets the yard go to shit. He stops working out. And, you know, he basically gets too laxed or too, you know, fucking, or maybe even not even, what if he just starts going crazy and throwing shit around the room? Right? Like, what if he just starts fucking shitting into his hand and literally throwing it around the room? And you can't live like this anymore. So you're like, you know what? He's throwing shit everywhere. I need to divorce him. Does that mean that you guys are getting divorced because you initiated the divorce? No, it's because he's shitting in his hand and throwing it around the room. All right? I got that from Destiny. That was a Destiny example. But in actuality, like, it's more the first example, right? People tend to get, you know, relaxed. People tend to stop taking care of themselves. People tend to change, right? And then when that happens, you know, on both sides, you know, sometimes what once was compatible is no longer. So, you know, if that's the case, is it really whoever initiates the divorce, is it really their fault? Also, a lot of the times, if you're a woman, most of the time if you're a woman, and you're trying to apply for something like, I don't know, like welfare or any kind of, you know, government assistance, any kind of aid, they're going to ask where your husband is. So most of the time, if you're not the breadwinner in the house and you're getting divorced from your fucking husband, you know, you need to make sure that that divorce is fucking initiated, or else you're going to be screwed, because they're going to expect you to have a husband that's providing for you. So when you ask for aid, they're going to say no. Yeah. So depending, you know, this whole 80% of women initiate the divorce thing, it's a little, there's an asterisk right there next to it, in my opinion. That's kind of a fact, but yeah.
Because we sit here and we lie and we believe what women say they're actually attracted to. No, they're not attracted
Let's
to
go back to attraction for a second, though, because I'm married.
Sure.
I have a child.
Cool.
I have a beautiful wife.
Mm-hmm.
I was this size the entire process through it.
Would you say that you're an average guy?
Thank you. Can we stop acting like this is the normal fat dude? This is not a normal fat dude.
I would say that
You're
I'm
how
bigger
tall?
than average.
6'5",
you're not an average guy.
and a model
You're not
for,
an average
for
guy.
being slightly overweight.
I wasn't a model.
I like how Greg is still a little mad because the other guy was like, Greg, if you and Zach fucking had a poll on who would fuck more, everybody would want to fuck Zach more. And Greg is like, I'm old, I'm short, no, all this shit. But now all of a sudden, you know, there's a lot more caveats than, oh, he's fat, so he's unattractive. But I really do think that's funny that, like, every shot he could take at Zach's, like, looks, he's going to, for the simple fact that, like, you know, he's like, damn, bro, I got put there. It's like I gotta fucking do dick size competitions with a porn star, like, really, in front of everybody, in front of all the bitches I want to fuck. Like, damn. Like, yeah, that's just what happened, Greg. That's what happened. Man, look at this dude's fucking glasses. He's like, he can see through the wall at the buffet. All right.
Model when I started
But
dating
you are
my
a
wife.
very good-looking, tall,
I was a
big
bartender
guy who's
doing
on
whatever.
magazine covers. So
But
out of the
I think
million guys overweight, you're at
But
the
you're not
top.
an average guy.
But I
1%.
think what you're
I'm
missing
saying-
is he just said that he wasn't any of those things.
He's not 5'6",
before
man, like
he
me.
met his
Try
wife.
being 5'6" and doing
No,
it.
I totally agree with you. Well, that's what I was gonna actually agree with Myron for a second. Believe it or not, we're talking about. You mentioned status, and then a lot of people other mentioned confidence. So you even put it in your own pecking order ahead of being jacked or being physically
status, for sure.
attractive. Wouldn't you say that matters more? Confidence, how you carry yourself, how you do it.
I mean, the prompt was simply, is it either you're jacked or
And
are you
I'm
fat?
not
What's
going to
more
argue
attractive?
the fact that our society definitely finds jacked guys more attractive. But I disagreed with the statement because it was a blanket statement that I have found untrue in my own life.
Do all of you feel like you'd be more or less attractive, let's say 50 pounds lighter than you are, and simply like just body fat?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that I struggled with for a while is,
Here comes the coke.
in me losing weight, am I still going to be able to book the jobs that I book?
They want a fat gay dude. And if a fat gay dude does not show up, they're going to be so fucking mad. Okay? Like, so they'll say, do they want Tevin, the fucking skinny bitch, or do they want fucking fat and fabulous Tevin from the Gardens? It's like, bruh, yeah, of course they're going to book you. There's no difference. If you do your job well, then you'll do it well, skinny or fat. I'm sorry.
Because I've built an entire brand off of my body. I mean, granted, like, cool as shit. Like, you know, I did something that's all my own. Like, I worked on that. But then I was also just like, if I lose this, are you still going to want me to, like, do this campaign for you? Are you still going to want me in your magazine? Are you still going to want to dress me? And then I had to, like, take a step back and say, like, well, what is it for me?
Did we ever say what he does? Because I feel like if he was also a model or something like that, he would have said it. What kind of campaigns are you running, bruh, where you have to be fat, black, and gay? I don't know if you have to be black or gay, but what campaigns are you running where you have to be fat? Legitimately. That's just a question right there. What campaigns are you running where you need to be fat for the campaign to work?
Do I want to be skinny? No. Do I want to look like Greg? No. Do I want to look like Myron? No. But I know I want to look like me. I think talking about the law of attraction, you focus so heavy about what women would find attractive and the perspective of the woman. And I feel like are you even attracted to yourself? When you look in that mirror, when you put your clothes on, are you like, damn, like I did that? Because when I got up this morning and I threw on my outfit, I was just like, yeah, I ate that.
Well, if you're going to talk about being attractive, et cetera, typically people are speaking from a romantic sense, from a heterosexual standpoint of men and women. So that's why I answered the question, because it was very broad. That's what I mean. But of course, you need to be able to look at the mirror and respect the man that you see looking back at you. When you look back and you see the guy and you're in shape, et cetera, and you feel good about yourself, look good, feel good. A byproduct of that is that.
But here's the thing. And we can go back. Here's the thing, right? You can love yourself and still recognize flaws that need to be changed. If you see yourself and you think, fuck, I look fat, I'm fat as shit, I need to lose weight, okay? That's completely different than looking at yourself and not liking yourself at all, right? You can like yourself, you can love yourself, you can say that you are perfect, you are enough, all of that, and still say, I need to lose weight for my health, or I need to lose weight, you know, in general. You can still do that. That's not loving yourself, isn't accepting yourself as you are. Loving yourself is accepting yourself and continually trying to better yourself. That's all I want to get across.
It's like, yeah, I ate that.
Well, if you're going to talk about being attractive, et cetera, typically people are speaking from a romantic sense, from a heterosexual standpoint of men and women. So that's why I answered the question, because it was very broad. That's what I mean. But of course, you need to be able to look at the mirror and respect the man that you see looking back at you. When you look back and you see the guy and you're in shape, et cetera, and you feel good about yourself, look good, feel good.
But see, even Myron is saying, of course you need to look in the mirror. But if you just said before, if you're overweight, you don't give them respect. A lot of men look up to you. A lot of overweight men who are trying to lose weight look up to you. And a lot of them feel like, oh, if I'm not already skinny, even if I'm working towards it, I don't have respect for myself, which is not the right place to go. That's how you kind of develop a body image issue, right? Again, you need to love yourself, but you also need to, you know, stay healthy, stay active, understand what you need to do in order to be healthy and better yourself and all that. And, you know, that's even more than just, you know, physically. You want to better yourself mentally. You want to better yourself emotionally. You want to be more empathetic. You want to be more understanding. You want to be a better man. You want to be tougher, stronger. All of these things. There are a lot of different ways one can better themselves. It's just, you know, we're talking about one specific way, which is, you know, the body and in shape right now. But continuously better yourself. Even if you are in shape, there are other things you can do. If you're not in shape, that's where you can start. So, you know. And I say that sitting here at like the same size as this homie, like 380.
Good. A byproduct of that is that women just tend to find you more attractive. It all works together in tandem.
Are you happy with the way you look?
Of course, of course. But I had to work to build this physique, and it took many years. I was an athlete in college, was a Division I athlete. It took many years to be able to do this. So,
what'd you play?
I rowed in college, crew.
Oh, sweet.
Rowing.
Yeah, I like rowing.
So I think when fat people look at the mirror and they say, oh, I like that, that's coat, man. No, you don't. They say that to try to bring themselves up, but the reality is most of the time when you're fat, you look in the mirror, you're like, damn, I really let myself go.
Not every
You're
fat
like, you know what?
person-
It's not that much of a priority, so fuck it.
Abe didn't get to answer the question going around.
Yeah, I was in the same boat as you just because I feel like I don't agree with the blanket statement. Personally, for myself as a gay man, I find myself attractive. I would say like I go for guys like you as well, and I feel like I get a lot of hits.
So you've been wanting to tell them that you've wanted to fuck them the whole night, huh? Basically.
Would say like I go for guys like you as well.
He's like, ooh, I want to fuck you, I want to fuck you, and I want to fuck you. Like those are the kind of guys. It's like, bruh, okay. This is who's that one fucking dude that like kind of got famous for saying human submarines? What was his fucking name? This dude, Ken Bone. Yeah, this dude is the gay Ken Bone. Oh my fucking god. Hold on, no. So this is Ken taking Bone. This is Ken Bone, and then this is Ken taking Bone. Okay, I like it. I like it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
And I feel like I get a lot of hits on those types of guys, and I'm pretty content with how I navigate my attraction, and I think it goes a lot to the status.
All right, I don't know what guys find it. Are dudes getting in line Like dudes that are like super buff or like super fabulous. Are these kind of gay dudes getting in line to fuck Ken and taking bone here? Are they? Because I mean, I can't see it. I feel like you would be doing just as bad gay as you would straight. But then dudes do fuck anything, though. And I feel like that's universal. I feel like that's a universal concept. That dudes will fuck anything for the most part. So I guess Ken taking bone might be able to get by with it. I don't know. Maybe. I can't tell if this is if he's like over exaggerating how much cock he's getting or not, but I don't know. I feel like I've been spending too much time on this subject. Like, anyway, so yeah.
I'm pretty content with how I navigate my attraction, and I think it goes a lot to the status and their confidence. So, like we said, so.
All right, let's go to the next prompt. The body positivity movement is problematic. Will the agreeers step forward?
Yeah, I could agree with that.
Well, I think where it becomes a problem is obviously you should be comfortable.
Whoa, Tevin agreed with this. This is crazy. Hold on.
Body, and if you genuinely love how you look, great, but you can't ignore your health. Being someone who is overweight, I've been fortunate enough not to have any extreme complications other than like, knee pain and stuff like that. But I know people that, that are my size or bigger, and they have cholesterol problems, heart problems, diabetes. I have none of that. So the body positivity movement becomes a problem when you hide behind this shield of, oh, I should love my body, da-da-da-da-da. Great, but you have to be healthy too. You can't ignore your vitals. You gotta like check yourself on the inside.
Yeah, I think the big thing is you have to separate the health implication with you just being confident, right? Like I'm all for people to feel confident in their own skin. I think body positivity movement has been beneficial for plus size people in that regard, right? Because let's say there's a plus size person who's too embarrassed to go to the gym because they feel like they're gonna be judged, whatever it is. But it's because of body positivity, they're like, oh, hey, like I see other plus size people in the gym. Maybe I'm gonna give it a try. And all of a sudden they start going, they're like, oh man, I like this, right? And they keep it going. You can argue that without body positivity, maybe that day would have never happened for that person, right? But
body positivity turned into like you should be okay with going out in public and running, and to like you don't need to run, continue to be fat, get fatter, yes, queen. Does that make any sense? Body positivity went from like, be comfortable in your skin but try to get healthy, to, oh, if you want me to lose weight, you're fat phobic. Oh, if your doctor tells you need to lose weight for health issues, your doctor is fat phobic. And if you lose weight for health issues, you're also fat phobic and you are a problem. Like shit like that, right? And maybe they're just crazies on TikTok and I'm just kind of, picking out, the fucking, the crazy people. Which people have done before, but if that's the face of your movement, that's a problem, right? Like, if you are a real body positive person and you saying, I want people to be healthy, but I want them to be comfortable in their skin, then you need to stop the people that are saying you can get as fat as you want with no, health repercussions, okay? And also the one guy that died from eating, he wasn't a body positive guy. He was just some dude that was fat that ate and he died because of it. He has nothing to do with the body positive movement. He was just some guy that ate food and died. Fuck, I can't think of his name, but the last thing he posted was like a giant Fruit Loop that he ate. And I'm not talking about Ken in bone here, or Ken taking bone here, but I'm talking about a real Fruit Loop. Oh, damn. That was a slur, for sure. All right, anyway.
But I think the problematic part really comes down to people extrapolating body positivity, shaming a celebrity like, let's say, Adele for losing weight, right? That's where I would kind of draw the line there.
Or promoting Lizzo. Making fun of Adele for losing weight, but promoting Lizzo for being a fat ass. Unacceptable.
Do we feel, are a lot of people doing that?
I think the thing around Lizzo is it's not just the weight, it's the lifestyle. You like see her drinking all the time and partying and not sleeping. There's like so little to do with health. It's not just she's promoting like loving yourself, which I think is great. She's promoting a lifestyle that is unhealthy, like being very overweight, drinking, not sleeping, all of these things are not.
But like, when the fuck did becoming a singer means like, okay, now that I have a fan base, I'm gonna show them exactly what I eat, exactly when I sleep, exactly what I do. Every time I drink water, I'm gonna let my fans know so that they know that I'm being healthy. What? No. Okay, you can party and do that kind of shit. The issue with Lizzo is she's actively promoting being fat. She's not doing it implicitly, which I think is kind of fine, right? If you're just living an awesome lifestyle and it causes you to get fat, okay, be fat, okay? Take your pictures, but like she's taking like bikini pictures, like almost fucking like nude pictures to purposely provoke a response because she's showing some shit that normally would be only showed probably by a porn star a lot of the times. But like, it's not her just living an unhealthy lifestyle. It's the fact that she's actively promoting being fat and unhealthy. That's what the issue is. It's because she's active, not because she is it, not because she's posting pictures, not sleeping and drinking, because she's actually saying this shit out of her mouth. That's the issue. Okay.
Not conducive to your health. So I think you conflate that, and sure, being body positive is important, like loving yourself, loving the way you look, but if that's going to influence other people to make bad decisions about their body and their health, that's problematic.
Body positivity is disempowering people. It's making them think that they're healthy at any size, which they're not. And so as soon as you start telling people, hey, just love your body, like Lizzo will literally rub her belly and said, you're giving me all this power as she's eating a burger and she's promoting being obese. By doing this, you're just ruining it for people who actually should think, wait a minute, I can lose weight. I can go to the...
You know what, I was on Greg's side for this, but just hearing Greg talk, he's so unlikable that I'm switching sides. Lizzo's okay. Free Lizzo. Give her burgers.
Jim, I can eat less. I can do this.
Personally, my problem with body positivity isn't necessarily what it stands for, and I feel like there's a misconception because there are those people that they use it to justify fatness and just. I don't even want to say fatness. I want to make it very clear, unhealthiness, because there's someone like me who I wouldn't say I'm necessarily part of the body positive community anymore. Personally, I would say I champion body diversity.
Here's the thing, though. You literally just said that you were running campaigns where if you weren't fat, you might not still be able to get work. And by you using any more, I'm guessing that you probably still are very much in the body positivity world, and you probably still are making a good amount of money from the body positivity world, which is why you're coming at this conversation like this. I could be wrong, but that's just what I'm observing.
Because it's all encompassing. It's inclusive of what everybody, is doing within their journey. When I expressed the desire to lose weight, another plus size individual that I used to be friends with was just like, well, I don't feel like I can share your content because I'm not sure how my followers are going to perceive this. I think it might be triggering for them and stuff like that. And my response to it was, well, if you're championing body positivity, then what I'm doing should not be a problem, because the entire time that I've been advocating for people that look like me or people who have been othered in any capacity in general is that all bodies are good bodies. What we do with our body is what matters. And so body diversity is important to me because for a guy like you or a guy like the two of you might suffer from body dysmorphia. And that's a very real thing. You might not see yourself for what you really are. And so you're seeking unhealthy habits to achieve a goal. To get where you want to go, like you just got to give it time. Be healthy in it, in all aspects, like mentally, physically. You've got to find the right avenue to do what it is that you need to do for yourself.
The body positivity movement is a huge psyop to keep us fatter and stupider. It's all a scam. The reality is that Big Pharma wants money, and they understand that when you're fat, you have more health problems. They understand that you're going to need insulin, you're going to need medication, etc. And they make a bunch of money on us being sick. There is no incentive to actually have you be healthy. So,
okay, this is the fucking Keelan. Keelan brought this up before. Was it during our there really that much extra shit? High
Mm-hmm.
fructose corn syrup.
That's the bad one. The high fructose corn syrup. We just use sugar. But why would it be that different if they weren't trying to profit off you being ill? You know, like say the type of ill where you're put on medication for the rest of your life. That medication costs a lot of money. That's a lot of money that they can get out of you over time. Considering there's a fuck ton of you in the fucking US. That fucking healthcare system that you've got is fucking profiting big time off you guys.
It was during one of our debates. Keelan brought it up before how the American fucking insurance. I don't know. Is it the insurance? Like, what do they say? The medical companies?
Money, and they understand that.
Is that you need to do for yourself.
Pharmaceutical companies. That's what they're saying. I don't think pharmaceutical companies are purposely keeping people sick so that they can sell the cure or sell pills instead of treating the illness or whatever. Like, so, okay, let me steel man this. This is fucking stupid, so let me think for a second. Okay, so the conspiracy theory is that not only the pharmaceutical companies, but this is like a global conspiracy. Well, not global. It's an American conspiracy that all food manufacturers, all fast food companies, they're all part of it, right? Where they're selling us foods that are high in sugar, high in fructose, high in a lot of these things that are bad for us, so that we will develop diabetes and all these adverse symptoms, so that we will then go to the doctors, and the doctors who are also in on it will provide us with medication that is not actually going to cure the underlying issue, but it's going to heal the symptoms a little bit so that we'll continuously buy the medication from them and they can continuously make money from us. I think I still meant that pretty good. So, one, I don't know how hard I don't know if you've ever been a part of one company working with another, but like, it's not an easy thing, especially when even when things are all out in the open for everybody to see. I can't imagine how convoluted and complicated a fucking plot that would fucking take place over the course of hundreds of different companies. Maybe there's a few corporations that owns all the different companies, but again, I don't think the same people that own like the fucking chips in Walmart are the same people that own like fucking McDonald's or whatever, right? What I think is more likely what happened is, and this is from me watching all the videos, go back and watch my video on sugar, but what happened is Nixon started a war on hunger, and what he did was he promoted and advanced processed foods in a way that was never seen before. So what they did was they started processing foods that are, genuinely low in fiber, high in calories, and easy to digest. And what those foods will do is they get you really fat and make you really unhealthy. And then you throw that with things like high fructose corn syrup, which is basically a poison, and you have a pretty poisoned American population. Okay? So you have all these different companies contributing to things. Like, you have one company that makes the fucking high fructose corn syrup, you have another company that makes the sugar, and then they all go to these other companies, right? Like Dorito might buy the high fructose corn syrup from Monsanto because it's easier for them to buy it from there in bulk, and it's cheaper for them to do it that way, right? Because of some kind of agreement that they have, because they want to keep all their workers, right? So the fucking sugar workers want to still be working. So what are they going to do? They're going to fucking, sell bulk sugar to people for cheaper. People are going to buy that bulk sugar and incorporate it, right? So now you have things like, how do we add sugar to chips? Because we as Doritos are buying these millions of tons of high fructose corn syrup from fucking Monsanto, or not Monsanto, C&H, right? Like, they're buying all of these fucking all this high fructose corn syrup from C&H. Now we gotta use it. Okay, let's add more salt, and then let's add sugar to the fucking. So now you have these convoluted American ingredients, like 1,000 times more ingredients needed for one item than before, because you have all of these companies that are adding shit to the pot, not necessarily to specifically make you sick, but because people are doing backroom deals to make money. We want to sell this sugar, so you're going to buy this sugar for cheaper. We want to sell this, so you're going to buy this, and then and then now that you've bought this, you need to incorporate it in your food somehow. So let's just add let's add this sugar to the bread and see what happens. Oh man, the sugar is awesome. It's a little sweet. Let's add some salt to balance it out. So now you have this bread that was perfect before. Then you added sugar to it to make it sweet. Now you got to add salt to it to make it fucking back to normal, when it was fine with the original recipe. But you're adding shit because you need to, because you need to use up the sugar that you're buying. So that's sort of how you end up with a lot of different ingredients for like one item. Like the reason why the American Fanta has like 10 times more ingredients than the fucking English Fanta. By English I mean in England. Anyway, I hope I didn't ramble for too long.
Body positivity movement is a huge psyop to keep us fatter and stupider. It's all a scam. The reality is that Big Pharma wants money, and they understand that when you're fat, you have more health problems. They understand that you're going to need insulin, you're going to need medication, etc. And they make a bunch of money on us being sick. There is no incentive to actually have you be healthy. So let's go ahead and make our people fat.
The incentive for us being healthy is that we'll live longer, so we'll continue to buy products and make them more money. At least that's what I think. I don't know. I don't think it's incentivized to keep people sick, is my thing. Because it can get very expensive taking care of sick people. And not expensive on the person, expensive on the taxpayer.
Bad as hell, get them in the hospitals, get them on medication, continue to make money, etc. It's all a big psyop.
So you believe it's all intentional?
Yes. We promote mediocrity.
I feel like it's a subset, yes.
That is a completely different thing. What? Promoting mediocrity as a society is completely different than there being a conspiracy where all the fucking conglomerates are trying to come together to keep you sick so that you can buy medicine and keep the fucking pharmaceutical companies afloat. That's oh my god, I just had my head just exploded. I'm sorry.
I'm sitting here because I do think that there is a part of it that is problematic. But I think that the problematic part of it is a subset of people that use it as a tool to weaponize whatever it is that they're doing.
I think the whole movement is a problem. The body positivity movement in general is a problem. All of it.
So you shouldn't.
No, the body positivity movement is what it turned into is a problem. Kind of like, I don't want to say kind of like Black Lives Matter, but it's like what you started off is like black people being mad and they want to take a stand and they want to fucking, fight for their rights, and they're mad about what's been going on. Perfect. Then you have assholes that are like turning it into other shit. They're trying to adopt it into like, and then you just have assholes that just want to riot, that just come to the fucking cities, see a protest, and start breaking shit. But then you have like some of the fucking heads being charged with like financial misappropriation and shit like that. Were they charged with it or just like accused? I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Maybe I should look into it a little more. But I know that's a little bit shady, that whole Black Lives Matter thing. That's coming from me, a black man. But I get behind the sentiment of the movement. It's just like, with everything, it can get corrupted by bad people.
Feel positive even about your own, like for you, it's for instance.
Damn, BLM just caught a stray out of nowhere. Shout out to me.
Well, I think if you haven't earned, here's the thing, being happy and content with yourself, it's not given, it's earned. You have to go out there, work, and then you're going to feel that satisfaction, like, I earned that. That feels good.
So at what point do you earn it, though?
When you can look back in the mirror and actually, genuinely, not coping, respect the man that you see before you. And the reality is, people are going to realize that you're going to need to achieve a certain physique, because you have all these fat people, I love my body. No, you don't. It's a lie.
You can respect yourself, you can love yourself, and still realize that you need to work on yourself and lose weight. Okay? Yes, you can love yourself and still realize you need to lose weight. I don't understand why you have to, like, I feel like you feel like there's some underlining, like, in order for a fat guy to lose weight, he has to be dissatisfied with how his body looks. And you can be. It's just you can still love yourself. You can still have respect for yourself and be dissatisfied with how you look. I don't know. I keep saying the same thing over and over again. It's getting boring.
Dude, you're just coping, you're lying to yourself. And now all these people on Instagram and TikTok with the body positivity movement are lying to themselves. They're not happy where they want to be. They just accept that because they're too lazy to make a change.
No, but I genuinely do love my body.
Right now as you are?
Yeah.
Then why are you going to the gym?
And I'll explain to you.
Then why are you going to the gym?
I will explain it to you. I love everything that my body is capable of doing. I love the fact that at my size, I can do a lot of things that other people smaller than me still cannot do.
But you want to lose weight though.
And yeah, right.
Which is good.
I want to lose weight because I love my body, but I have one body. Why would I not love it?
Yeah.
And because I love my
But you
body
understand
is
that your
why
body
I'm
now needs to be
looking to make
changed.
changes.
Yeah,
right.
make changes.
But to say that loving your body is BS, no, you make changes. You make healthy changes to yourself because you love yourself. All of that time that
look
I'm.
at Tevin making points. Tevin heard what I said and then went back in time and started fucking saying the shit that I said to Myron. Before I said all the shit that I just said, Tevin had some fucking dumb shit to say about some fucking Yas Queen bullshit. But then he heard what I said, went back in time, and then was like, actually, and then just fucking said what I said, but just like 50% gayer.
Putting in the work, the money that I'm spending, that's a labor of love because I love myself enough to know that I want to make some changes to live a better lifestyle in the sense of I can just do a little bit more.
All right, let's bring in our disagreeers.
Bring in these two dudes. What's up, homie?
So there's not a single problem.
Oh, no, I'm not saying there's not a single problem. To me, body positivity is more about bodily autonomy. Like you were mentioning wanting to lose weight. My whole thing is like, yeah, it's your body. Do whatever you want with it. I don't think I, as a human being, have a right to tell any of you what to do with your bodies. Body positivity kind of comes in and go, okay, you as a human being have inherent value. Just in the fact that you are a conscious soul on this planet, you have an inherent value. You are within a vessel of your body that you do have control over, but at the same time, you're not less valuable to society or from the standpoint of the soul for what your body looks like.
When I'm speaking about body positivity, I'm talking about the over-acceptance and encouragement of being obese.
So I personally, again, I'm not super online, have not seen anybody pro-obesity ever.
Lizzo. Oh, there's a bunch, dude.
She loves herself.
Avocado, avocado.
No, there's a big
They are
difference.
actively promoting obesity.
She's not telling anyone to get fat.
She's showing you exactly how to do it and saying, look at my body as I love and rub it. It's giving me life. And she's like joking around.
And also, I want to clarify. See, here's the thing. There's a bunch of fat influencers that pushes body positivity.
Wait, I literally thought Lizzo was like promoting I thought she was literally telling people you should be fat. It's okay if you're fat. Like I thought that was kind of maybe not. If she didn't say that, then I agree with what they were saying. But I stop agreeing when she actively promotes being fat.
Situation, and a bunch of them are dead now. No one talks about that. That didn't hit mainstream news.
So I'm in that space.
Yeah.
Which influencers are you talking about? Because
I don't recall their names, but there's a couple of them that passed away. They're YouTubers. They used to do these mukbangs where they'd eat a.
He's literally thinking of the fucking Blair White fucking video. We saw the Blair White video actually earlier, and he's literally thinking of the shorts version where basically it's the very beginning where they're like, she's dead, and he's dead. And he died. That's what he's thinking of. It's just he didn't take the time to actually look into who they were. And I love the guy. I'm in that space. So who are these people you're talking about? And he's like, oh, I don't know their names.
A bunch of food on camera.
It's
totally different.
But that's
they're not a
mukbang
part
is a
of our
different thing.
community. That's
Yeah.
a completely different thing. We're not saying we're gonna go to a restaurant and pig out just because it's entertaining or anything like that. There are people that they're called gainers, that their whole lifestyle, their fetish and things like that revolves around gaining weight.
Yeah.
All right, we can't bring feeder and gainers into this when we're just talking about normal people. Okay, that's That's like being like, oh, the normal person doesn't like to get hit with a belt. You need to be more sensitive because you have people that are into BDSM, okay? And those people enjoy a little bit more rough of a time with leather toys. And it's like, bro, we're not talking about the fucking extremes. A feeder-gainer relationship is where there is a person who is extremely fat. I'm talking about TLC levels of fat. Maybe not always, but generally usually around that weight, like 400 pounds plus. And they have somebody who's usually skinnier, maybe slightly anorexic, and they're continuously feeding this person. Sometimes it could be a man who's fat, sometimes a woman who's fat. But either way, they have the person that's feeding and the person that's gaining, right? So you have a feeder-gainer relationship. And you're bringing this shit up like it's normal. This is one of the worst aspects of fat culture, in my personal opinion. But yeah.
And I understand that you're saying that that's not a component to the body positivity movement, but you got to understand for the general masses, they're watching that, they're going to attribute it to that. They're not in the niche, they're not a creator, so they're not looking at it like, no, this person's just a gluttonous person. No, they look at everyone who's obese, that's making content about being obese and continuing that lifestyle as a part of the body positivity movement.
So, but you can't do that though, because then you're putting people like Nikocado Avocado, you're putting people like, what's that one big bitch thing? A Journey on the Go. You're putting people like that in the same category as, just like me, right? Just a person who happens to be fat and making YouTube videos. And we are not the same thing.
Making content about being obese. They're making content about overeating.
Yes, and they
which
also
is also
encourage
an
that.
eating disorder.
Yeah, and they also encourage being fat as well.
Do you think just being in a fat body and being in the public space encourages obesity, just flat out?
Yes.
Greg
So
didn't take a second to answer that. Just being fat in general and being in public. So we shouldn't be in public then, Greg? Is that what you're saying? You want fat people to be hidden away until they're fucking in shape?
Us existing, we're saying,
Yes.
yay, everyone go gain weight?
It absolutely impacts other people to think, well, think of it. You're
I've
6'6",
never
good looking,
looked
you're
at- I know,
modeling.
but I've
It's going to
never
encourage
looked
other
at-
people to, well, hey, look at him. He's got lots of...
Nobody looks at this dude and thinks he's fat. Like this. Nobody is looking at this dude and the first thing they're thinking is, oh man, this guy's fat. These other dudes, maybe. Like this dude and this dude for sure. The two black dudes at the end, they're definitely carrying more weight on them. This dude looks like Ken Bone. You can barely see his titties through his fucking shirt. Okay? My deal is, you keep pointing at this guy like he is like, man, when they see you, they're going to think it's okay to be fat. I don't consider this guy to be fat whatsoever. If this dude was saying that he's fat, I'm like, bro, you are not. No, pick a different struggle, because you're not fat, okay? You're medium. You're mild. Like if we're looking at hot wings, right, and I'm fucking like Buffalo Hot, and you're looking at fucking like the bitches on TLC, like fucking Atomic, okay? You're mild, bro. You're like lemon pepper. Get the fuck out of here, okay? You're not fat. Like barely anything. So I don't even know. He's only in the picture because they wanted somebody more attractive than the buff guys, and these dudes weren't doing it. Ken Bone and fucking Shakala Harris and fucking Big Gay Al, no, they're not doing it, okay? But if you get fucking the model dude, he's shitting on all these guys, all the skinny dudes. And so it's harder for them to argue the point about being more or less attractive when you have a literal model on the other side. All right.
Encourage other people to, well, hey, look at him. He's got
So
lots
then
of...
what about when I
I've
go
never
to the
looked
gym?
at
When I step into the gym, or when Zach steps into the gym, or when any of us step into the gym, are we promoting being bigger like that too? Are we going there, and is our presence there unwanted?
By being famous, rich, popular, and being obese, you're indirectly promoting it in the same way that people who take steroids and are 350 pounds of muscle and winning the Mr. Olympia are indirectly promoting it, even if they don't say they're taking it.
But I'm speaking more specifically in the gym, in that space where people should be coming together to work on their bodies and stuff like that. If you saw us in the gym,
I would be happy and proud and excited, and my whole channel is about helping people who are overweight to lose weight and have realistic expectations. I would never say you have to look like this, you need abs. It's just
Let's go halfway there. That's my entire channel, of which I have over 2 million followers. It's all about realistic goals of helping people who are overweight to lose weight. That is what my channel is all about.
But we're in public.
Realistic goals of helping people who are overweight to lose weight.
Helping people overweight to lose weight. Oh, helping people who overate to lose weight. Okay. I kind of like Greg. I feel like I would need a person like Greg to train me. Like, I'm talking shit about Greg or whatever, but I feel like for me to actually do it, I would need Greg on my ass. Like, all right, get up, let's do it. All right, we're starting off with oatmeal, or you want to start off with a run? If you do a run, I'll give you 1 piece of bacon extra on your oatmeal. All right, let's do the run. You know what I mean? But yeah.
That is what my channel is all about.
But
these guys, these two dudes are chunky, okay? Like, they know how to dress well to kind of hide it. These two dudes are chunky. There's definitely some role stuff going, but they know they're going to be on TV, so they're, you know. The other two guys are a little less so.
We're in public, and you made the statement that if we step out in public, that it would encourage people to live an unhealthy lifestyle.
The more friends you have
obese.
who are overweight, the more likely you're going to be overweight. It just happens to happen. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't. If 90% of the world were overweight, more people would be encouraged to be overweight.
As just on this side, I don't think any of us have ever looked at a person heavier than ourselves and gone, I want to be that. That's a great thing to be. No, we have the same internalized biases as everybody else does. He was bringing up the gym before, and you said by existing just in a fat body, we are promoting it.
Yes.
I model, and when I do model fitness wear, which I do often, I get so many comments about like, oh, you are promoting obesity. I'm wearing fitness wear. I'm in the gym. I'm doing the thing you want me to do, and I'm still promoting obesity?
If you're exercising and you're trying to lose weight, then you're promoting people who are overweight to try to lose weight. That's great. But if you're Lizzo and rubbing your belly...
I'm promoting... I mean, I don't know shit about Lizzo.
Specifically about so obsessed with Lizzo.
Influencers.
Yeah, they have brought up Lizzo a lot. And it's just like, I feel like I have to kind of defend Lizzo, even though I don't know much about her, because like they just keep attacking her every time, bro. Like they're like you know we don't know Lizzo, you know that, right? Like we don't, like she's not my friend. She's not my. He's like the bellies. She rubs her fucking belly every time. I feel like Greg gets a little turned on by that. He just doesn't want to admit it. He's like, I just don't like how Lizzo is out here just fucking oiling up, just rubbing her fucking belly. Those rolls. Chocolate skin. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes Lizzo when she posts the thong pics. Like I feel like Greg's a little turned on because he brings it up so often. He's like, do you guys have that video I'm talking about where she has her belly, she's rubbing her belly? Could one of you pull it up or send it to me, please? Where she's rubbing her belly, like, you know. Like, come on, Greg. This is like the 9th time you brought it up.
Lizzo and rubbing your belly.
I'm promoting... I mean, I don't know shit about Lizzo.
Specifically about so obsessed with Lizzo.
Influencers that promote gluttonous, lethargic lifestyles, which a bunch of them do. That's what we're talking about. If you're in the gym and you're fat and you're getting after and you're documenting that, that's fantastic.
The prompt was body positivity, and you're talking about influencers who promote gluttonous lifestyles.
Yes.
And that, again, is not body positivity.
So that's why the general masses don't have that distinction, though.
I do think we have a good read, though, on how each individual sees the body positivity movement.
Let's move on to the next one.
The next prompt is, I am satisfied with my sex life. Agreeers, step forward.
Everybody's happy with their sex life? I feel like no dude is going to be back there like, yeah, my dick doesn't get hard.
I have abused my body. Will the agreeers step forward?
I'll start by saying I've abused my body many times. Being a bodybuilder, a professional bodybuilder, I've abused steroids, did that for over 10 years. I don't think you can get to the level that you have to get to be a professional bodybuilder while being natural. And so absolutely, and I would say that somebody trying to abuse steroids to get that muscle, to get that look is just as unhealthy as somebody who's obese. So I don't try to be a hypocrite. I say I've done these poor choices. I'm 48 now. I don't do steroids anymore. And so I recognize that what I did in the past was bad, probably took years off my life. And so I would say to people who are overweight, why don't you do the same thing? And if you're not, then do you really care about your health? Because if you do, you would stop doing the things that are leading to being morbidly obese.
But then to your own argument, you spent 10 years doing something you knew was inherently unhealthy.
Correct.
But then you're going to turn around and tell people that they should just wake up. But
Yes, exactly. Like people should have told me, Greg, why do you keep doing this to yourself? You do not recognize what's going to happen? And if we call it shaming, why are you abusing steroids, Greg? Think of it. Think of the years you're taking off your life. Maybe I would have waited.
But the power was in your own awakening, right? The power right there was in your own awakening to realize within yourself that you were doing something negative, and then you made the change for it, right? And that change is now consistent. That change is now something that you can give a testimony about and help other people change their ways or persuade people to just not do it at all, right?
But building on what you said, what was the moment, where the perspective shifted?
Well, I got old enough and realized I can't get any better at this. I can keep taking more and more drugs and try to sustain this, but I said, it's not worth it anymore. So I had to completely change my mind around what I was doing, which was being judged on my appearance. And remember, I make money on how I look, and so that's going to have a huge impact on me. And I had to say, I need to get my dopamine, my self-worth from something else. So I quit doing all the bodybuilding competitions, and I said, I'm going to start riding bikes. I'm going to learn Spanish. I'm going to do something else where I can feel good about myself. And it's hard. Like, look at this guy, 300 pounds of muscle. 20 years from now, is he going to want to still be this size? He might look back and say, I maybe regret certain things. And I think if somebody's overweight, they're going to think the same things. Like if you're 400, 500, 600 pounds, you're going to think, is it worth doing this? Is it worth eating all the time?
You're like attacking a certain section of fat people, none of whom are here and none of whom have anybody defending them. I don't even think people who are 400 or 500 pounds are like, yeah, I'm healthy to be this fat. Because when you're that fat, you feel the ramifications of being that fat with every breath that you take. Okay? So nobody at that weight, unless they're extremely coping or trolling, is going to really stand on and try to defend that. What you have are a lot of smaller fats, right? You have a lot of chicks that are like 200, 300 pounds that are young, that haven't had time to experience the negative ramifications health-wise of being fat. They're still young. And so you have these young people who have now a voice, which they probably shouldn't. I mean, they should have a voice, but it shouldn't be that fucking telegraphed or that fucking amplified to so many fucking people. But you have this voice that they get on TikTok. They make these videos saying shit like, oh, if you fucking lose weight like your doctor says, you're fat positive or you're fat phobic. And they're making these videos that maybe they mean it, but maybe they're just trying to get a reaction. And then you're taking this and using that straw man to attack all fat people, which is sort of what I don't agree with. Because you're bringing it up multiple times. Lizzo, 400 or 500 pound people. There are not a lot of 400 or 500 pound people that are happy with their weight and trying to gain more. That's all I'm saying. When you have people that are that big, it's an issue of self-control. It's an issue, maybe there's an emotional thing going. There's something going on. They're not eating like that because they have any kind of delusion that they're still healthy, because they can feel that they're not every day, like I said, with literally every breath.
It's tough.
I think this is the first actual middle ground I think we're finding, which is really great, because it's true. I mean, I've been harmful to myself on both sides of the spectrum. There were times I was taking, 20 to 30 diet pills and laxatives a day, eating less than 400 calories a day, working out nonstop. And then there's the other times where I was eating way too much, smoking way too much, drinking way too much, and abusing my body in the other way. I think we all come to the realization of what we're doing is harmful in different ways at different times. Like, it took you 10 years to realize that was harmful. My thing is, sometimes it takes people who might be overweight or, at that high tier, that 500, 600 pounds, to realize that it's harmful for them. And maybe in their life, they don't feel like it's harmful. And they are happy. There are people, believe it or not, legitimately happy in certain sizes and shapes.
Ignorance is bliss.
Ignorance is bliss. And we're back. All right. Where were we?
I mean,
Yeah,
I was happy at the moment. I
But
felt
why
like
is
it
there
was.
bliss an
Ignorance
issue?
is bliss, but you could die before you wake up. You could
you could have
die
done the
before
same
that
thing
happens.
taking steroids. That's my
exactly.
whole
I could
thing.
have died doing
Yeah.
what I did, and so is it not my responsibility to tell people, don't copy me, and so it did not be somebody who's,
And I don't think there's
500
anything wrong
pounds
with
to
that.
do
I
the
think-
same thing.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Even when you said before, where you're like, well, I wish someone had shamed me, saying, what are you going to do? You're going to kill yourself. That's not shaming to me. To me, that is compassionate and looking out for somebody. It's when you take it to the other level, where you start insulting them, degrading them, making them feel like shit.
As
that
men,
doesn't.
Yeah, remember when there was the guy on the last video we saw with Lauren Southern, how he said that one of his biggest changes was when a friend of his said that he was going to kill himself. He was going to die if he doesn't lose weight. And he's like, do you want to be there for your kids? And he said that was shame, but that was like a good kind of shame, right? So I guess he's the model over here is reiterating that same sentiment, but he's adding to it that if you go further than that and just try to degrade them or make them feel bad, that's sort of the bad kind of shame. So he's giving you an example of the good and giving you an example of the bad.
You're going to kill yourself. That's not shaming to me. To me, that is compassionate and looking out for somebody. It's when you take it to the other level, where you start insulting them, degrading them, making them feel like shit.
As
that
men,
doesn't.
we insult each other and shame each other, but it's as a friend. Like, this is what guys do. Girls don't do it. They all.
Yeah, but that's friends, though. Like, if you're just shaming random fat people that you don't know, then that's harmful, that's degrading, that's hurtful.
Suck up to each other. You're all tens. Guys are like, look at your gut, look at your belly, you fat.
what girls do.
I know, that's what. But no, it's important to.
I'm telling you what they do.
The
It's
masculine
fact.
from the feminine, because it's guys talking here, and I think it's important to distinguish when something is feminine to say, well, we don't adhere to that over here.
Yeah, but there's been no shortage of generalizations on women in this episode so far, and I'm really, really curious about your answer to this prompt regarding like self-abuse, like bodily abuse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a lifetime natural. I've never taken a drug before in my life. However, I was an athlete in college, and obviously when you're a Division I athlete, you're training two to three times a day. It was very, very intensive. I would train through injuries, which wasn't intelligent, but at the end of the day, I looked at it like, hey, we got to win. We got, some teams to beat this season, so it built a mental fortitude. I think abuse is good to a degree if you're able to overcome it and learn something from it.
I did a lot of stupid things. Like I broke the world record in the bench press, and now I can't bench press anymore. And it was my favorite lift. I've had hip operations. I have both elbows reconstructed. I trained too hard. I couldn't stop myself. All that pressure, desire, whether it was installed by myself or from others, to try to fit in, to be socially accepted. And I was addicted. I was bench pressing with shoulder pain. I should have stopped. I couldn't. And so, I set the record and it's done. I can't even lift anymore. I don't squat, bench, or deadlift, because look at Ronnie Coleman. You guys know Ronnie Coleman?
Yeah.
He's in a wheelchair. He can hardly walk. He's in pain medications. And imagine putting your body through all that torture, and then you get in your 60 and now you can't do anything.
So one question I have for you then is, knowing what you did obviously has allowed you to create this platform to speak to these things, to talk about steroid abuse. You understand all the intricacies. Do you think that you would have been able to do that, let's say, if you'd kept your natural status throughout your whole career, you didn't break world records, you weren't an IFBB pro, you didn't have all of those accolades to stand on? Do you think you would still be Greg Doucette and have all the following you do?
I do not think so. I think I'm one of those 1 in a million cases that was able to do what I do and actually got the success that I got. But if I look back and I'm really honest with myself, I regret doing these things. I was natural world champion and I was breaking world records natural, so I had the records, but I wanted more. I wanted more glory. I wanted more people to say, you're cool, we like you. And so I ended up taking steroids. I did that because I wanted to fit in. I wanted to be sponsored. I wanted a pro card. I wanted to be famous. And it worked. At what cost, though? How healthy am I really?
Everything it is that you're saying, right? I don't feel any ounce of shaming you for it. I think everything that you said is really important, to acknowledge that and to know that and to then share that, right? But the difference is that had someone shamed you, I don't think that you'd feel the same way about it. Instead, people poured life into you and told you hey, I don't think that this is right. I don't think that you should really keep doing this because it's doing more harm.
The opposite happened. I was rewarded. When I started getting popular on social media, I was talking about my steroid cycles. I was talking about what I've done. And they're like, look at your muscles, look at your chest. And it was like, do you know how hard it was to stop? because I was being rewarded with dopamine, with people saying nice things about me all the time. And for me to stop, I know that my views on social media go down. If I went on a steroid cycle right now, people are going to fall, wow, Coach Greg, you're back. We miss the old Coach Greg. And so it's hard for me to be the 48-year-old old man that's still preaching fitness when they say, we love the old Coach Greg, the jacked muscle freak. And I have to fight the urges not to use steroids every single day. Because I know I would look better, I know I would feel better, but I'm like, it's not healthy, and so I have to say no.
I get what you mean about the dopamine reward thing, because for me, I have a...
Damn, I didn't even see that. I didn't even think of that aspect of it. But, so, I don't think steroids themselves are, well, I don't know, but I wonder if steroids themselves have a dependency factor to them, like you're addicted to them, kind of, or is it the results that you get from the steroids that you're addicted to? From what he's describing, I feel like it's more the results that he's getting, but I wonder if there's an actual physical dependency that the steroids could possibly have.
Similar situation, but kind of in the opposite way. Every time I start slimming down, I start getting the, what are you doing? Why are you losing weight? Because I am in that large guy space. Mm-hmm. So it's like, it's very funny how much on both sides, outward opinions just like really, really just make what we do hard. I know that when I am doing more cardio and like I'm a big hiker and biker, and sometimes in the summer I'll slim down, but then all of a sudden I'll get a ton of comments from people just being like, we liked you heavier, we liked you this. I'll have clients that'll stop using me because I've gotten too small. And so you're kind of seeking that dopamine, that approval, also that career boost. You get stuck in this loop of doing things that you know aren't good for yourself.
I wanted to hear from you, just go.
Okay, so more than fat gay Al over here. I think that I can see this fitness model being a plus size, big and tall model. I can see him losing jobs because he's too small. But what the fuck is Big Gay Al doing that he's losing fucking contracts because he gets too small? Because he would have said he was a model if, you know, I would have feel like he would have said, I'm also a model or something along those lines if he was a model. Maybe he is a model and just doesn't say, but I feel like he would have said by now. And he said he described them as campaigns, and I've heard modeling campaigns before, but not like often. So I don't know. Welcome back, Schmitty. I mean, not much. They're just, you know, it's not good to be fat, and then they're like, yes, it is, you skinny bitch, and then, you know, they found some middle ground. These guys are actually pretty good in terms of getting their point across, not talking over each other. It's a really good conversation.
Get stuck in this loop of doing things that you know aren't good for yourself.
I wanted to hear from you, just going back to the prompt, why you came forward.
Oh, I mean, I think obviously professional bodybuilding has its risks. Obviously, I try to mitigate them as much as possible. I work with a company that I'm doing blood work quarterly, every 3 months. I am very, very methodical with what I do, and I'm very, very on the mild side. You would be surprised, but I've been training for 20 plus years. I think that's the key for me. I would say, like, being this size, 100% not healthy. Is it unfortunate that I am very passionate about something that is bodybuilding? Yeah, it's kind of like I fell into it. I love it. It's hard for me, but I made a decision with my wife that at age 35, that's it. I'm done. Like, no more competitive bodybuilding. I have an understanding, but like Greg, I have the foresight to know, like, there has to be a limit to it, because if you just let it go, I would have to be probably 25 more pounds of muscle and like have to do things that I'm not willing to do in order to be like, let's say, Mr. Olympia, right? So, because all the way through my 20s, I was closer to like 230 pounds, natural all the way until I was like 27 and a half. So hopefully I'll be okay going back to that size.
Do you use steroids currently?
I mean, I use...
Damn. He's like, you can't just... I like how Greg just said, made the face like, ooh. If you would ask me that when I was your age, it would have been a fuck yes.
Use steroids currently?
I mean, I use...
He's like, ooh, yeah, ooh, definitely. It's like, definitely, yes. This dude definitely used the steroid. What are you talking about?
Ooh, I think
that's the biggest insult in the world right now.
No. I only ask because, again, we're on the topic of body abuse, right? So I'm only asking that in that realm because of what you said about it. I'm not asking that.
No,
as
it's kind of like it's just like when you're jacked like that and you say, do you use steroids? It's like you think you can look like this natural. Like if I said, hey, are you on steroids? Look at that body. Like if I said, you look like you're on steroids.
Yeah, people think you're on gear. It's a compliment.
If I said, obviously you're natural, it'd be like, what the? What do you mean, obviously? There's no obvious.
So yes, I'm enhanced.
Okay.
Yes, I'm enhanced. What are you, Iron Man, nigga? What?
Obviously, there's no obvious.
So yes, I'm enhanced.
Okay.
I'm enhanced. I want to use that. I'm going to use that. Yes, I'm enhanced.
It's literally just like a question that I have, but it's also just like, well, what do you do as you're progressing in that to get to the points that you want? So that's where that question stems from. And I also really appreciate your candor for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, I will 100% say like some of the best shape of my life was natural in my 20s, like very lean, probably my healthiest. Like if anybody tells you they're like an IFBB professional bodybuilder, it's almost 99% of them are in some capacity enhanced. It might be very minimally, it might be through the roof, like you wouldn't even believe what they're taking, but it's there. It's part of the sport. It's unfortunate, but like.
So you ever take elephant tranquilizer? It's like, what the fuck, elephant tranquilizer? Give me 3. Like, I don't.
That's the problem. That's one of the problems we talked about earlier with the fitness industry is like, that's the expectation.
Let's bring our disagreeer in.
Hey!
Yeah, we're finally bringing in the Asian dude.
Good job not abusing yourself.
Yeah, so I took abuse as like doing things that's negative for your health. And for me, I've always approached fitness from a health kind of lens, right? Like Myron, I'm 100% natural. I'm never going to look like Eric. I'm never going to look like Greg, but it's something I'm content with, right? For me, I'm kind of in for the long term. I want to be able to do what I do when I'm 60, 70, 80, 100. Focusing more on the health aspect of it can be a good middle ground, because I feel like if you're looking from the outside in, sometimes can be like, dude, how am I going to look like Eric? Like, how is this ever going to happen, right? But, you know, people have different goals, I would say, within fitness, and yeah.
Asian, this dude is going to outlive everybody. He's going to be like 107 doing like sit-ups and shit, or doing pull-ups, excuse me.
I think it's important to also acknowledge that like there's abuse on both spectrums, right? Like you can be a fat ass on one end and say, I'm going to just continue to eat cheeseburgers and put on TikTok. And then there's the other side where you can, you know, use performance enhancing drugs and say, I'm going to step on stage. But I would make the argument that the person that is training, using PEDs, etc., I'd respect that individual more than the fat ass. And the reason why is because though it isn't healthy to be on performance enhancing drugs, you're still pushing your body to a level that most can't, versus by just being fat, that doesn't take any skill or dedication. So
what if
I
the
had
fat person is doing something like, maybe they're into quantum physics. Maybe they're changing the way we view the world entirely. Are they not valuable because they're not shredded?
Well, again, we're talking about the purpose of, you know, abusing your body. Yeah, I'd have more respect for the bodybuilder is my point.
Yeah, well,
okay. And I think society would in large as well, which is why bodybuilders that, you know, like a Ronnie Coleman, et cetera, though he is disabled now, et cetera, he's a legend and he's going to go down in history.
Yeah, but I actually thought that was a good question, you know, like what a great film director who's like very overweight and like just totally poured into their craft, you know, like, is there respect for someone like that?
Well, that's great because he's able to do something exceptional, right? And he's able to diversify himself from the general masses.
He doesn't want to give that up. He doesn't want to say, I would have respect for a fat guy if he was somehow accomplished in another realm. Because I don't know why he doesn't want to just concede that. Like, it's easy enough to be like, yeah, if he was, you know, I'm just mostly talking about fat people who haven't done anything, right? If we're talking about somebody who's poured their life into their craft, you can respect their craft, but you can still have your thoughts about their body or their weight or whatever.
Right? But will people know that when they meet him, that he's a famous director, unless he's very prominent? But yeah, there's exceptional people that are fat in certain regards, but we're talking about body abuse here. I'm just saying in general, I would have far more respect for the professional bodybuilder that's
than
using
like
PEDs.
Peter Jackson
versus
making multiple like award-winning films.
There's
Lord of the
nothing
Rings.
Exceptional happening.
But some guy like taking PEDs is
Okay,
better
there's
than
two
that?
different things. Sorry.
No, sorry. I'm legitimately curious.
Yeah.
You have guy using PEDs on one side trying to do stuff, and then you do have like Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings, multi-Academy
that's why I was
Award
very
winner.
explicit to say I'm talking about the fat influencers.
Yeah,
so like
yeah,
I'm talking in that context. Like if you're gonna have abuse of your body on two different ends, right? One extreme is a bodybuilder, the other is a fat influencer. I think me and most of society would have far more respect for the
I think he's going to
bodybuilder.
respect the hardworking billionaire.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
I also think that like if someone's abusing themselves in any way, there should be some empathy and like rather than just being like you're a better abuser to yourself than that person.
Fitness culture can be toxic.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point.
Agree or step forward?
Here we all are again.
Hey, let's hear from the jacked guys.
100%. I think you can perpetuate so many themes that are so unhealthy. Like there's so many images online of people that post in like the best lighting with a pump. That is the societal norm of like what's good, and it even like affects me because I'll see people and I'm like, oh, I look like garbage compared to that. I think that right now it's like there's a lot of misinformation online when it comes to like how to get fit, how to stay in shape, and a lot of people are monetizing it. These like crazy fad diets, like you can't eat certain things, carbs are bad, fruit has sugar in it, so it's gonna make you fat. So like now food is almost being weaponized and then to be monetized so that you buy their ebook to tell you the exact secret, code in order to lose weight. So fitness is an industry, right? So people are incentivized to say whatever that is to make money. And so it's been harder for me as a coach that takes a more holistic approach to wellness and fitness and saying, hey, it's all about balance. And like Greg's the same way. I know I felt like, I watch a lot of his videos. That is the correct approach to like making a plan that's not super restrictive. So I think that's why, the fitness industry, even being part of it, like is frustrating because there's so much misinformation.
I would say also that there's so much pressure to look like us, and it's causing people to develop body dysmorphia. And so this is a huge problem. So when you swipe on Instagram, you're being shown the top 1% of the top 1%. They all have a six-pack abdominals. Everyone feels inferior. There's pressure. Then that causes a whole host of problems, eating disorders, people feeling like shit. They don't like the way they look in the mirror. And then they keep looking for information. And then what information they're getting, half of it's wrong, like you were just describing. And so where do we go from there? There's no solution.
I think the issue comes from the misinformation, just the lack of keeping things simple. But, we like to have fad diets, go paleo, go vegan, go whatever it may be. And it's like, the reality is the best diet is the one that you can adhere to. And I think we need to let people understand that fitness is a lot more sustainable and easier than people think it is.
See, and then that whole adhere to is the most important thing. If you adhere to a diet, it's no longer a diet. It becomes how you eat. So if you want to change your weight, if you want to change your how much you weigh in a meaningful way, you have to change your relationship with food completely. Full stop. Because as soon as the diet is over, you're going back to where you were before. Okay? That's just how it works. If you want to change your weight, you have to change your relationship with food completely and totally.
Which is why I make fun of fat people so much, because it really is simple, and it comes down to numbers and tracking your calories and being disciplined and going to the gym. This is why I have no sympathy for fat people, because it really is simple.
But that right there is what keeps guys like us out of getting into fitness.
Shouldn't it do the opposite, though?
No. No one wants to be told they're a piece of shit.
If I was being made fun of all the time for being short, I'd wear shoe lifts to be taller.
Let me explain this. Like, shaming rarely works. And I'll bring this back to somebody I follow, and I appreciate their content. This guy named Alex Hormozi, and he does a value equation. And on the top side of that equation, you have the perceived value of whatever you're trying to achieve, plus the perceived chance of success. So how likely are you to, achieve said result? And on the bottom side of the equation, you divide by time, and you divide by effort. Shaming doesn't work because the value equation is driven by those things. So what I think we need to do on this side of the table is to make those things more accessible. Like you said, providing more value-driven information of like how to achieve a calorie deficit in a more sustainable way. How do you make it so it's not so much time? Because so many people waste time, let's say, doing so much excess cardio where strength training should be the main component. So like that's why I think adding value and decreasing time and decreasing the amount of effort is going to give you guys so much more emphasis or ability to achieve the result and more motivation to achieve said result than being like, oh, you're fat, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So that's just my
Well,
take
it's
on
because
it.
the fitness industry overcomplicates it so that they can monetize it. So if
So
they
why-
tell
is
you,
that their
I got
fault?
the secret sauce. Well, this is why it's important to acquire knowledge and be able to, whether you go ahead and do your own research. And again, it comes back to doing the work, and people get so mad, like, oh, why is this hard? Do your research, look at the studies. There's so much fitness studies out there. There's no secrets. It's just discipline and sustainability
Have you
over a
guys,
period
have
of
you
time.
guys ever been confused about how to get and stay in shape based on the
Totally.
information that's out there?
Totally. I would never, ever take advice from you, to get that advice or to gain that knowledge because of whatever this disposition it is that you have going on, right?
What's the disposition?
Can you describe it?
Myron, you're hostile as fuck. You know exactly, like, bro, I'm calling out Tevin all video long. All right, Myron, you are hostile as a motherfucker. You know exactly what disposition, the whole, like, boo-hoo type shit, right? There needs to be a little bit of compassion, maybe a little bit of empathy. Come on, Myron, you can do it.
I think I just keep it real.
I wouldn't even enable it toxic, but I think it's like you have this perspective about the world around you that I think is kind of really warped, and I don't understand why, and I would like to understand why, and I'm not getting it because you're like, shame is the answer and stuff like that, but
It's worked for centuries.
It's not, though. It's why you have so much conflict. It's why we're literally sitting here today having this discussion.
So here's the thing. You operate on what's ideal. I operate on what's real. And the reality is that the world is a much colder and harder place than you think it is, but you want to, people to just understand you and see your perspective and see you as how you see yourself. The reality is the world's never going to see you how you see yourself. They're going to see you on how you display yourself to them. And when you are fat, out of shape, etc., the people, and if they don't get to know you and talk to you and have a conversation with you, they're going to assume certain things. That's just the world that we live in.
Just to dig a little deeper into that, has something happened to you to confirm that observation?
No, we're not doing the who hurt you.
I just live in objective reality, and objective reality isn't as nice as you think it is.
So you're not drawing from a personal experience at all?
No, I'm speaking fairly objectively that these are the conversations that people have behind closed doors, but they don't want to say out loud because for fear of cancellation, for fear of coming off as an asshole, etc. I'm just saying how people really feel, but they're scared to say it.
Coming from whether the fitness space can be toxic or not, the shame attitude has kept a lot of people out of it. I've been doing fad diets since I was 12 years old. I was put on Weight Watchers. I did Atkins. I did paleo. I did everything you could possibly imagine. And not until I started following other influencers that were more proactive based on, I want to be around for my daughter for as long as I possibly can be. I want to give my body the function it needs. Like just that basic mind shift, hey, life can get a lot better if you do kind of focus on your health a little more. Instead of, you're a fat piece of shit, you need to change. To me, I don't know everyone in the fitness industry, but I know for me personally, it totally changed my relationship with fitness when I started realizing that it was a gross benefit instead of a punishment I had to put onto myself for not being disciplined enough. For people like you to maybe respect me, who, again, we don't know each other in reality. So why am I destroying my life so you will respect me one day?
Well, going to the gym and training isn't going to destroy your life.
And it doesn't.
It's going to enhance it, if anything.
But I'm saying,
it's going to enhance it.
But yeah, I do that. And I'm saying it wasn't until someone told me about those enhancements and kind of approached it with more of an empathetic way of being that it seemed attractive to me at all to be a part of it.
Does anyone here respond positively to shame?
No.
I think in some ways, I feel like a lot of us can relate to this. Like when we were younger, I wouldn't say it was shame, but I wasn't necessarily like happy with the way I look, and that kind of motivated me to get into fitness in the first place, right? And we're talking, this was like in high school, so I think to some degree, shame that's not put on by others could be helpful, right? It has to be something within yourself that can motivate you.
I'll speak on the shame thing too, because the shame that I guess embodied came from myself. So when I was on my weight loss journey and I was like losing weight, the day that I weigh in and it would, like the scale read 1 pound over, like I would take those pills that make you shit, literally, to like lose that extra pound to see. Like, so going back to the toxic situation, that's where I got fucked up, because I would do things in response to me not getting that positive stimulus to hurt myself ultimately. Do I have therapy now? Yeah. Because it's a double-edged sword for sure.
I think shame is good. I think it's a very natural response to inadequacy, and it tells people that, hey, maybe I need to change. Like being bullied as a man, being shamed, it's a good thing because it stimulates you to change and make a better difference most of the time.
But some people don't respond. Like some people.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. You can't, like, people respond to shame. People respond to that shit way differently. You might have somebody that, if you get shamed from the outside, their response is "fuck the world. I know what the fuck I'm doing." You know what I mean? So, you're gonna get the exact opposite response from that guy that you thought you were gonna get, from shaming him.
It stimulates you to change and make a better difference most of the time.
But some people don't respond. Like some people, when they get shamed, they get shut down, and now they proceed further into that negative, behavior because it's not something, as Zach and everybody else was mentioning, was positive to bridge that gap.
That's a part of the masculine journey, is overcoming adversity.
It's not a talk of masculinity, bro. It's just like
being a pussy and being like, okay, I'm going to prove you wrong. And this is the thing, it makes or breaks you. Not everyone's going to win. We need winners and we need losers. The losers are the ones that shut down like, oh, I'm sad now. I'm going to continue eating ice cream. Okay, you're a fucking loser. Stay over there. But there's guys that rise up to the challenge and say, you know what? I'm going to do better. I'm going to fucking surpass you. And that's where guys need to be. You need that killer instinct where you use that as fuel. It's up to you how you want to do it.
Isn't the goal of the fitness industry to get people more fit?
Yes. Of course.
That's the blanket goal.
Of course.
And we're saying shame and calling me a piece of shit doesn't motivate me to get more fit.
Well, we need winners and losers.
No.
We need winners and losers.
The industry
like there's
is
going to be
one
inevitably there's
catering
going to
to
be
the
losers.
people,
If you don't respond favorably to shame and bullying, etc., and you don't overcome it, you're effectively a loser.
Let's be clear, though. You just said the right word, fitness industry. It is a industry.
Yeah.
It is to make money. It's not necessarily to get people into shape, it's to make money. So sure, there's gonna be junctions along the way. Like, I'm a coach. There has to be tough love. Like, if you're not doing the things you're supposed to be doing, I have to be a little bit harder on you. But that's not gonna start your journey, me being like, you're a fat piece of shit. Whereas like, if we get into it and we're 3 months in and you're not making progress because there's a lot of things you're not doing that we're coaching you on, then of course there's going to be some tough love. There's going to be some extra accountability. But I think there's a difference between accountability and tough love than just like shaming somebody into doing something, because that's not going to create that like long-term ability to obviously achieve it on their own.
What drives people actually fucking anything. Do you know how you train a dog? It's the same way you train a person. Positive reinforcement. Okay, people respond to being positively reinforced for good behavior, then they respond to being negatively chastised for bad behavior. Okay, study after study has shown that if you fucking praise a dog for peeing outside versus smite it for taking the shit inside, that dog is going to learn to pee outside faster through positive reinforcement than through negative reinforcement. So, again, it's better to positively reinforce good behavior than it is to shame negative behavior. That being said, if there's no good behavior to fucking to positively reinforce, bruh, I don't know what to tell you. I guess you're rocking some of that negative shit, or I guess you're gonna have to start doing some negative shit. But again, that's the only caveat that I would say. If there's like no positive, he's not doing anything at all. It's like, oh, I can't reinforce your positive shit. Then what do you do then? I'm sure they have a way to do it, but I don't know.
But Myron would prefer. You would prefer shame.
Shaming is a component to get people to be accountable.
We all just want to know when shame motivated you to be better.
Me personally?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm speaking in general here as far as like
but don't
shame
speak
working.
general.
But
speak for yourself. Personally, when did shame change your life?
Oh, well, here's the thing. I think every man growing up has been shamed to some degree where they're like, you know what, I need to improve this. Whether they grew up skinny.
No, you
though.
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was skinny, right? And then I got picked on. And I was like, okay, I'm either going to let this define me or I'm going to overcome. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go to the gym and start training.
But does it work in any other interpersonal relationship? Like, have your parents ever shamed you, come down on you, made you feel like shit?
Absolutely.
But did you deserve all of it, 100% of it?
Absolutely, they shame me, and I think that's fantastic. And I think that's a part of your parents' job is to shame you for your fuck-ups.
What about people in abusive relationships or with abusive parents who are now in no-contact situations or anything like that? Not me. I love my folks. They're great.
Yeah.
But like, just for the TV record, in case they watch it. Like, but I know a lot of people who are on like no contact.
There's always a line. But
so that's all I'm saying is in the in the fitness world, I would rather be with someone who's trying to uplift me, trying to get me to improve, hold me accountable. Tough love, absolutely, I think is important.
Yeah.
There's a total difference between tough love and shame.
Absolutely.
But there's also a difference between shame and abuse. Okay, if you're describing shame as abuse, you can use shame in an abusive way, but when you're a kid, you have to be dealt a healthy dose of shame sometimes in order for you to learn something. So I can get why Myron is saying that, but I don't think that shame should be something that's used consistently 24/7, which is what Myron is saying. Like, if you're fat, you need to be shamed every day while you're losing weight, or, you know, if you're, you know, maybe not making the healthiest decisions, right? Yeah, I don't think you should be getting shamed every day. I don't think that's a thing.
Shame is a component of tough love.
Shame
You're using
is
shame.
only done with the intent to hurt somebody,
Well,
not to uplift them.
We got to reset.
You got to reset. That's fine.
I would not like to be on the other side. If that's true for you, come forward.
I'm very medium on this.
When I was in high school, they do your graduation photos, and they had a saying, and my saying was, my worst nightmare would be if I gained 10 pounds of fat. Literally, grade 12, I remember it clear as day. I was already a competitive bodybuilder, and so to imagine being 100 or 200 pounds overweight when I strived my whole life to look kind of like this, I just couldn't imagine it. It would be a nightmare for me.
I agree. From like a health perspective, like being overweight or obese like puts you at a higher risk of developing chronic illnesses, and I think I wouldn't want to be in that position. And if I was in that position, I would do what I can in order to get to a healthier weight.
Okay, so I just want to make sure everyone gets to say their piece before I go. I mean, yeah, it's completely unacceptable to be fat as a man. It's completely unacceptable. It's just so many problems with it. I've been fat, I've been skinny, and I've been in shape, and I will pick being in shape every single time. Just like if you ask someone that's rich versus someone that's poor, they will pick being rich every single time. And the thing is that most fat people, not all, but most, have never even seen their abs. They've never seen what their body is capable of. They've never been actually happy with their physique. And once you get that taste, you're never going to want to go back. And then on top of that, you're going to want to go ahead and tell all those fat asses that you were once friends with, you need to get in shape. This is awesome. But the reality is we live in this crazy world where we coddle fat people, we coddle idiots, we coddle morons, and we don't hold anybody accountable, and we allow me.
He specifically doesn't want to be Myron. He's like, I don't really care about the whole body thing. I just don't want to look at the world like this fucker here. And I can understand that, but Myron is right in a lot of the shit that he's saying. Now, the shit that he's gotten wrong, I have mentioned it, you know, brought it up, but a lot of the shit that he's saying is right. It's just like he's not saying it in a nice way, which, you know, people don't need to hear it. Like, I respond best to this type of shit, honestly.
Mediocrity to strive in the West. And I think we need to go back to shaming fat people. We need to go back to making fun of them. I mean, if I was president, hell, I'd put all of them in a fat concentration camp so they can concentrate on dieting and exercising, because being fat is completely not acceptable. I'd have these people...
I just fucking co-signed Myron, and right after I did, he said he wants to put fat people in a concentration camp. Oh my fucking God. Thank you, Myron. I appreciate you. You're making me look very fucking sane over here. Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
On dieting and exxercising, because being fat is completely...
I gotta hear that again.
Go back to shaming fat people. We need to go back to making fun of them. I mean, if I was president, hell,
the pause was like, I might get canceled for this.
I think we need to go back to shaming fat people. We need to go back to making fun of
Really?
them. I mean, if I was president...
The pause was like, he was like, all right, well, you want to go ham here? We're going. You want to go? We're going.
Hell, I'd put all of them in a fat concentration camp so they can concentrate on dieting and exercising, because being...
So they can concentrate on dieting and exercising. You even did the fucking pun, you asshole. That's so wild. I put him in a fat concentration camp. Like, bro, what?
Fat is completely not acceptable. I'd have these people back in shape, because what people don't also understand is that fat people bring a big burden on the healthcare system. Obesity, diabetes, heart disease, etc. It's a big problem.
Do you really mean that, or are you just saying that?
Yeah.
Do you really want to put fat people in concentration camps? It's not gonna be like Auschwitz. Like, you know, it's not gonna, like, that's how you have to start off the caveat. Like, it's not gonna be like Auschwitz. Even the other buff guys are like, whoa, that's a little rough. Maybe you should start off with something like having the state pay people to sponsor a fat person so that they can lose weight. So they have like a fucking personal trainer for every fat person in America. Fuck yeah.
Yes, yeah. If I was president, make me president, I would get rid of the obesity problem like that. I find it interesting that they can lock us up in their homes for almost 2 years saying wear a mask, etc. But then I say, I'm gonna lock these dudes up in a concentration camp where we're gonna get them healthy food, we're gonna get them exercising, and I'm looked at as crazy.
Yeah.
Bruh, being locked up in your home is one thing. Being imprisoned for being fat is another thing. You're saying that these people can't work, these people can't see their families, these people can't do anything. They're treated as if they're in prison because, like, you described it as a concentration camp, so they can't just leave, right? And they have to do this until they get to whatever your standard of healthy is. That, Jesus, Myron. Fuck me. And then why is everybody looking at me like I'm crazy? We had COVID lockdowns. You guys were kept into your house that you like chose and own, right? Well, not own, but you know, the house that you decided to pick out and live in and are comfortable. Forcing you to stay in your home is the same as putting you in a concentration camp. That's basically what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying. I guess there's a distinction between having opinions about how COVID was handled and genuinely believing that all fat people should be in a concentration camp.
Yes, a concentration camp. Let me be clear. I'm talking about a concentration camp where they're concentrating.
We're not talking about Auschwitz here, okay? Listen, there's no gas chambers. You're right. They do have a name. It's called a fat camp. They literally, you've seen heavyweights. I know you've seen heavyweights. You cannot say, you can't use the term concentration camp. And then so they can concentrate on losing weight. That doesn't help. That makes it sound worse. That makes it sound like you're making it a pun. Like it's a joke. That's just like the dog whistle. That's like when Eric Cartman is like, oh, that's when they concentrate so they can learn how to do reading and math.
Craig, and Craig was all like, hey, did you know that in World War II they really had concentration camps? And I was all like, no way. And this little light went on in my head like, oh man, no wonder Kyle thought what I said in the class, see, was directed at his cousin. But I was literally talking about a concentration camp, you know, where you go for a week to learn and focus. You know, oh man, what a misunderstanding, huh?
He knows what he was talking about with a concentration camp. Bruh.
Concentration camp.
Yes, a concentration camp. Let me be clear. I'm talking about a concentration camp where they're concentrating on diet and exercise.
So I wouldn't necessarily want to go from one extreme to another. I also would not want to be spewing out stuff just to hopefully get a viral clip.
So if you could snap your fingers and look like any of us, would you not do it? Like, would it not be worth it?
I probably choose to look like Tyler. I want to go to a place where it's comfortable and it's healthy all around. I'm not doing things that could negatively impact me.
Okay, Tevin, you are literally just being a fucking contrarian. Do I want to just, no, I don't want to go from one. Motherfucker, you're snapping your fingers in a second. You're like, I want to see buff chocolate. That's literally what you're going to say as soon as, if that actually was a thing. But because Myron did the whole concentration camp thing, I can understand you having the, I can understand you not, giving a little leeway here because he literally just said he was fucking put you in a concentration camp, bro, where you can concentrate on losing weight.
In a way to get to a place like that. Like, I've gone through that. I've gone through having eating disorders from chewing gum and drinking water and starving myself in different ways to achieve something. Like when I was dancing, my dance teacher blatantly told me, if you don't lose a certain amount of weight, I'm kicking you out of the showcase. So what did I do? I resorted to everything that I could possibly do to cut pounds like crazy. And it wasn't sustainable. It really screwed with me mentally, but I was doing it. And of course, like, in the moment, it sort of felt good, but then I fainted in class one time. And that really, really sucked.
So I feel like you would switch sides if it meant doing it naturally. Like, he's obviously natural, he's natural.
That's what I'm saying.
Obviously not.
I would switch sides if it meant that I could do it in a healthy way. And I mean, obviously, like I expressed it, I'm working on that. And I'm not saying...
Did he call him obviously natural?
Obviously not. I would sides if it meant doing it naturally. Like, he's obviously natural, he's natural.
That's what I'm saying.
He's obviously natural. Oh, he's somebody's talking shit.
Obviously not.
I would switch sides if it meant that I could do it in a healthy way. And I mean, obviously, like I expressed it, I'm working on that. And I'm not saying that what you did was wrong. I really applaud the fact that you're saying to people like, hey, this was what my journey was, this is what it took, but I really don't advise that.
Okay, so here's the thing, man. Like, excellence and comfort cannot coexist. If you want to be an anomaly and you want to be the trendsetter, you want to be the top guy, you got to be able to be comfortable being uncomfortable. As far as like weight loss, because you said I'm just saying things to get a viral clip, how would you deal with the obesity problem?
like I said, pouring life into people. How am I dealing with it? I'm sharing what it's taking me.
Explain
I'm
what pouring
sharing-
life is. Like, what would that actually look like?
As someone who creates content online, I share what it is that I do in the gym. I share my routine. I talk about like, hey, today was a shit day, but guess what? I pushed past that and I just benched 405. That's more than I weigh. When I want to hang out with friends, if I know that my schedule does not allot me that time, but I know that I have this time during the gym, I'll tell my friends like, hey, pull up with me.
So you're inspiring others?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what if I told you at the camp, everyone's exercising together and they're inspiring each other?
But
Same thing.
you
Same thing.
approached it at such a negative way. Like you approached it from a place of shame, and like most of us have.
Yeah, bro. You can't call it a concentration camp, and you can't make it forced. Here's what you can do, and it would cost a lot of money. You can get government sponsored, camps. You can buy the land. You can buy the equipment. You can pay the people to train the fat people. You can pay nutritionists. You can pay like weightlifting coaches. You can pay the people to have them go run. You can have the people work them out, right? But it would have to be a situation where if you have these fat people go to these camps, they need to be reimbursed for what. So if you made $20 an hour cleaning floors, then you know what? While you're at the fucking fat camp, you're going to get $20 an hour, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, right? Monday through Friday, we're going to pay you as if you're working. You can go home on Saturdays and Sundays maybe. I don't know how they would do that. But while you're here losing weight, you're not losing money, and you can also go home whenever you want. I mean, maybe you don't have to pay them. Maybe you could say, okay, if you could take the time, just make government-sponsored fat camps. I would go to one, honestly. If they had like a government camp where it's like, yeah, no, this is a state-sponsored. You go, you can sleep here or not. You just show up, and then you get worked out for free. And then, then there's, weightlifting. There's this class on this day, this class on this day. Just show up, sign up for it beforehand if there's too many people. You should be able to do that. I think that'd be a good idea, but it's the whole concentration. When you call it a concentration camp, you're making it seem like you're going in with soldiers, grabbing fat people out of their homes, throwing them in trucks, and then busing them out of, miles out of the state into these facilities where they're all dressed in the same fucking outfits and they all have to fucking do the same workout regimens until, they get skinny enough to leave, which is forced internment for something that's not illegal. So I think you can do the fat camps in a socially responsible way. It would be very expensive though, and I really don't see Republicans or Democrats signing off on that shit. Either of them. None of them would be down for that.
Blatantly told you that shame didn't really work. Shame is what led me to an eating disorder. Shame is what led me to unsustainable weight loss.
Whose fault is that,
what
though?
we're looking for is stability.
Whose fault is that you decided to go an unsustainable route with dieting? Whose fault is that?
So if I was given a timeline that I needed to meet and I'm trying to figure out without also having the tools to do so the proper way, and I'm just grasping at straws on how I do it, yeah, it's not sustainable.
Yeah, so whose fault is it that they chose an unsustainable route to lose weight? That's your fault.
It's
See, the
an
problem is that you're a
amalgamation.
professional victim. I don't know if you've caught on to this, but you're a professional victim. You constantly blame others for your inadequacies and why you're fat.
He's hella mad. Yeah, you just triggered the fuck out of him. This nigga wants to attack you right now. I've never seen him look more straight in this entire fucking video than right now, where he's like, I'm about to punch you with my man voice, bro. Like, he's like, bro, I
don't know if you've caught on to this, but you're a professional victim. You constantly blame
the
others.
anger. Look at this. Look at the anger. He's like, oh, I want to fucking smack this dude.
For your inadequacies and why you're fat. The reason why you're fat.
I haven't blamed not one person
Well,
for where I am.
Yeah, because you're always like, oh, it's tough and all this other stuff. The reality is this, man.
Wait,
you eat too much.
I'm
you don't
trying
exercise
to figure out
enough,
where these
and that's
misconceptions
why
about me are.
Again, you can say whatever you want to say.
I do want to press. I called you out on it, and I said you're searching for a viral clip.
Everyone has an excuse for why they're fat.
I think that it's really sad.
And they can't take accountability for why they're fat.
Really sad.
We got to pause. Let's bring in our disagreeers.
he had to check Myron. Come on, Myron. Don't call him a professional victim.
You guys were arguing so much, I forgot the prompt. What was the prompt again?
It was, I don't want to be on the other side.
Oh, okay.
No, of course I would. I'm a curious person. I have been in much more traditional, like aesthetically pleasing shape in my past, but I've never gotten to like your guys' standards. And of course, I'm curious about anyone's life, like what it's like to walk through their shoes. So I don't see why I wouldn't be.
Yeah, I absolutely chose to, if I could, I'd switch. So when I was my lightest weight, which was 273, I wasn't anywhere near you guys, but I had muscles, I felt really good about myself. And now that I've fallen back, I literally like almost hate life because I got somewhere, got really close and it was out of reach. And now I'm falling back and I gotta fight again. So if I could, I absolutely would switch.
What makes it hard to, like, I don't understand, like, you were 273 feeling great. How did you get back? Like, I'm curious. Curious.
No, absolutely.
How does that happen?
So when I started my weight loss journey, I was very focused. Like, I can't take any outside help. Like, I got to do this on my own. I did all the research myself. So my problem was when I would hit plateaus, it hit hard because I'm like, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Why not cutting weight? So eventually I hit enough plateaus to where like my mentality was just breaking down.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with the prompt just saying like, I probably wouldn't go extreme like on your side of the spectrum, so that kind of stuff. But I would like to look like Tyler.
Everyone wants to look like Tyler.
Tyler is the ideal for me of what I want to look like.
Yeah, you want to fuck Tyler. Tyler is the ideal for me of what I want to look like. That pause was like, I want to fuck Tyler.
Everyone wants to look like Tyler.
Tyler is the ideal for me of what I want to look like.
Yeah, okay, sure.
But I mean, I wouldn't be that short too, but like,
I think, look, I'm just gonna say it, the elephant in the room. Every fat person would want to be in shape. The problem is that they're not willing to do what's required to get in shape, hence why they are fat.
But it's abundantly clear what you think. Like we've got it.
Kudos to you.
It's a lie.
The next prompt is, your physique is in your control. Can the agreeers please step forward?
So long story short, in 2018, I got to my heaviest weight, which was 441 pounds, and I was depressed as, like, I'm not gonna cuss, but
you can say it.
I was depressed as fuck, man. Like, it was really hard. My weight had built like a cage around my mind, so even things that I knew were good for me, I couldn't even.
God damn, Rich, bro, you literally just spoke to your boy. You just described some shit that I'm trying to think that perfectly encompasses where I am right now mentally. My weight has encompassed me, or what the fuck did he say?
Hard. My weight had built like a cage around my mind. So
that's what my weight had built like a cage around my mind. Yeah, bro, that's fucking deep as shit. Holy shit.
Even things that I knew were good for me, I couldn't even like go for it because my mentality was just so.
Yeah, bro, I'm right there.
Messed up, and it got to the point to where I had someone tell me like, dude, you're gonna die, and that hurt, you know. And I just flipped things around, and I think one thing we haven't mentioned is
Nah, bro, you got it. There was more to it than that. Somebody just said you're gonna die, then you turned it around. Nah, there was more to it than that. There was way more to it than that. A lot of it had to do with, I bet, who told them that and the way they told them that too. I don't know. I'd like to talk to Rich.
Accountability. I think that's the biggest thing. When I was growing up, my weight was always blamed on someone else. I was like, oh, it's my parents feeding me too much. And it's like, you can close your mouth. Like, I don't have to eat, you know? But when I finally made that change in my head, I realized that where you're at, given like the ideal circumstances, it is your choice. I am where I'm at now because I made a series of wrong choices and didn't handle myself correctly.
I mean, you deserve to be depressed if you're fat. I mean, the reality is that, see,
Bruh, you would think Myron would have some kind of like encouraging positive words. Isn't this guy one of the kind of guys who would like go to Fresh and Fit to try to get out of there? Fucking Jesus, Myron is so fucking cold. He's just, and then all he can do is just smile and be like, yeah, okay.
depression is a very healthy response to inadequacy. when you're a man, you got to go out there and produce. We're not women where we can just coast on our looks and make it through life. As a man, you must produce
I gotta
financially.
cut you off, bro, because no one deserves to be like, people die from that shit, bro. Like, no one deserves to be depressed.
Let me finish. The reason why you feel depressed, and it's a healthy response to you being fat, is because it's your body telling you, like, wow, what are you doing? You need to fix this. You're sad because you're not going out there and accomplishing what you're supposed to do. It's your masculine duty to make money, to be successful, to lose weight, to be strong and fit, so that you can protect and provide for the people that you love. And when you're not able to do that, you get depressed and you get sad, rightfully so, because you're a fuck up.
Have you experienced depression?
Well, I've had times where I've been sad and stuff, but I always get over it.
So you shouldn't speak on it then.
I think that's very insensitive to people who actually have mental health disabilities.
Depression most of the time is not real, no.
You stand on your fresh and fit shit anywhere. I have respect for that. That's like being, bruh. That's just, depression is not real. Just the way he said it, so dismissively though, to a group of I'm sure even the people on your side have been depressed at some point.
Have mental health disabilities.
Depression most of the time is not real.
The fucking look, the way that he cleared his voice before he said it, the fucking, oh, God, Myron, you are, like, it's not even like, oh, what I'm saying isn't right. I mean, I don't agree with depression not being real. That's not right. But, like, even if you say shit right, there's a way you say it, bruh. You just choose the worst way every time. I don't know if it's intentional. I feel like it has to be, but like, bruh, this is rough.
No.
That's fucking wild.
No.
That's fucking wild.
The earth is flat.
A lot of the times when people are depressed, it's because of their own inadequacies. You're messing up in something in your life.
Is that an inadequacy?
He doesn't mean in all cases.
No, he's saying like in the majority.
When you say a blanket statement,
There's
like
always
that,
going to be
right?
exceptions, but I'm speaking generally in this context of being fat and why you were depressed. It's because
that wasn't the only reason why I was depressed, but go on.
Okay, but it's a component. You know what I mean?
It was a big component.
It was
for
a
sure.
response to your inadequacy as a man, and the thing is that
He doesn't want to hear that. It was a response to your inadequacies as a man. I don't know if the body is that, but maybe the mind is, and depression is something that comes from the mind. I think if you're fat and you're unhealthy, that affects your mental state definitely. I don't know if just being fat causes depression. I don't know if minus our social constructs, if it was just a normal fat person just kind of out in the wilderness, would he be sadder or happier than another fat person? I don't know, because I guess social constructs are fucking everything. So. Would you even be happy if there was no social construct? Would you even know what happy or sad is? Blah, blah, blah.
Component. You know what I mean?
It was a big component.
It was
for
a
sure.
response to your inadequacy as a man. And the thing is that we live in a meritocracy. I know everyone likes to run around and say, oh, everyone's equal and it's all equality for everyone. No, that's not how the world works.
Mm-hmm.
Why the fuck should I be treated equally to someone who's fat, broke, not disciplined, and not as intelligent?
Damn.
It's a competition. Life is a competition.
Where are you getting the notions that people are not disciplined?
Because you're overweight, because you eat too much. That's how you became overweight, is because you didn't discipline yourself by not eating the food that got you fat, basically.
Where is that coming from?
If you look at depressed guys, etc., look at their life 9 out of 10 times. They're not going to the gym. They're not making the money that they're supposed to be making. They're not where they need to be. Show me a guy that's making money, successful, has a good set of friends around him, has a network, etc., that is depressed. You would rarely find that. Are there exceptions to the rule? Of course. There's always exceptions to the rule. There's always exceptions to the rule. There's always exceptions to the rule. But in general, when you get depressed, a lot of the times it's because you're a fuck up and it's your body's natural response to you being a fuck up.
Has anyone here ever felt like they didn't have control over their body or their physique?
There's times where I felt like I didn't have the control I wanted, but there was never a point where I'm like, this isn't within my ability to do.
Yeah, I think we all go through stages, especially mental health.
You wish it was easier sometimes, but other than that, it's like, no, of course I'm in control of it. I know I am.
So, I've started a fitness journey. I've been smaller, I've been bigger. I used to be a dancer. This really was
Nigga, what kind of dancer were you? Are we talking what? What are we talking? Burlesque? God, I hope not. Like, what are we talking here? Like, what kind of dancer?
Fueled me, hit a depression. I turned to food as, something to comfort me. And I realized that I was spiraling, right? Started working out again, kind of fell off of it. But this year I told myself it was my year of renaissance, right? That I was going to actively make the changes in all aspects of my life, including my health, including what my body looks like and what my body is capable of. And so I've been doing that. Now, did that mean that I was any less of a hard worker? No. I fucking worked 3 jobs, 2 of them that I love and 1 of them as a survival job to make sure that I'm able to continue doing what I love. So I go to the gym every single day after work. It doesn't matter what time I get off of work. It doesn't matter what things that I have going on after work, I go. But again, going back to assumptions, you looked at me and you made assumptions about laziness, about not caring about my health and things like that.
Your body is the active result of that, right? He's not looking at what you're doing now because you're on your fitness result now. I feel like Myron even mentioned before, I can't see what work you're doing. I can't see how smart you are. What I can see is that you're, you're X amount of pounds overweight, approximately. And that's going to make me feel a certain type of way about you, right? You don't get that weight out of nowhere. You earn that weight. Every pound that you have, you earned, unless you have a specific disease, in which case, what disease that a doctor diagnosed you do you have that's causing you to gain this weight? I'd like to know. But other than that, you get the weight one way. Yeah.
When that's the complete opposite, I reached out, I got myself a trainer because I was like, I can't do this alone. And I told him straight up, these are the things that I want you to work on with me. I want to work on building mass, losing weight, but most importantly, consistency. And I feel like all of you guys can agree that that's what it is, right? Am I where I ideally want to be yet? No. But I also learned that I needed to love myself as I am right now and build those tools so that when I get to where I'm going, I can enjoy it that much more because it's a labor of love.
It doesn't have to be a labor of love. Some people who are overweight, are they going to the gym? Are they putting the fork down? Are they doing the things they need to do? If they spent 14 hours a week doing cardio and eating healthy, they would lose the weight. I spend 14 hours a week learning Spanish, even though I am horrible at it, but I'm trying my best. And if everyone else tried their best, we wouldn't see anyone morbidly obese on this planet.
I don't disagree with you at all, but I think you said it's like you're spending 14 hours doing Spanish. For me, I still work out every week. I still prioritize my health, but there are other things in my life that do
Eat
take
half
a higher
the calories, and you're going to be very skinny.
But that
guaranteed.
That's the whole thing.
I'm not saying you need to. I'm just saying no one should make excuses.
And that's why we all sat down. I totally agree. It's within because I've gotten really svelte in my past, but I was at my worst state mentally. Didn't feel good. Wasn't prioritizing the things that meant something to me in my life. My career, my family, my daughter. Health is still super important to me. That's why I still work out, still lift, still do cardio, still hike, still bike, still do all those things. The amount of time I've had to spend in the past to get to that isn't worth it in my daily life. I'd rather spend that time, focusing on that.
Also, would you agree, looking at his physique, he's at a perfectly, I would say, maybe healthy.
No.
You think?
He's definitely overweight, definitely obese.
I mean, if you count BMI,
I'm not trying to put you down, just being honest.
By a BMI standpoint,
but there's a big difference between this weight and if you gain 200 pounds. But if you gain 200 pounds, I'd be like, why are you doing this to yourself? You know what I mean?
But I wouldn't be happy gaining 200 pounds. That's kind of what I'm saying. Is I kind of found like a homeostasis where I'm happy and I feel healthy and I feel active and I feel like I can do what I need to do. All my numbers are in the right place. So I feel good. It's just, it hasn't been a priority for me to go further.
Yeah, you don't need to. It's all about balance from halfway.
What about you? I just want to hear
I was going to say, I was in the same boat as him. I feel like myself, I feel comfortable with where I'm at right now. I've lost 100 pounds.
Congrats.
I know, thanks. Awesome. And I can keep going, I can step, but doctor says, everything's fine with you, you are obese. But I will never forget, the doctor told me you're healthy obese, which was blew my mind.
Healthy for being obese.
Yeah, probably. So I needed just one health condition to qualify under health insurance for a weight loss supplement for them. I didn't qualify. I had no high blood pressure, didn't have diabetes, didn't have anything else. So I was like, okay, well, I just want to lose weight because obviously as I get older, it's not going to be like that. But I mean, perfectly, I know I had the control to get where I'm at right now or where I want to be, but I'm pretty happy. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. I feel like what's sustainable is different for everyone, right? I think there's a way to weave in fitness in your life in a sustainable manner that might not encompass you losing a ton of weight. I think people kind of have different stages in life where they're focusing on different things, and I think that's something I can completely respect.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, as long as you know that you have the agency to actually make that change,
yeah.
when the time comes, when you want to do it, like I don't see anything wrong with that.
I was very curious, out of show of hands, who here feels like after spending time in this space, you feel like you're closer to understanding the other side than when we stepped
Myron's hand is staying down.
Yeah. A little surprised.
I understand it less. Literally, like
we'll talk
Just,
after.
we run the risk of it blowing open again, but this was a super interesting discussion. One of the more interesting episodes I've been a part of. So thank you all. Thanks for sharing your perspective. Absolutely. I think that's a wrap, right?
Damn. That was a good one. We've covered a lot. All the way back in the fucking Blair White video, all the way to fucking both of the Middle Ground videos. I think that there's negative things on both ends, just like most things. You have the negative aspects of, the fat positive movement where they're literally promoting obesity. You have the negative aspects of the health and fitness movement where they're literally shaming fat people in order to try to get a response. And then, Myron wants to put them in concentration camps. I think there is a healthy middle. I think that's what middle ground is all about. But I think you won't be able to solve any kind of weight issue by going on any extreme. I think it's going to be something that's personal for, the person. But yeah, no, I think weight loss is an issue. It's something that, if you're obese, you think about a ton, right? Like, again, if you're an obese child, the chances of you getting back into that normal BMI range when you're an adult is like 2%. So, are you the 1% or the 2%? Yeah. Thank you guys for tuning in. I've been your host with the most herbal. Thank you, Silver, when Silver was here. Yeah, that's I think honestly with the whole high fructose corn syrup, the whole sugar videos to the TLC, my 1,000-pound sisters, and then now we're finishing off with like a serious conversation about fat positive movement. I don't know, I feel like it's a nice bow on this very large overweight cake of diabetes and high blood pressure. But thank you guys for tuning in. I've been Herbal, you've been amazing, and yeah, I'll see you on the next one.